of days around these issues that organizations may not see. So what do you see as the blind spots for businesses as they do it? Is it a matter of not looking at this as a threat, but really an opportunity for growth? Or is there another factor that we're missing?
Yeah, I think there's a number of factors. We Deloitte came out with a series of our Turning Point research, which culminated in a global synthesis that really sized and tried to really frame this conversation around the cost of inaction versus the cost of investing in climate, and really sized the opportunity as a $43 trillion economic opportunity if we act rapidly on climate action, as compared to the risk of inaction, which could be sized at 178 trillion over the next 50 years. So a tremendous distinction.
Wow.
And that value at risk conversation then led us to a report that we just launched this week, which focuses on the enablers to that rapid action to capture that market, and focused in particular on the green collar jobs, which is the new framing, right? Yeah. And where we see about 800 million jobs at risk due to the climate crisis. But with effective policy interventions, we could see the creation of 300 million new jobs. And so when you think about the equity piece and you think about the incentives and where clear policy action could help business accelerate this change, I think that whole conversation of talent and how talent is employed and how we tap into the tremendous energy of the younger generations, I think that's a tremendous area of opportunity for policy and for business.
Well, so you stole my thunder there. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is this is a message, if you want to be climate ready, you're targeting a message to deal with a silver tsunami where you have baby boomers who are exiting the workplace while you have millennials and Gen X, at a bigger number coming into the workplace. There's a huge opportunity here to focus on youth communication and youth engagement. Are we in a position to really level the playing field and say that, age doesn't confer wisdom in this situation?
Well, I think I'm highly optimistic that we're going to be able to capture and channel that energy that the youth movement brings in a manner that's going to just help us rapidly accelerate the transition. That's what we're certainly very optimistic around. But just to the point, I do think that there's an important lever from a policy intervention that will be critical to accelerate this change as rapidly as we can.
Well, so let's take that lens that you talked about. People are going to walk out of here. They're going to see what's happening on the main stages in the blue zone. Maybe they'll get a chance to go to the green zone, or they'll come to the innovation areas here. What do you want them to think about with that finance lens on, with that unlocking capital lens? What's the thing that you think everybody, regardless of where you sit in these value chains, should be thinking about?
Yeah, it all comes down to data, and wherever you sit in terms of your role in this whole conversation, it's what influence can you have to really driving more timely, higher quality, decision useful, meaningful data to inform decision making. This is no longer this idea of sort of reporting as a burden. It's transparency as a tool. And from wherever you sit, what is your role in helping to inform, accelerate, and activate?
So data is the climate action traction we need.
I like it.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. This is wonderful. I really appreciate you setting the stage. And if there's any other opportunity for us to get you back up here, I'd absolutely love it.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity.
That's all the time we have now. So please step back, check back with the climate action stage here. And if you have any other questions about our programming, please let us know online, and we'll check in later. Thank you.
Stage on this day where our COP daily theme is focusing on the future generation and science. Please join me in welcoming Mansour Hanif, who is the Chief of Policy and Regulation at NEOM Smart City in Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mansour.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Sabah al-khair. Delighted to be here, especially in today's theme of science and youth, which is very dear to my heart and to NEOM's heart. It's actually at the center of everything we do. And so today I'll be talking about what is the role of NEOM as a living lab for science and youth to allow them to have the opportunities to impact the world, especially regarding the challenges of climate change. And I look after emerging technologies in NEOM, especially from the policy and regulations perspective. But first of all, if any of you were ever to visit NEOM, and I hope you do, and it's not far away, it's just across the water there, you're very likely to see this gentleman, who is my boss, and he's the CEO of NEOM, Nadmi Al-Nasser. And if you do visit him, I'm sure that he will talk to you about NEOM as a living lab for everybody. And this is one of his phrases that he repeats continuously, that we encourage everyone to think of NEOM as a living lab for everybody, where everyone can experiment and develop new technologies in collaboration with us and with others. And that's really the essence of what we are. We're an accelerator of human progress for all of humanity, and the opportunities, therefore, that are offered for taking science, offering it to youth to create new solutions and new opportunities to solve the biggest challenges, there's no better place than NEOM. So, effectively, we are an accelerator of human progress. In the most simple term, that's how I always describe NEOM. Those are the words that Nadmi said to me when he convinced me to come and leave my life in London and start this wonderful adventure. And effectively today, the living lab in NEOM, it's vast. Some people say it's a chance in a lifetime, but actually that's wrong. It's a chance in history. And this is something I repeat quite often. I'm not sure if people take me seriously when I say that. But if you hear about what's being said now, here, the challenges we're facing, and the opportunity, seeing the whole of the global community across business, citizens, governments, coming together on a single goal, I think everybody's realized this is a chance in history for tackling on a global level a massive challenge such as climate change. So today I'm going to focus on that challenge and just talk about 3 areas where our living lab offers the perfect environment to take science and new ideas, whether it's from the youth or for older people like myself, but any ideas, and make them real. So I'll talk about those 3 areas: the Living Lab for Sustainable and Cognitive Cities, the Living Lab for Cognitive Environmental Management, and then how we can actually accelerate multiple industries through our technologies. So effectively, let's start with the first one. We are effectively, we believe, the best place to create, to imagine the future, and then to implement it. We often say we're the land of dreamers and doers, and you can dream everywhere. We all do. But there's very few places in the world that you can dream and then implement. And that's why it's so unique and so exciting for us. And effectively, the first area is for sustainable and cognitive cities. We know that the population in cities is going to keep increasing. The global population is going to increase by 1.5 billion, and the urban population is going to increase even faster. So we need to now look at the way we design and build cities and completely change everything we do. So what we are offering in NEOM, for those who want to be part of that adventure, is an interdisciplinary research facility that's focusing on emerging technologies in urban planning and design. And I'm going to give you a few examples of that today. We have a 150-page document full of projects that we want to do, so I'm not going to talk about them all. But I'm picking out 3 or 4 of them. And this is the beauty of NEOM, is that interdisciplinary approach. I have colleagues here who are from various areas. We have colleagues from NOAA, we have energy, water, environment, and we all work together. And that's the beauty of NEOM, is you walk down the street in our community and you will meet worldwide experts from all the domains, and you will learn with every step. And that's what I love about NEOM. It's a small community, very focused, but you can learn every day from worldwide experts across all domains. And it's that convergence that you will see in these examples. First of all, if you talk about, we know about electric cars, and we know how much energy they consume, and that's a big challenge to scale them up in terms of energy consumption. Now, we also know that we're facing a crisis in many areas where we need to use more robotics to help us with the tasks that we have to do. But nobody has really thought about the energy impact of robots, and but we have, and we know from some of our partners the amount of energy they require. There is no robotics research center in the world that is focusing on how to make the future of robotics sustainable. Now, what we are doing is that we're leveraging the talents, some of them in this room, and in our research facilities on green hydrogen in particular, for example, and looking, can we actually leverage the knowledge and the research on green hydrogen and fuel cells to change the way robots are designed in the future. So that's just one example of interdisciplinary research. And this is what we call the PowerBots project. And we believe that this is essential. This is because the robots are going to consume much more energy than electric vehicles. So we need to tackle it up front from the design, right from the beginning. Another area linked to fuel cells is microbial fuel cells. And Hadi Al-Yami and my team is an absolutely passionate advocate of this new emerging technology. And this is effectively using microalgae and other types of bacteria to create fuel cells that can effectively be converted from biomass directly for small-scale applications, such as autonomous systems and robotics. So again, that's an alternative to the green hydrogen. Again, these are emerging technologies that are available now. In NEOM, we have the opportunity to scale them up and accelerate their commercialization over the next 5 to 10 years. We're also looking at new ways of doing old things. So in storage, you will have heard a lot about storage of renewable energy today, because that is the critical factor that's missing to get to 100% renewable. And our aim is 100% renewable in NEOM. Solar and wind, correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, but we think 73% roughly. The green hydrogen will play a role as well, but we also need storage facilities. And every country is looking at that from its own perspective of the resources they have, whether it's water or others. In NEOM, what we have is the mirror line, the most ambitious urban development ever attempted. And it's a building, 2 buildings, 500 meters high, 170 kilometers long. The design of that building offers us opportunities that have never been taken before. So we can actually leverage the height of that building to actually store energy through gravity storage. What goes up must come down. It's that simple. But it's just the way we're applying that in an intelligent way which can change the world. Because while we will try this out in NEOM and scale this up to a massive scale, we believe that the way cities are designed in the future has to change forever. And if we're successful in this, we hope that every urban planner in the world and every municipal government will think about what are the rules for renewable energy storage in new urban developments. It has to be there. If we are serious about climate change, we will enable future cities to be built and designed in the beginning to handle that storage of whatever form that may be. And so that's why we think the impact that we're doing, our words and our ideas and our actions and our trials, even if they fail in our living lab, they can still change the world for the better. And the other area is the metaverse. We have had, over the last 2 years, a fantastic project called Xverse, which is the NEOM metaverse. And that allows us to simulate our impact in many different ways. You will hear from Frank Brichau, my colleague, later today at 11:30, about what we're doing on tracing the impact of our carbon footprint. But effectively, we can use technologies such as the metaverse to give everybody the visibility of their actions and maybe remove a little bit of our carbon anxiety that we feel because we don't know how we're impacting the world. But through these simulations and technologies, we can simulate at large scale and advance the impact of every action we take. So those are just some examples from that area. Moving on to another area, which is more about data. You heard at the beginning of this session about how critical data is. And effectively, it's even more important now as we look at all of these mechanisms to measure, to monitor climate change, but also the financial incentives of carbon credits, etc., to actually check the transparency and the authenticity of all the actions we take to remove carbon or to effectively move towards the green transition. So more than ever before, we need to collect that data and make it available. And so if data is your passion, again, NEOM offers the opportunities to apply that data to support the transition to clean energy. And effectively what we're building here is what we believe is the world's first completely integrated large-scale hub for cognitive data. When we talk about cognitive, what that means is that these are systems that understand you or help you to understand them more than smart. And effectively, what we want to offer here are real insights that can be used by everybody. Oops, got to be careful here. So effectively, it starts from data collection, and what we're going to be doing is collecting the data from everywhere, from air, sea, land, and space. We are also investing in Earth observation from space, because only from space you can really see the big picture. So putting that all together in an integrated way is quite unique already. Then we need to aggregate that data, and we're going to aggregate that data not only with our own data, but data from all over Saudi Arabia to start with, and potentially right across the Middle East in our data hub. And we're working with the National Center of Meteorology in Saudi Arabia on that collaboration, which we hope we'll be able to do announcements soon on that. And then effectively we need to offer data analysis. What that means is that we need to offer the opportunity to everybody to analyze that data. So a simple API open to everybody that would allow anyone, whether it's academic institutions or researchers or any of you in this room, to access that data easily in an open way is critical. And for those who want to have more than data, they want to actually collect insights, this is where the cognitive comes in. We will be deriving meaningful results and insights and offering them up to everybody as well to increase understanding, and that's where the cognitive element comes in. And finally, the dissemination of that data is critical as well. We need to make sure that it is transparently made available and published to everybody who needs that data. And effectively, that means the publication of open data and white papers for environmental impact management. So it's a complete holistic view. So if data is your passion, and I know for many of you it is, this is the place to be. And we invite you to get in touch with us, come to our stand, talk about these projects, and get involved. And I would just say that on the white paper side, we're now working on a white paper together with the green hydrogen team in Enewa and some colleagues in KAUST. By the end of this year, we'll publish it about sustainable space fuels. They have done one on sustainable aviation, but the space industry is another example, which I'll come to in a minute, that needs to transform. So effectively the third area, so now we looked at emerging technology in new ways of living in sustainable cities. We've looked at data analysis holistically and how we can gain those insights to make the right actions. The third area is how we can transform industries, because if you just walk around here, you know it's everybody's challenge. Every industry. There is no industry that isn't looking at how to change. And in NEOM, we're made to change. So we have an opportunity. If you're more interested in being more towards applied research to industries, again, we have opportunities there. And I've just picked out 3 industries. All industries, let's be clear, all industries have to change fast. But I've just picked out 3 industries that are particularly critical for climate change. So I've mentioned urban design and planning. So I think in some of the previous slides, you've seen what I'm talking about here. But effectively, you know, our goals in NEOM, building at large scale to cater for the needs of a growing population in a more sustainable way, is going to create insights and knowledge for everybody. And the beauty of what we're doing is that it's not just an academic pursuit. Many of the world's leading architects and urban planners are working actively with us on this. And therefore, we believe that the impact will be right across the global industry. So if that is your passion, if that is what you're interested in, making our lives more sustainable, more livable, and economically beneficial as well, reaching that equilibrium, then this is what we're about. And so I mentioned the Institute for Cognitive Cities, but there are many other areas that we can get involved in. Sustainable mining is another area. Now, why is mining important for sustainability? Many people think, well, that's the dirtiest industry ever, and why are you talking about that? But it's obvious that we need minerals. We need the resources to build the electrical systems and the autonomous systems, and all of the sustainable technologies need the materials for that, and there's a shortage of that. Not only that, the mining industry is quite far behind in terms of moving towards sustainability. And I know they're making huge efforts to change, but they need help. And effectively, we have an area called Oxagon in NEOM, and they are effectively a leading hub for green manufacturing, green logistics. And part of that includes exploring how we can change the mining industry. Again, looking at this holistically, taking right from the beginning, from cradle to cradle, right to the end, and looking at how we prospect to how we actually industrialize the minerals. And effectively, this looks at all the areas where mining today impacts the environment, starting from the air pollution to waste to water, right across the whole life cycle, and just looking at every single element and how we can actually reduce the waste to an absolute minimum. And so we're looking at the best of today's technologies. Our aim will be to have as close as possible to zero avoidable environmental impact. And let me just clarify, this is not about mining necessarily in NEOM. This is about aiding the worldwide mining industry to change across the world. And at the bottom here, you have some of the emerging technologies that go beyond what is being done elsewhere that will actually take us to the next step that we're exploring here. We're applying seismic sensors to this ambient noise tomography that will allow us to see underground up to 2 kilometers in a non-invasive way. And not only that, well, that's already a big improvement because you don't need to drill the boreholes. You can deploy these sensors, but you need to connect up those sensors. And that's partially why we invested in in our joint venture with OneWeb to provide connectivity to connect up all of these sensors right across the whole of the Middle East and Africa. And effectively, that connectivity combined with a new technology allows you not only to explore non-invasively, but also to very rapidly get results within 4 days rather than 3 to 5 months. And that connectivity layer that we're providing right across Africa and the Middle East is going to be critical for mining because they're in some of the most remote areas in the world. And that's where they need this help. Beyond that, I mean, we talked about 2 kilometers, but we believe that even newer technologies such as quantum gravity, which are these incredible sensors that you can put into space, and from space you can detect tiny variations in the gravitational field and detect those variations underneath the ground down to 10 or 20 kilometers. That is not yet commercial yet, but that offers huge potentiality of actually seeing much further than ever before. And then, of course, robotics is critical. We believe that once you have that connectivity, you can allow robots to be much smarter and much more targeted. Rather than having machines that dig everywhere, you would actually just target what you need quickly, and then we can actually then use those robots to repair the land after the mining. Space is another area. I'll finish with space. Something I'm very passionate about. As I said, only from space can we see the big picture, and NEOM is a big picture type of organization. And as an accelerator of human progress, there's only one way to go as humans. It's to space and to the stars. So eventually that's going to be our future. But right now, we can learn from space technologies how to live better on Earth. And that's a key focus for us, because effectively there's no more hostile environment for human survival than space. And what we can learn from the technologies that are being deployed to support humans into space, we can test them out on the ground, and we're looking to build an analog testing ground in NEOM where we can actually see how these technologies can be applied to sustainable living on Earth. We're also very interested in, again, new, ambitious, risky projects that maybe are based on existing technologies, such as space-based power has been around for decades, But we now believe the convergence of technologies and resources is such that the economic model is now viable and the technical model is viable, and there is an organization such as NEOM that is ready with the courage to really make this work at scale. And so we're working with, we're talking to various partners, including SSL in the UK, about this, and we're very interested to speak to more partners to test this out for the first time in NEOM. In one geo-orbit around the world, there is 1,000 times the total energy required for the whole of humanity forever. That's the potential. That is a massive potential. However, space has got challenges today. We all know that even though there's not a lot of flights compared to aviation, the impact is huge. Every space flight is 300 to 400 kilos of carbon. And that's going to increase as the launches increase. And that's exciting for the space industry, but they will never be able to go ahead with their plans if they don't change the way they do things. So again, we're leveraging our knowledge and our expertise and our investments in green hydrogen to put that at the service of the space industry and develop new fuels that will replace the hydrazine that is being used today. And they can be different fuels on each stage of the launch. And that's, I think, a critical element for the space industry to be successful. Not only that, we should even go further and look at amazing new technologies that are even more sustainable, that don't even use fuels, such as slingshots. And there's a company called Spin Launch in the US that we've started talking to, and we're just very impressed by what they do. But we think there needs to be more thinking in that sense of completely going out of the box and looking at new ways of doing things. And I'll end with that. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be here today, and my colleague Frank will be here at 11:30. So please do join us, and here we are at the stand. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Since the beginning, we've changed things. It's in our genes. It's what makes us human. Now we have a chance to change everything. Let's change water so it flows forever, energy so it powers our life sustainably, and mobility so cities become playgrounds. Let's change the way we feed the world, designed to live with nature, and create factories that make the future better. Let's change learning so it's lifelong. Technology so it predicts our needs. And let's help prevent more illness that we need to cure. Let's change the way we think about money, how we explore the world around us, and how experiences come to life. This is where we can change it all. Neom, made to change.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Climate Action Stage here today at COP as we focus on youth and youth empowerment. I'm pleased to welcome Eugenio Donadio, who is a Chief Impact Officer at Goodwill, who is going to introduce the rest of his panel. Thank you, Eugenio.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of including the voices of young people in the discussion and decision-making around climate change. And in order to do that, we're going to have a conversation with three different panelists. We're going to have Roberto, who is a climate leader in our community as Goodwill, but also in different other stages, and is also the Goodwiller of the Year on Sustainability for 2021. We have Wissam, that is a Global Director for initiatives like NextGen and the University Alliance at SAP. And we're going to have Gokul, who is also a youth climate leader, a climate activist, and the president of our Youth Council at Goodwill. To start and breaking the ice, we're going to be showing a short video regarding one initiative that we launched between Goodwill and SAP and a number of other partners that we're going to be using to talk through what we have done together with young people.
Not many people know this or believe this, but yes, overfishing or by just fishing, we are adding factors to climate change. Do you know that commercial fishing causes whales to be endangered as well as underwater corals were damaged or worse, ruined?
Agrova deals on converting eggshells into animal feeds. The eggshells are sourced from local fast food joints and restaurants, even from individual users.
The idea is to use the cassava waste and the cow dung to produce biogas for heating and cooking for the community members. The slurry or waste from the biogas production will be used to produce biofertilizers for local farmers in the community.
One of the actions I take against climate change is to recycle my waste. Like for the plastic bottles that usually contains water or drinks, when I am done with the contents, I usually use them to store cooking items that are in liquid form, like this one right here. This is Nigerian oil.
In our house, we practice the 3 R's: the reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Thank you. So the one that you saw is a very quick snapshot, basically, of what we have done together. And to give you an idea, I'm going to start explaining what Goodwill is. Goodwill is a mobile platform, is a social network that connects young people to opportunities for learning and earning. And we do this launching programs and initiatives like this one, together with partners that they have, first of all, at the forefront of their priorities, the goal of supporting young people in their journey from the professional and personal development. And so we launch challenges, asking young people to take certain actions, and taking these kind of actions, they will develop certain kind of skills, like the one that you saw in this case. In this case, we launched a program called Climate Leaders that had the main aim of gathering the voices of young people and bringing them to COP27. And within this program, we created a big debate, collecting ideas, requests, demands, priorities from young people that were, in the end, summarized in a memorandum written also by the young people, and that we're sharing here at COP with a number of different partners. And along the way, we launched other 4 challenges that basically asked young people to take different actions on 4 different themes: sustainable technology, climate action, ecopreneurship, and climate mobility. so that they could also broaden the spectrum of their knowledge and understanding of different aspects of climate change, but also inform their opinion in these debates. So today we're here because we would like to talk about like this experiment that we launched and that we want to bring forward in the future. And that's why we have 3 actors that really represent some of the most important components of this program. We have SAP that has been basically the one coming up with the idea and the vision beyond this program, and the 2 climate leaders that are participants in this program along with hundreds of other young people, but they also have experienced what it means to become a climate activist through social media, through actions at community level in different ways. And so we're going to be asking about like what has been their experience and what they see also in COP today. So I will start asking with some what has been the idea behind that brought you to think about this program, thinking about the need of bringing the voices of young people here today at COP, and why the approach to Goodwill in that sense.
Absolutely, thank you, Eugenio. So basically, you know, we hear a lot of participation of youth in global events, global initiatives, but they're not really creating content or co-creating content around climate change. So we thought through informal education channel, because we also work a lot with universities and schools worldwide, but we thought it might be better to really reach out to youth who might not be following, for example, formal education, right? So in a very informal and a friendly and engaging way through the platform that Goodwill had, we thought of reaching out to youth worldwide, capturing their thoughts, ideas, and then all this data to just really see what are the concerns that youth have worldwide, and then present them at global forums such as COP, and then also hopefully next year during COP28 in Dubai. So it's really for us very important to have youth voices, not only just to hear them, but also to co-create initiatives with other partners that we work with as well, with customers that we have at SAP as well.
That is great. And something that I would like also to mention is the fact that this program was also the output of a great collaboration between a number of different partners. On top of Goodwill and SAP, we also involved in the program UNDP, GIZ, the African Climate Mobility Initiative, the World Economic Forum, and a number of other partners that basically joined our cause of bringing the voices of young people to COP, and they added each one of them different kind of contributions, from like learning content coming from the World Economic Forum to the possibility of being here today for some of the winners of this program that was brought by the African Climate Mobility Initiative, and the same for all the other different partners. And so trying to really create a cohesive experience for young people. And I wanted to ask to Roberto, as a participant to the program, one of the main outputs of this program was the memorandum that has been written by the young people with some of the priorities that for young people is important to bring to the attention of the world leaders here at COP27. So I wanted to ask Roberto if you can give us an idea of like some of the points that were mentioned in this memorandum and the ones that for you are more important given your experience also as a climate activist.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eugene. Thank you to Goodwill and the partners for organizing this event and to give you know, that voice to youth specifically, as you mentioned. And I just want to highlight and you know take this question to why youth voice is important, and not only at COP, you know, because COP only happens once a year, and I think that's one of the main goals that youth have all the year and during all COPs, during the past COPs. So that's why social media content, that's why creating digital content in all platforms, but especially have a platform just focus on that. It's so cool and really important for youth around the world, because as I said, COP only happens once, but climate change and you know different problems around the world is happening every day. So just to have that platform to share and to be and highlight that, I think that's really important. And I think as a youth, you know, from the world has been pushing the climate and sustainability agenda through many years. The fact to have this and being able to share the message to empower more people, I think that's one of the most important things. And not only through the one program, but to have like multiple different stages and different activities, and to create this amazing community, to have that background as a young activist, that's something that probably we don't talk that much, but it's really, really important.
Thank you, and I think it's very important also to talk about like the different stages. Now, like, not everybody starts from the same point where we're talking about climate change, but also in general in life for young people. Like there are people that are coming from with a certain kind of background, certain kind of education, etc., and others that start in different kind of situations. And what we are trying to do together is really like trying to level the playing field for youth globally, trying to give the same kind of opportunities, make them accessible for everybody. And I wanted to ask to Gokul in this sense, because you have been very active in this COP. Like both Roberto and Gokul, they have a lot of speaking sessions in these days. They are very busy because they are incredible young leaders in their community, but they also bring in together a lot of people from different backgrounds, etc. And I wanted to ask Gokul, what has been your experience in becoming also a climate leader, and what would you recommend also to young people that are like interested in this topic and they would like to do more at their community level, but also at more global level, like you're doing today?
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene. So thank you to Gulbar and everyone here who joined us, everyone online. Thank you so much for coming. So I'm Gokul and I'm from India, and I'm from like a local community over there. My journey to becoming a climate leader started with joining Goodwall. Something like I did like 6 or 7 years before, like yeah. So it started from there. Like I joined Goodwall. There was a really good community, like a WhatsApp groups and everything, and we used to like engage with all of them. We used to post our achievements. We used to like engage with this video challenges they gave us. So it was like a TikTok for like developing ourselves, a TikTok which we used to develop ourselves. So it was really hard for us to like do our first videos, something like this you guys saw. It was really hard for us to do our first videos, making our voice come out of ourselves. It was something hard, and Goodwall did that for us. They did a good job to make us all express ourselves, come out of our comfort zone and come out with our voices, and it was really awesome. Then I met a lot of people around the world. So with Goodwall, I have a friend in every country in the planet right now. That is something I'm so proud of. Thank you so much, Goodwall. And yeah. So I met some of the climate leaders like Marie Claire, etc. from Goodwall. So yeah, we used to like talk, and because Goodwall gave us a platform, we could talk and like share our ideas. So like last year, COP26 was happening in Glasgow, and she told me like you could come. It'll be a great opportunity to like see around everything. And yeah, so I said yes, and I just went there. It was my first COP, and it was really like a lot to take in, and yeah, it was really great. And so like really great young people over there who was doing really good, awesome job. And something I realized from that is that every young person or every person has a unique perspective for climate, and you should like take that outside of yourselves so that you can give something new to the planet, like something new or something like a new perspective for climate action, because everyone is talking about solutions, and we need like more voices comes out. It comes together to make some new solution which is more sustainable, because the more inclusive you become, the more sustainable you are. So something that I learned from the COP. So also like from the COP I got a great idea for a medicinal plant, something like that, because I got an opportunity to come to COP. Because of that, I got a great idea. So I just went back home and I built a platform on that, and it is featured on the Youth for Action COP27. In that page, the story is featured. So it happened because I got to Goodwall, I came to COP, and I got to like experience everything. So it is like important to bring young people or new perspectives or new views to like the COP, or like give them voice more, something like that. And also, like what I learned from Goodwill is that we as young people, we went to like ask them, Goodwill, can you help us create a community? We wanted to like bring up the youth voice, and they said yes, sure, we can. And they helped us create the Goodwill Youth Council. And something which is wonderful, I think I want to say about is that we use the platform to bring young people from around the world. Around the world, we have like lot of not lot of meeting, like a monthly meeting happening every month, like last Friday. So Goodwill joins, and like everyone from around the world joins at a particular time. We speak about how local problems they are having, climate actions they do, and have some really good fun. And that's the main part. We have some fun, we bond each other, and also we develop ourselves. So most of the people ask me like, now, how do you go to COP? How did you do this? How do you do that? And something I would like to recommend is that you guys, young people around the world should like join us on that like Goodwill platform. Something which you can so something like young people can get help on developing themselves. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Gokul. And I think working with young people is really different from working in a lot of different sectors. And I think I really recommend if you have the chance to visit the youth pavilion within the Blue Zone at COP, because you can really feel the difference in terms of the kind of energy that is felt there at the pavilion, because the young people are really there, like talking, working together, creating new ideas, creating innovation, much more also sometimes than all the other pavilions that surround them. And I think that's a very easy way of seeing this kind of difference. But that doesn't always happen by itself. Like, you also need the help of strong allies, and SAP, for instance, is one of these ones. And that's something I wanted to ask you about, Wissam, because of course we know that SAP has a strong interest in supporting young people, especially in terms of their education, both in formal and non-formal environments, and helping them in their professional development. But SAP goes also beyond that, like in supporting initiatives like this one and others that go beyond just mere sphere education and creation of workforce, but it's really like trying to foster innovation and like propel the efforts of young people. So I wanted to ask you, why is this important to SAP in particular, and why do you think this should be an approach that should be more like mainstream across the sector?
Yeah. So as one of the biggest B2B, not B2B, like business software solutions, we have a great opportunity for businesses to track their, for example, carbon emissions, and track their entire chain, value chains, to understand how much emissions are being made, right? So that you can control climate change and contribute to corporate sustainability. And youth have a very big part of that, because youth will not only consume technology, but they're going to also produce technology. So it's very important to work with youth at the very early stage, from high schools, from universities, or through informal, let's say, education or complementary education, to make sure that they understand how they can leverage technology to create those great solutions to our. So it's very important for us to find the right partners of customers and partners, education institutions, UN agencies, that we can all work together with youth and co-create solutions for our planet.
Fantastic, thank you. And in terms of these solutions, actually, this brings me very well to a question for Roberto. Roberto, in one of your posts on the program, you talked about you asked young people to be part of the solution and not part of the pollution. So can I ask you, what do you mean by that?
Yes, absolutely. So you have already mentioned, I think these solutions, and specifically on that comment, is to generate all solutions every day. Because being part of the pollution does not only mean to consume and to have a negative impact on the environment, but also in our communities, in small communities, in schools, in your place, the work that you work, and, to have a positive impact is not only on the environment, but also to impact others. So that detonates and it also have an impact of the environment. So it doesn't have to have like this direct impact, but you can impact other people by your testimony, but what are you doing? And I think that it's what Goodwill also reflects, in other social media platforms, and why these spaces, like this conversation, are so important. For example, Goodwill it's been being part of the solution, not polluting, because having these conversations with young people and the responsibles of the platform to generate that communication channel that can solve the problems that not only young people are having, but also the platform will face thanks to climate change and communication and the different use. And that communication channel is the opportunity and the chance to have different partners. And they say, there's already a conversation, so I can join that conversation and I can also help to generate solutions. So specifically, I will say that generate solutions to be disruptive, to be different, to think different. That's part of being part of the solution. In general, youth are really, really innovative, so disruptive. But this generation has like a unique thinking. But next generation, it's really, really amazing. I think about 5, 6, 7-year-old people are so radical, and that radicalness, for example, platforms, any social media platform or any business, have to take that uniqueness and to translate it into new platform or new challenges, new ways. So that I think it's going to be really interesting too.
Thank you very much. I think, that's very interesting indeed. And I think we work as a vessel, basically, in trying to really convey the voice of young people, but also put them in touch with the opportunities like the ones that organizations like SAP provide for young people. And that is really like the environment that allows young people to thrive. But on top of that, what we have seen that is very important is also inspiration, like seeing either like personalities that you can relate to or good examples that can give you an extra push to really take steps forward. And so I wanted to ask Gokul if you have any particular climate leaders, young people that you in particular admire or that helped you in your development of your journey, and somebody that you maybe would recommend for people to follow, and why is that?
Okay, so for me it was Marie Claire, who was like really helping me out with everything, and she was really awesome as well. I have made a video for particularly for her. Like a challenge was there in Goodwill, like who do you like inspire from? So I have a video on Goodwill about all that, like how she is so like important, how she is now doing something like youth negotiator program, which she's developing with HETA and everyone. She was the focal point last time with Fianco, and yeah, she's really doing a great job, and she's someone I really admire as well. So, so if you told me like who do I recommend? So from my side, I would like recommend her, but from a like really good big perspective, I would like to say that focus on those people who are starting out right now, like who are trying to bring up their voices right now, because following them, you will also understand how can you or your voice be like taken out of from you as well. Those people who are like doing some TikToks, maybe some small actions, maybe like in small innovation or something like that. Follow those guys, help them out, learn from them, so that you also like can do better. And also don't blindly follow them. It's always the new perspective. So be yourself, learn from these people, and I will think you'll do best from this. So be yourself. That's something I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gokul. That was really inspiring, actually. So I wanted to ask Wissam, because something that we are seeing nowadays is the fact that young people have to deal with a lot of different challenges, like climate change, the COVID crisis, financial recessions in a lot of countries and everything. And this really forces them to having to rely on different kind of skills, but also different kind of pathways. There is not like one path from when you're 15 to when you're 75 anymore. Very often young people have to really build their own new path and sometimes change it as they go, like passing from entrepreneurship to employment to education, etc., and juggling all of that. And I wanted to understand from SAP, for your experience, for instance, the Next Gen program, but also beyond that, how can a company like SAP, for instance, help young people in this journey and like building the skills they need in order to be able to be resilient towards this pathway?
Absolutely. So when we really speak about the required skills nowadays, it's not only technical skills. Of course, as a big technology company, we have our own software, our own technical skills that are required, but then the soft skills are even as important, or maybe even more important, right? And such forums and learning opportunities, for example, COP, or when we also were there at Expo 2020 in Dubai, it's really unique experiences for youth to come and learn. And again, back to perspectives, their unique perspective, because everyone can contribute to the success of a company from their own point of view, and they have always something new to add. We wouldn't really hire people to tell them what to do, right? They have to come in and bring their own ideas, and we definitely support youth to do some changes within our organization. And having various programs, like graduate programs, internship programs, we just make sure that we hire people from different backgrounds, from different educational background as well, not only from formal schools or universities, but also from, for example, coding schools, just to make sure that when you're building or co-creating the next big thing in technology, you have really diverse perspectives.
Great. And in terms of like bringing these skills to use, Roberto, yesterday we were talking about the fact that COP is being a very good conducive environment for especially local actions and local leaders to come together. And I know that you have a great experience in terms of also mobilization at local level. And I want to understand from your point of view, like what is the role that a big event like COP can have in really pushing forward also not just the global policy, but also nurturing what are the local-based solutions, local-based actions that really can make a big difference and can change the lives also of the young people that can take advantage of the opportunities like the ones that Wissam was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really love that question because there's a change that we probably see, but there's also a change that we won't be able to see. Like there's a change happening, and I do get this in my imagination where, there's a lot of volunteers from Egypt, from the local cities here, but the fact that they're having this experience to communicate, to see, to hear what the other people from all over the world are doing, or their recommendation, their talks, that's, at least for me, also sharing the buzz is really inspiring because you hear a lot of conversations. So for example, there each latitude, like each country is different, have like different problems related to ocean, related to energy, related to waste, and youth have to take that message and make their own and empower that. So as Gokul and Wissam were saying, we need to impose new voices. It's important to highlight the voices that we already built because they have a powerful message in a platform, a powerful platform, but also to impose and create new platforms and have these platforms for new voices. And those voices have to be diverse. We need to have inclusion. We need to have diversity in all those voices, and not only activism in climate, but also in jobs, in partnerships. Make sure that if you own a company or you work for a company, you look for that in every partnership or alliance that you're building in, because it's really important to really, you see the results. If you have measure impacts, if you have any kind of report, you will see that it's not like a message, it's a reality that if you take all those little things, you create something beautiful and start working. So I think that's really, really important. And just as you mentioned, COP, it's really a unique space. It's a controversial space because it's always a different host city. It's always a different problematic. And each time we're reaching closer to 2030 and the climate emergency, and there's a lot of negotiations. There are people from different backgrounds, from countries, from NGOs, from different backgrounds, and to come all together and have this discussion and see and hear, to visualize, that's also really important, to visualize each other. I think that's also a powerful message. And the thing here is to take all those little things and to replicate it back when we get back to our countries or back to our platform, to say, oh, there are Nigerian voices, there are Ghanaian voices, there are Latin American voices. And I think some people couldn't see the video at the beginning, but that's something that, for example, Goodwill is pushing, or I can mention other platforms, but it's not his panel. They can invite us to other panel with the one. But for example, TikTok or Facebook, they have like this beautiful platform to in really, really powerful message. So they empower small creators, and that's how you keep that audience, because you're giving give them the space, giving the platform. So to take that message and reply it, it's something unique. And as I mentioned, it's to take it to your school, to take it to your job, to take it to your country and see how you can do it. That's what will be done in Mexico. From last COP, COP26, we start working with a youth program called the pre-COP session. So it just happened at 26, and we started from the next week that COP26 happened. We started a youth program that was pre-COP for this COP. So each month we have a permanent campaign. So we have 12 COPs, and a permanent campaign allows people to join, hear different message from different people, to not only see the diverse, but also hear and feel that diversity, and come to these spaces and exploit it the most possible.
I'll just add to Roberto, because we mentioned a lot of diversity, and you can see there's male presence on the stage. It's unfortunate that the female participant couldn't make it to COP as of now, but they were going to be with us tomorrow. But as you could see from the video, we had amazing ideas coming, of course, from male and female across the continents. And so this is very important as well, to make sure that we have a gender balance.
I would like to add something more as well. So he said like giving a message is something really important. But for me as well, with a message, we should like empower, make their connect with their hearts. Something which is so important for us to do as well, because if we are giving a message and the message just reaches, it gives them an idea, but they doesn't wanted to really break their comfort zone, come out, do something, make a video. It's something really hard for the young people, whoever I talk through. In the monthly meetings in the youth council, everyone says that it's really hard to start out, or we really wanted to do, but it doesn't comes out. It's really hard. So we wanted there should be something emotional support as well for young people to express themselves in feel in a big crowd. So for them to come out and express their feelings also is really important.
Thank you, Gokul. And very good point about the diversity with Sam. In fact, in the program we had participants from 55 different countries all around the globe, and we had a 60% participation in young women compared to a 40% participation of young men. As Wissam mentioned, we were supposed to have 2 young participants, also young ladies, today in this panel. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it in time with the flights and everything, and that's why we're all men today. But I wanted to ask you, beyond this program, like going forward, what are your plans to continue on the path as we started today with Sam?
Absolutely. So I guess there's a big movement around engaging youth worldwide to be part of the discussion, and not just to invite them just, as a, an added kind of thing. No, just to start from the beginning, to hear their voices, hear their perspectives, and see what you could do and co-create something original with them. So I guess this is a global movement that we're part of, and we're very glad to be with Goodwill and amazing partners as well. And there's lots of opportunities and forums where you could bring those youth voices and make sure that they're heard, and not only they're heard, it's just like some of their ideas can be also implemented through various initiatives. So this is a continuous journey that wouldn't end.
Yes, absolutely, and we're going to be together in this journey. I wanted to check if there is any questions from the audience. Please.
Hi everyone, my name is Islam. I'm a nutritionist. I'm also an activist, Italian, London-based, and now even in Egypt. I came earlier just to engage with the young people, and I wanted to ask to you, all of you, because you're working with young people, have you ever been disappointed? I mean, have you ever found any opposition from young people that was not originated by misperception or misinformation? I mean, once you have those young people with you and the origin of this confusion is not coming from those two places, have you ever been disappointed? And if not, would you be saying that investing in the young people because of this radical behavior and attitude is the best partnership that someone should be looking for sustainability matters?
I would like to start maybe with Roberto or Gokul. Like, since you live in the debates between young people, etc. Like, do you ever encounter this kind of like different opinions, conflict sometimes, like in a positive and constructive way? Like, and what is the outcome usually?
Yes, absolutely. I think the best example for this year is not to have Greta Thunberg here, because there's a lot of conversation behind and saying, from a youth and a youth perspective, you see there's a lot of critique about the COP planning, like how it was planned, and a lot of discussion about that. So just to focus in that, for example, I see a lot of young people from different backgrounds, from different communities, that they risk their life by exposing a message, not specifically climate or different gender, different messages in their communities, and they don't have these platforms. That's why, again, having a virtual, in-person, or mixed platform is so important, because we need to empower those voices and find a way to empower those voices. So again, the fact that she is not here, having this amazing and big platform, having millions of funding and not generating solutions, because if the problem was the COP, then take all the youth to another city of the world that you can choose. You have the money, you have the resources. Let this COP without youth. Take all the youth of the world and take it where you want it. And I'm sure they will follow your messaging, they will follow your platform, but you're not generating solutions, So the invitation is to be critic, but to generate solutions. So I think that's the main difference, not only with Greta, but also other activists. And as I say, to not give the space to allow new voices, to allow that diversity, and just to keep in one representative, or to keep, I think that's wrong. And as I mentioned before, I think that will be part of the next generation being so radical and saying, next. So we have to take care of that message. We need to take care of our investment, for example, for companies to say, how do I care that investment? Invest in youth is never lost. It's never lose money. It's never a lost investment, because you empower youth and they will be the future leaders. They are now the future leaders. So just to say that, just to discuss, to be diverse, to hear and visualize each other, I'm sure we can generate solutions. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess really no one owns the climate change agenda, right? It's a very democratic process. It's a global movement, and everyone can contribute with their unique ideas and thoughts around it. and I think it enriches the conversation when you have conflicting ideas or a little bit of tension. It's a learning experience, and we should not shy in inviting various voices, even if they don't really get along, because that's where the conversation becomes intense, interesting, and then a common ground will be found to make it really a good solution, a sustainable solution.
So I would like to say that it's really important to like have that as well, like some conflicts as well. It is because we are innovating and we wanted to make solutions happen. So if we have like different radical ideas, we wanted like someone like something or someone to bring that together. Something which each idea is unique and it has some like pros and cons, each idea. So if we could like, it's like youth voice have the like we need to like make sure that they feel like they are included, but also make sure that they doesn't like bring up with some radical ideas or radical things. Yeah, so it's something like who manages it all. It comes to them. So as a young leader, if I'm like I mostly try to like give the voice to them so that they can see what happens if the idea is implemented or anything. So that is something I can also learn from that. He can also learn from that, and everyone watching also can learn from that. So if possible, give some space for that radical idea, and we all learn. Something like that we try to implement. So yeah, that's something I would like to say. If it's like a really big decision or something like that, we try to like what is our perspective and discuss among ourselves with diverse voice, and then we come to a conclusion. So that person who writes that idea should also feel, yeah, my voice was included. Yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I say, from our point of view, if you never hear a critical feedback, is because you're not listening. Because any kind of important initiative will have different kinds of point of views and different kind of adjustments required along the way. And so it's really important that diversity of thoughts and representation in order to be able to really keep listening at all times in order to adjust the journey as you go. That's why we created the Youth Council, for instance, in Goodwill, because we want to hear those voices and also those criticism. It's normal, it's part of the way, also because the environment in which we work, and especially when we're talking about climate change, is dynamic. It's not always the same. Things are changing, dynamics are changing, the attitude of different stakeholders are changing, and that's why we have to keep adapting. And without having that kind of dissent, sometime flagging that things are not going the right way, you wouldn't be able to actually follow the right path along the way. I think we have time for maybe one last question. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much, Roberto, Goku, especially. My name is Nina, and I come from South Africa. And I have also worked with young people around amplifying their voices. What is very interesting to me in that work is that young people bear a huge responsibility to understand the complexity, to manage the emotional and community feedback and impact of how our world is changing and advocating for change. And I'm also very aware that while climate leaders and community leaders, young ones, are spreading the message of enrollment for climate action, we also in the Global South sit with very high inequality, rising unemployment for young people. In South Africa, our unemployment for youth is 64%. And South Africa has been declared the most unequal country in the world by the World Bank this year. So when we are talking about opportunities for youth, they are some of us who can connect, spread our messages, be resourced and empowered by organizations like Goodwill. But do you also face the other way to ask and demand for the kind of financing that requires training and skills for a green economy, for how, as we transition away from coal, our realities, our job realities are going to change. How are we preparing young people to deal with this, to be educated for this, to connect and mobilize for those kinds of changes? Besides for the very strong and important individual and community actions that you all are advocating for. And thank you for that.
Oh, just to be right on time. Yes, you know, we call that climate latitudes because of geographical latitudes. There are different things, same problem, different ways to face it, different ways that is affecting each country. So the way that we approach to that problem, it depends on the situation that's happening around. That's why the latitude, geographical latitude is so important. Socially, economically, politically, the environment, and you know, just also to be right on time. I think we have to take it, and that's why I said, if this generation, if we don't do nothing specifically, next generation are not going to have this panel. They won't even accept the invitation. They are radical, and they have reasons. They have why to, you know, the background of why they are radical and why are they being radical. So I think that's the answer. If we are the face of the youth now, we need to generate solutions. We need to put the message and to generate solutions. But if we fail, next generation, and this will be completely different. So you can imagine how everything will be from different climate latitudes.
Yeah, it is something like we are all really frustrated about. That's why we have the right to be radical. Yeah, we have the right to be radical. So from, sorry, I just forgot all the question you just said. Yeah, so, sorry, can you repeat the questions more?
It's okay. No, it's about the importance of also like demanding for also the funding of these opportunities for the young people. And maybe before we pass it again to Gokul, I just wanted to hear quickly from Wissam as one of the organizations that actually is making an effort in providing these opportunities, also from the financial point of view as well, which is a burden, but it's also an investment.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has a role to play in this, right? From government to private sector to academic institutions. So we all have to work together. I love Goal 17, Partnerships for the Goals, because we're not going to be able to solve any of those big problems individually, right? Or from a one lens or from one perspective. And these are investments in our youth and in our sustainability for the future. So for SAP, we have various initiatives across, for example, Africa, Skills for Africa, in Latin America, there's UNICEF partnerships, so all these kind of initiatives, and they all focus on education, because that's the most important. We have to really start from foundation education with keeping an eye on lifelong learning as well, because we need to tackle this throughout, you know, the whole spectrum.
Okay, so yeah, I just remembered your question. So, I speak to young people around the world like every month, last Friday, and most people ask me like, how can I get this opportunity? And one of the things, like museums for UN, they have something over here, like the setups here. So I went there yesterday, and I connected with youth from, I think it was from Israel or something. The first thing they asked me was, what is it in for me if I join the climate movement? And I was like, oh, it's something like you help focus for the planet, like help the planet out. We all live a better life and everything. So yeah, I can do support you, but what's in it for me? It's something big question I had like think on, like what should I give them a reply? So something I would like to say is that we as youth need help from you guys in getting better education as well on how we could decide. That's why we have youth negotiator program and everything that we are coming up right now. So education is a key, and also the inclusion of all these voices as well. So radical idea with education, and somewhat helping them with their radical ideas is also great, because we also helps us understand, and also they also feel like they are included. Radical ideas are also great. It's out of the box, and once we can help them implement that, that's something big for them as well as for us. Learning is a key for everyone, and we are still learning.
Very good point, Gokul. It's education is important, but also awareness of the impact of this kind of education, of this kind of action, is key to see for everybody, their own personal investment in what we're trying to achieve.
Yes.
And thank you. I think we ran out of time, unfortunately, so we're not going to have time for other questions. But I wanted to close thanking, first of all, our panelists here today. This was a very interesting conversation. Thank you, Wissam, Roberto, and Gokul. And I wanted to thank also Kite Insights and all the different partners that allow us to be here today. Thank you very much, and have a nice COP.
Please, everybody, also join me in thanking Eugenio for moderating.
Since the beginning, we've changed things. It's in our genes. It's what makes us human. Now we have a chance to change everything. Let's change water so it flows forever, energy so it powers our life sustainably, and mobility so cities become playgrounds. Let's change the way we feed the world, designed to live with nature, and create factories that make the future better. Let's change learning so it's lifelong, technology so it predicts our needs, and let's help prevent more illness than we need to cure. Let's change the way we think about money, how we explore the world around us, and how experiences come to life. This is where we can change it all. NEOM, made to change.
Everybody to the climate action stage. Today, as our COP daily theme is focused on the youth, I'm pleased to welcome Frank Brichal from Enewa, who's going to talk about the importance of youth engagement. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen here in the room and online. When people talk and think about NEOM, it's often about infrastructure. And don't get me wrong, there are quite a few technical and infrastructural challenges that we as NEOM still need to tackle. But in the next 20 minutes, I want to zoom in more into the people that eventually will come and live and work in NEOM, the role they play in a 100% renewable energy system, and how we are starting to engage with them through innovative technologies. Now, in order to deliver the dream of NEOM, 100% renewable energy plays a pivotal role. That's why more than a year ago, Enewa was established. Enewa is the company that designs, builds, and operates all the infrastructure that NEOM will need to harvest the wind and the sun, to make electricity, energy to drive all the activities in NEOM, like desalinating water, but also like producing hydrogen. And that hydrogen will provide green electrons and green molecules to make products for Enewa and for the world. Now, this sentence has quite some stuff to unpack, because in order to get zero carbon, clean energy, the energy system that is required has customers, has energy consumers, big and small, that play a much more important role, consciously and unconsciously, than in a traditional energy system. Let me try to explain that to you. In a traditional energy system, supply follows demand. That means that we as human beings are in charge of the energy sources that we use to generate the electricity. Whether it's nuclear, whether it's fossil fuel, when demand goes up, we can increase the supply. When demand goes down, we can reduce the supply. Now, you could argue, why is that so important? Why can we not have more supply than demand at any given moment? Well, I think most people understand that if you need more energy than is available, that the system then doesn't work, is intuitively clear. However, the same is also true when there is too much energy supplied. And just think about your home, you know, when there is a short circuit in your home, what happens? A fuse, you know, starts to protect your system, and the whole electricity system goes down. And actually the same kind of process is used to protect the overall energy system in any country in the world. That's why utilities, like in our case Enewa, but any utility in the world, is really balancing supply and demand 24/7, every second of every day of every year. So balancing supply and demand is really critical to keep an energy system afloat. Let's now make the same kind of reasoning in a 100% renewable energy system. You could say there, well, listen, if we install enough infrastructure that captures the sun and the wind to cover the peak demand, we should be fine. Well, that is not necessarily the case anymore, because there can be instances, and an easy thought is about clouds coming over the PV farm that you have established, where if the demand is high and your supply is not sufficient, you cannot ask cloud, please go away, or sun, shine a little bit more, or wind, blow a little bit harder. So in a renewable energy system, and certainly in a 100% renewable energy system where you have no alternative energy sources, you are no longer in charge of your supply. But you still need to comply with the requirement of balancing supply and demand every second of every minute, of every hour, of every day, of every year. That's where the customer comes in. That's where the energy consumers comes in. Because if you can no longer really control for 100% fully the supply, and you still need to balance demand and supply, you go and look at the demand side. And who says demand? says the customer, and that's what we call demand-side management, which is really critical and which will be a necessary enabler to build a 100% renewable energy system in NEOM. So building such a system is really about, first of all, recognizing the importance not only of the wind and the sun and all the infrastructure that we need to get the supply, it's also about making sure that we try to manage, to a certain extent, the demand of all the people living and working in NEOM. But when you start talking about demand, it's not only about, okay, there is a customer, it's about the activities, the requirements, the expectations that that customer, that energy consumer has. Because energy is used to provide a certain service, to provide cooling, to provide heating, to drive or power a car. So there is a direct link, much more explicit in a 100% renewable energy system between the activities of the customer and the energy system and the balancing of the energy system. So that's why the insights into the behavior of the customer, the requirements of the customer, and the availability of certain elements he can provide to the system to balance this demand and supply is really important. And let me again try to explain that to you with an example, because we call this flexibility. It's called the flexibility of the demand, which allows us to play with the customer demand, and hence implicitly a little bit also with his service requirements to balance our system. In most developed households, you have a refrigerator. In your refrigerator, you have frozen goods. That refrigerator is plugged into the grid and is using energy in principle all the time. Now, I think also everybody intuitively knows that when you pull the plug from the refrigerator and you do that for 5 minutes, your frozen goods in the refrigerator will not suffer from it, because there is an inherent thermal inertia in that refrigerator, because that refrigerator is insulated. While you unplug that refrigerator, you reduce the demand. Now assume that we can do that not only for one refrigerator, but we can do that for millions of refrigerators at the moment where the demand is too high for the supply of wind and sun that at that moment in time is available. And remember, we need to balance both all the time, every minute of every day of every year. So that's what we call flexibility of the demand. And this was an implicit one, because it's implicit due to the fact that the refrigerator is insulated. So if we, via digital means, are able to steer refrigerators and say, okay, all of a sudden there is too much demand, and in most cases, or very often, these peaks are not long. So if we can steer and unplug, between brackets, digitally refrigerators when the demand is too high, it will help us to balance the energy system in a 100% renewable energy system when there is too much demand. This is implicit flexibility. Of course, there's also explicit flexibility, where we could agree with some people, you know what, in these regions, cooling of houses is a very important demand source, that we agree with people, you know what, within a certain bandwidth, we have the liberty to go 1 centigrade up or 1 centigrade down in order to reduce demand at certain moments. So I think it's really important that people understand a 100% renewable energy system requires also demand-side management. Demand-side management is linked to the use of electricity and hence is linked to the activities of people. Now, in the NEOM context, and if we bring it to, let's say, the COP27 carbon theme, you could argue if you have a 100% renewable energy system, at least from an energy perspective, you're no longer generating carbon anymore, because you're generating it in a fully carbon neutral way. But of course, to build the system, we will not be from day one carbon neutral. So there will be a period where we will still have a certain carbon generation, and that's where also we already want to start engaging with the customer, because it's always customer human behavior that generates, in this instance, for instance, carbon, or for the energy system utilizes a certain amount of energy that for us has value, and the relation between the value and the behavior is what we want to understand better from people. Because that's indeed the important link to understand. We come from a system which seems very far away and which normally we don't think about because it's there all the time. Eventually, in a 100% renewable energy system, we should arrive at the same, but we do need to now develop a number of insights, techniques, and technologies to make this demand-side management functioning. And that's also why we really need to start engaging with people, understanding what they want, also trying to understand how we can influence or engage and improve or reduce certain behaviors, and even reward them for that. So it's about almost a continuous dialogue with our future and existing customers. But when you think about NEOM, there's a few things that we know about our customers. First of all, they are not in majority there yet. We still need to first build NEOM. And there are a few thousand people now working for NEOM, and they are, let's say, the pioneering customers, but eventually the people that will live in NEOM still are abroad. That's one thing that we know. The second point that we know is the people that eventually will be actively working and living in NEOM will be Gen Z and beyond. I mean, people like myself are a little bit older than Gen Z, so I will more than happily live in NEOM, but probably also more a little bit in a retired state than in an active state at some point. We do know that the generations that will actively populate NEOM are Gen Z and beyond. And we also know that these generations are digital natives. They switch between the digital and the real world on and off all the time. So if we want to engage with them now already, we need to meet them where they are. We know that majority of them are not in NEOM, they are in KSA, they are in GCC, they are in the rest of the world. They are digital, so we are starting to engage with them as we speak via digital channels, via immersive digital interactions in order to set up this dialogue and start to understand what they want, what drives them, and how can we start learning together with them how we can set up that 100% renewable energy system. Of course, since energy is driving all activities, if not most activities of human beings, the spectrum of scope is very big. But I chose to, let's say, link it to the COP27 event, which is all about carbon neutrality and reducing our carbon footprint. And as we speak, we are in a proof of concept with a startup that is developing an AI-based platform that, first of all, based on a questionnaire, defines a profile of anybody participating in the experiment, and then starts tracking the behavior. And via that tracking is then assessing the carbon footprint. And based on that carbon footprint, certain improvements in terms of behavior are suggested, and nudges are given to try to reduce the carbon footprint of the people that are using the Scone app. And we are also then looking into how can we reward people that, of course, behave in a way that their carbon footprint is reduced. Obviously, this is now in the context of carbon reduction, but as I explained earlier on, from an energy system perspective, the scope is much wider. But this is very relevant already for us. Why? We can test it both in NEOM and with people eventually outside NEOM that would like to participate in this experiment. And we also learn how to engage communities, which is, in all honesty, one of the big challenges that we have. Because what is important here is scale. We each have our small part, but it's the sum of all these small parts that eventually makes the difference, whether it's in carbon footprint reduction or in flexibility provision of an energy system. So yeah, that's indeed then the next step. Once we say, okay, or we see this works for a specific application and a specific community, it's about enlarging the scope of the activity. It's about enlarging the community and increasing the impact of the experiment. So that's where we are now currently, bringing it to a wider spectrum than more than the carbon footprint reduction. Because the carbon footprint reduction, and that's here the Scone AI, generates credits. It's not carbon credits, but it's green leaves in our experiments. And these green leaves can represent a value. And since we are engaging with digital natives, we bring it to a digital platform with a digital wallet, where these green leaves can be stored and can then be exchanged in the digital space for digital assets. That can be an avatar or a certain, and I'm too old to get into all those details, but it's clear that the youngsters are really into all kinds of digital assets, digital products that can be sold, that can be traded, also based on rewards that are earned via behavior, and that behavior can reduce carbon footprints, but could also increase the flexibility in our energy system and hence help us to stabilize our energy system. We don't want to only leave it to the digital space. We are also now looking into off-ramps, so where you can spend the earned credits into the real world, whether it's ordering something on Amazon or paying your energy or your water. These are all kinds of applications in the real world that we also are looking into. So it's really a full ecosystem of generating credits via behavior. Can also be doing sports via your health app. These credits are brought into a digital ecosystem where you can use them to exchange in the digital world, which is really something that is very relevant for the future generations that we want to attract to NEOM, but even for the a little bit older generations who still want to buy stuff in the real world, we provide off-ramps to do so. And eventually, the intent is, and we're still in the early stages of our concept, is to indeed use these kind of interactions and applications to engage with the future generations, the future people that will live and work in NEOM. Of course, we need an engine to develop all these apps, all these applications, and it's not only about, let's say, the technical dimension, because I would say at this stage our main challenge is not technical, our main challenge is the community building and the community engagement. That's where really we are learning, and that's where the community experience factory comes in. So it's not only a factory where we build digital products, it's also a factory where we want to find ways to have a continuous dialogue with our existing and future customers of NEOM and of Enowa. So yeah, in a nutshell, 100% renewable energy system is not only about the wind and the sun, it's really also about the customers, the consumers of energy that need to provide this flexibility in order to allow us to stabilize at any moment in time a 100% renewable energy system. And that's also why we need to understand them better, that's why we need to engage with them, and that's why we need to do next generation engagement. And it's next generation in two ways. It's next generation in terms of engaging with the next generations, but it's also next generation because we are using all kinds of immersive digital innovative approaches to meet these next generations where they are in the digital space, in the so-called metaverse. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Climate Action Stage. I'm very pleased to introduce David Way, who is the Managing Director for Climate and Nature at BSR. He's going to be introducing the rest of his panel for this discussion today. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much, and welcome to this event on how climate transition action plans transform net zero targets into action. I'm with BSR, formerly Business for Social Responsibility. We're a global nonprofit member network and consultancy that works with our 330 member companies to build a just and sustainable world. We also have the privilege of serving as the secretariat of a small group of companies called Transform to Net Zero. There are 10 cross-sectoral leaders, including the three of the companies here, and joined also by EDF. In its most recent publication, Transform to Net Zero outlines the 11 key elements of a model climate transition action plan. And these plans are getting more and more popular and salient as time goes on. So far this week, credible net zero action by businesses has had at least 2 shots in the arm. First, the UN's high-level expert group on the net zero commitments of non-state entities has issued its recommendations. UN Secretary General Guterres was clear, in fact, that we must have zero tolerance for net zero greenwashing. And second, the UK Transition Plan Task Force's framework and guidance on transition plans has now been released. And that's why we're really lucky today to have with us 3 of the Transform to Net Zero members and 2 of the Transition Plan Task Force members, even though there are only 4 people on stage. Moving to my left are Michelle Lancaster, Chief of Staff to the Sustainability Lead at Microsoft, Thomas Lingard, Global Head of Environmental Sustainability at Unilever, Fernanda Ficini, Head of Sustainability at Natura Latam, and David Harris, Head of Sustainable Finance, Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships at the London Stock Exchange Group. For reference, both Thomas and David are members of the UK's Transition Plan Task Force. I only wish the US had a Transition Plan Task Force. So we are here today to talk about how climate transition action plans can generate credible action by companies. We all know that we need to have emissions by the end of this decade. We all know how urgent this climate action is. To be credible, therefore, we know that companies have to have science-based short-term goals and reduce emissions towards them. So today, what I'd like to do is to try and explore some less well-known questions with you about how CTAPs can actually generate dollars and tons to build net zero value chains, and also what in climate transition action plans is evidence not of incremental change, but of the business transformation that will give a company the longevity and the will to take us all the way to net zero, instead of running ashore after the cheap emissions have been eliminated. On these really important subjects, I want to begin with you, Thomas, because I think you may well be the origin of one of the first, if not the first, standalone climate transition action plan, Unilever's. So I want to ask you how your standalone climate transition action plan came about and how it relates to Unilever's business strategy.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you so much for the invitation to be with you all here today. I certainly wouldn't sort of claim with the first. We haven't done a broad survey, but we were certainly early in the journey. And it came around 2020. We started to see the conversation around, can we call them CTAPs? I hate the jargon, but transition plans coming into being. It was a civil society push, actually. A lot of NGOs saying, well, great that you're setting all these net zero targets, business, but like, are you actually going to do anything now to start delivering them? And so there was a kind of accountability push from civil society and investors also saying, yes, actually, we'd be very interested in this information too. And most of the early sort of CTAPs were driven by activist resolutions at company annual general meetings saying we want to put a resolution to the board requiring it to prepare a transition plan. And if there's one thing businesses don't like, it's being told what to do by other people, particularly their investors. So the conversation in Unilever was, why don't we propose our own resolution, that we're going to adopt a transition plan and ask investors to vote on it. So we sort of took the initiative, announced that we would do that, and in spring of 2021, we issued our Unilever Climate Transition Action Plan. You can find it on Google if you look for it. And we put it to the annual general meeting, and it was an interesting move, and a lot of people rang up and said, why are you doing that? You're just creating work for yourself. And we're like, no, we think this is a a valid point. We think it's good to share what we're doing, share what we know, what we don't know, the assumptions we're making, how we see that transition happening for our business. So it's about a 60-page document. It's a lot of setting out definitions, being transparent, about what we mean, what we're going to do, what we're not going to do, prompted really good investor engagement. And we didn't know how it was going to fare at the AGM, right? People were ringing us up going, "How do you think it's going to do? What you might get 20% support, 30%," and we were like, "I don't know. We'd be pleased with like 50. 50 would be great." And then the votes came in. We got 99.59% approval from shareholders, which we nearly fell off our chair because we were like, we're not expecting that level of support. But I think it just shows how much appetite there is from the investor community for the beginnings of this kind of detailed engagement. And I would say it's engagement more than disclosure, because this isn't just like financial accounting where you list a load of very accurate numbers on exactly what happened last year. This is much more narrative about how you see the transition going down, the decisions you're making, how you're prioritizing actions within your business. So that's what happened. Now we have a CSAP, and now we're very busy trying to implement it.
99.6% is nothing to scoff at. Can I ask if you to pick out a few parts of your CTAP that you believe point to business transformation that will give Unilever longevity towards net zero?
Yeah, so we would chunk our CTAP up into kind of 5 key elements. There are sort of four that we talk about as our sort of onion model, if you imagine the concentric sort of layers of an onion. We talk about what we're going to do in our operations in terms of our factories, in our offices and labs, mostly power and refrigeration emissions. We talk about our value chain, which is obviously the lion's share of our emissions overall. We talk separately about our products and brands. So we're a very heavily brand-centric company, and we want to try and encourage the leaders of our different business divisions to think not only about assuming that the business is the same, but we slightly decarbonize, but what element of portfolio transformation might there be over the journey? What sort of things do we have to think about at a brand level to activate? And crucially, a kind of outer layer around our wider influence in society, and that's where groups like BSR and Tons come in, because we think we're just not going to get there without really sustained engagement in shifting the public policy framework, shifting how value chains and other companies are thinking about this. So we put a lot of emphasis on that. And then additionally, we have a kind of layer around governance and accountability, where we set out how we're going to refresh the transition plan over time, how we're going to govern it through the internal board processes and the committees below that. So we're quite specific about how this will be run internally.
Yeah, and if I can stay on the practical and specific, can I ask how often you intend to revise your CTAP and what you think might be in the next version?
Yeah, so we, we're in a context now where there were lots of reports coming out telling you how to write a transition plan. None of those really had been published when we did, so we had to make this up. We felt that about 3 years felt about right. You've got to have it short term enough that it makes sense, and it's not something that people can kick into the long grass. So you need targets in the sort of short term, but every year is it's a lot of work to do this properly. So it's a bit of kind of set the course and then review on a 3-yearly cycle. And a lot of the guidance seems to be coming around, in line with that.
Super. I want to turn now to Michelle. Michelle, what about for Microsoft? What is in your operating system, pun intended, as a company that will help you keep going forward towards net zero through the ups and downs, even after the low-hanging fruit is picked?
Yeah, and I think I'll start by picking up where Thomas led. Our operating model and even our report follows much those same categories, because like any good company in sustainability, we upcycled some content. And we think about the theory of change the same way in terms of operation, supply chain, our products and services, and then our wider ecosystem, which for us also includes a $1 billion innovation fund. So we think about how do we actually make markets and drive markets. And for Microsoft, that started out with putting a PC on every desk. This is actually really core to our DNA, but I think that is the key to your answer, David. It is not enough to have a plan. You have to have the political will and the engagement of the entire company to support that plan. And I think about this all the time, is that climate change is really systems change, which means every system has to change. Businesses are nothing if not a system or a node of that. And so that transition is both how are you going to change your business, but how do you embed it into your business across all of those sectors. So I think there are a lot of ways that we thought about not just how we wrote the plan, but how we involved the rest of the company in crowdsourcing and ideas. and then really making them accountable for that. We had an unfair head start. We've had an internal carbon price since 2012, so we had already had a lovely relationship with all of our business units as we took actual money out of their P&L every year based on their carbon emissions. And so we were actually able to use that governance and accountability mechanism to start to make the correlation between cost and carbon. And then once that was there, it was really easy to actually make the next leap, which I think is really critical, is that it's not a CSR issue. We went from compliance to risk to opportunity. And now the entire business at Microsoft understands that if we do a good job of addressing this, it does all of the things that marketers love: brand love, consumer interests. Hopefully you will enjoy your Surface device a little bit more. We're not making phones anymore, don't worry about that. The devices, though, spot on. But it really is, how do you get your company comfortable for when your first blip in the radar happens? And we got to experience that firsthand. I'm responsible for our first 2 sustainability reports at Microsoft, and we had that fun. I was at Glasgow at COP last year when I got the phone call. They said, you might want to step out of your panel because it appears our Scope 3 emissions are up 23%. That is not what you want to hear in your second year on a journey towards carbon negative, that you're off course, and you're off course by an order of magnitude. But I think in a lot of companies, if you're new in that and you don't have that governance model and that accountability and that understanding of opportunity, that looks like risk. And companies do not like risk. They want to push that down. We looked at it as an opportunity to have a larger conversation about methodology. Spend-based methodology in Scope 3 is the devil, and I'm happy to talk about that for a much longer period of time later. But it really prompted a conversation about how do we collect data, how do we make and manufacture our devices, and at the end we had the full support of Satya Nadella, our Chief Marketing Officer, and Brad Smith to not only include that in the report, to make that the lead. That was the headline that we went out and drove and said, really, Scope 3 accounting is hard. And so I think having the action plan is helpful, but you need to have the buy-in to do that. I think there is just a lot of work that needs to go into both translating those pieces and getting that will engaged, but then really making sure that you have champions that are in it for the long term and not judging it on a quarter-by-quarter basis, which is just hard in business, but it's really important.
Yeah. You just used a term, a blip in the radar, and I'm sure many companies, as they start implementing their CTAPs en route to net zero, are going to face those blips. Can I ask you how you think Microsoft has built resilience to failure, and how that might even be factored into plans?
Well, I did already mention Microsoft phones, so that might be part of it. Those of you that remember Zoom, remember we don't always get everything right the first time. But I think, again, we have a little bit of an unfair advantage. We're a technology company. So we're used to going fast. We're used to understanding the market. We're understanding how to fail fast and how to use that as learning and not as a failure. And that is exactly how we took on that Scope 3 challenge. So I think, did we teach that? No. I think Satya actually brings a lot of that. We talk about growth mindset all the time. If you come to Redmond ever, you will hear 3 things. You'll hear growth mindset, you'll hear digital transformation, and you will hear fail fast. And so that's just core to kind of our DNA. But I do think it's also taking the long game. I think we had already started convincing people that this is not something that is going to happen on a quarterly basis. It's not going to happen on a linear process either. I think the term of art that we coined last year was progress will be lumpy. And I think that fought to keep that word in because I like it better than blip on the radar. But it is going to be lumpy. These are not hockey stick curves. Every company is going to do this differently. The standards are changing, the data is changing, the reporting is changing, and every day that we get better, sometimes it's going to mean that the data shows that we actually didn't understand how bad it was beforehand. And so that's where we have another unfair advantage. We're a data-driven company, and so we don't see those things as problems. We see that as a diagnostic tool that we use every day in our business to get better.
You're absolutely right. There will be no more blips. There will be lumpy progress on the long game. Like oatmeal progress. And I think here you're pointing to a length of game, the timescales question, that is one that, for the past couple of years, the Climate Committee has really wrestled with ever since Mark Carney coined the term the tragedy of the horizon. And I was just curious, I'm actually going to ask the other 3 panelists whether or not there are any views on how climate transition action plans can help situate folks into the long game, where there is going to be lumpy progress and not just look quarter by quarter. Any thoughts?
I mean, maybe I can give a bit of a view from, I guess, the financial sector, where obviously, we're looking at corporate transition plans, and you've obviously seen the kind of big announcements in terms of kind of GFANZ and the 130 trillion of you know, assets under management and finance, where they're looking to try and we're looking to try and integrate net zero and transition plans into every financial decision. Well, so you know, there is this big expectation here, but there's also, I think, an appreciation that this is a learning process, and that actually, when it comes to, you know, there is an expectation that climate reporting needs to be there. It should be there already, but transition plans and how you get to net zero is still emerging, and there's you know, even across the financial community, there's different ways of assessing and trying to measure that and understand what is good enough. And I think at the moment, I think it's still quite exploratory, and as Tom said, you know, the financial sector is very appreciative when companies are putting their transition plan up to vote. And I should say also, we're at London Stock Exchange Group is a listed company in our own right, so we also put our transition plan up for a vote. We need to kind of practice what we preach, but I think, you know, as we go forward, that's going to get a bit tougher, and there's going to be a lot more scrutiny around how you've set those targets. Are they stretching enough? How are you doing against them? Are you delivering against them? But at the moment, you need to start thinking this through and working it through.
Very, very good. Do you mind if I just ask David, as a follow-on, what you think of the 99.6 result at Unilever? Do you have any thoughts?
It's higher than ours. We got 97, so so you beat us.
I'm sorry, you also had 97?
We were 97.
Okay, all right. Well, it's a real competition then,
I should say, actually, to be fair, ours wasn't, you know, and I'll be honest, ours was not brilliant. In fact, it got some big gaps. We focused very much on the easy stuff, like, so the operational emissions, rather than how we're building this. We focused on the easier stuff, our kind of operational emissions, but much less on, you know, we were much lighter touch on how we're going to building this into the analytics, the indexes, the data, how we operate as an exchange as well. So, you know, it's again also a journey, and you know, next time round we expect to put a lot more, you know, kind of details. I was going to say meat on the bone, but more tofu on the in the veggie burger around. You know, so we'll provide more detail as we go along.
Very good. Let me turn to Fernanda next and ask again about, if in your case, the DNA. I seem to always be picking nouns that relate to the companies, but the DNA of Natura & Co. You're the only B Corp here, for example. Can you describe some of the advantages that might give you?
Yes. Good afternoon for everybody. It's very good, important for us as a Brazilian company to be here, working about that. In our B Corp journey, we faced a lot of challenges, but it was an important journey for us to lock the stakeholder governance, because at this point we include also people and planet from our perspective to be our stakeholders. And we have been working since 2016 in developing a methodology that we called integrated P&L, when we evaluate and change our models, typically account for valuation. So I think it's a mindset challenge to everybody to move from king quarter to a kind of valuation model thinking. And for us, this methodology is enabling us to see and to show to our stakeholders how can our model can evolve to society. Because for each $1 that we have in our revenues, we generate more than 1.5 with social and environmental benefits for society. So it's a very important movement for us as a company, because our business are based in the biodiversity, and we need to evolve this agenda and compose this with planet, people, and business together.
Can I ask you then just to talk a little bit about how Natura works with its people, and how that helps you deliver on net zero?
Yes, it's a very important movement. We need to involve and to engage all the people around us. Our network, we start this journey with our people inside the company, educating them and establishing the carbon, for example, our carbon footprint is a KPI that is linked with all the profit share of our employees. It's an important movement for us. We have an education process. And for us, it's about consistency. Every day, a lot of resilience doing that with our people. We have a supplier relationship program too that we call Embrace. And at this program, we have doing a kind of education process with all the suppliers too, to evolve in our environmental and social agenda. And we are putting requirements for them to be with us because we have more than 10,000 suppliers in our value chain. So it's an important movement to evolve all the network that we have.
Super. I want to ask David at least to put on your transition plan task force hat on. Thomas, if you'd like to put the hat on, you're welcome to join him. It's up to you. Can you just tell, maybe I'll ask Dave first, just to tell us a bit about the Transition Plan Task Force, which people might not have heard about its framework and guidance. I believe they are in draft now and under consultation. And then just to say whether or not the experience of these three companies resonates with what that asks for.
Well, thank you, David. And I should also say thank you very much for the invitation here today and for the very important work on transition plans. At COP26, there were three particularly big kind of climate finance announcements. One was the setting up of the International Sustainability Standards Board. Second was the launch of GFANZ. And the third, which, I mean, particularly coming from the UK, I think but I think has global relevance, was the announcement by the then Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, Chancellor of in the UK, who's now Prime Minister, was that every UK company would need to publish a transition plan by 2024. So the first country to mandate transition plans. So we've already got TCFD mandatory reporting, but also now transition plans on top. So there was an announcement that a task force would be set up to set out exactly what this transition plan should look like and what they should be. That's co-chaired by the UK government and Aviva Investors. It's got CEOs from different companies, including Unilever, including London Stock Exchange Group. I should say we're also very passionate about this issue because it's not only, obviously, we are a company doing it ourselves, but we are a massive consumer of climate data and provider of data. We came together with Refinitiv, the financial data business from Thomson Reuters, last year. And we also have our index business, FTSE Russell, as well. So we have over 600 analysts who are pouring through corporate sustainability reports, pulling out sustainability data at the moment. And transition plan data is really essential to building a lot of data and analytics and indexes. Also on that group is people like WWF, also the accounting agencies, regulators, Financial Conduct Authority, Bank of England, and then what we've reached this week has been the launch of two documents. One is the overall framework, and then the other is a guidance document for companies, and then connected with that is kind of a technical annex. Key things about this is, firstly, we're not trying to create some kind of new framework. This builds off, and it's got exactly the same structure as what GFANZ has developed, which is what offer real economy transition plans, and that in itself builds entirely from TCFD, CDP, Climate Action 1. It's got nothing new in it, so we just show how the different pieces fit together within a transition plan. And I think that's really important because I think everyone's fed up of new frameworks and new standards, and we need to drive alignment here. And so that's also what we've been trying to do here. So there's a lot of real focus on what has been termed international interoperability. Clearly, we don't want this just to be ultimately something which is different in the UK to elsewhere. If we've done it right and if this is developed in the right way, then hopefully it becomes a pragmatic approach to how you take transition plans and you put them into a regulatory context. And other regulators can, if it's been done in a sensible way, can hopefully pick it up and start to use it in other markets as well. It also looks at a bit more of a kind of a strategic and rounded approach to transition. So not just about companies very initially focusing on their decarbonisation, but actually how does the whole ecosystem decarbonise? To a lot of the points which actually the panelists, what resonates so well is, how do you work with your peers, your suppliers, your clients, and how do you also engage governments as well around it? The areas, very briefly, it covers about kind of the foundations, including objectives and priorities and business model implications, implementation strategy, engagement strategy, metrics and targets, and then what's the kind of the governance and the kind of accountability mechanisms around it. So there's quite a lot there. What's important, though, is also, and I think we'll get more into this as we start to do the sandboxing, also, so we're going to be working with a range of UK companies to test this out now and to give us feedback about what's working, what's not working, how to make this really accessible. But also any companies around the world who look at it and use it, we're also very keen for feedback. And there's also kind of an online consultation for those who are looking at the framework and saying, well, we think this works, or this really is not so relevant or not helpful, or it's all too complex, you need to boil it down. Your feedback will be really helpful. So that's...
Do you mind then if I ask you where you think all of this is going? Do you think we're headed to a world where CTAPs are universal, not only in the UK, for example, with international interoperability and disclosed across global jurisdictions?
I think it's absolutely essential. And I should say, we've just come out earlier this year, and I think it's a bit unusual for an organisation like us to do it, but we've said, right, we want every government in the world to mandate, firstly, climate reporting based on TCFD by 2025. Secondly, green revenue reporting, companies to break out revenues associated with products and services that provide solutions, and set out why you think they are. And then, but thirdly, transition plans. But we haven't set a date on that because it's a bit more emerging. I think it's essential that happens. You talked about in the US. Well, actually, in the SEC consultation, it does cover transition plans. So, obviously, there's a bit of work to get through to see whether that actually all gets implemented. In the ISSB, again, it's not a lot of detail, but transition plans are referenced in the exposure drafts as well. So this is coming. It's really important that this happens quickly as well, because also the financial sector, to move the capital and to move the financing, the whole financial sector is reliant on this information as well.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the ISSB has, I believe, voted in transition plans into its upcoming disclosure, and of course, those of us in the United States all await with bated breath the work of the SEC. I'd love for each of you to pick a stakeholder, an environmental stakeholder who is going to pore over your climate transition action plan, and just talk a little bit about, if you were sitting at coffee with them, what you would wish to convey to them or persuade them of about this particular document. I hope that's not too abstract. Have a think about it, and then maybe someone can jump in.
I'll go first. One of the things that we included in our transition plan was an emphasis on carbon removals. We had a lot of conversations internally and still have a lot of conversations if it is right to include carbon removals up front before you actually reduce all of your emissions down. For us, that is a conversation we had internally. We continue to have a lot with organizations. The way that we shape that transition plan, I should be clear too, is that our goal is to become carbon negative by 2030 across scopes 1, 2, and 3, to reduce as much as humanly possible across 1 and 2, a plus that we are well on in combination of EVs, alternative fuels, and renewable electricity. We are cutting our scope 3 emissions in half, and then and only then can we apply removals to the rest of them. So even that had a pathway in our plan. We just removed the time boundness on this. We didn't say that we have to wait until we get to the 50% reduction in supply chain before we actually start doing removals. And we actually had this conversation with several NGOs in the US and internationally. We also ruled out essentially avoided offset credits, so things like clean cook stoves, maintenance of forestries, everything we applied renewable energy principles, so it has to be additional. It's got to be net new sequestration that's literally pulled out of the atmosphere. We got a lot of pushback on both of those. I think they were right for us. I don't know that they're right for everybody, but they were right for us because our goal was intended to be carbon negative. And if you work at an engineering company, try to convince an engineer that you can get to positive or not not a negative integer if you're claiming to be carbon negative. So it literally had to be at least some percentage lower than 0, and the only way that you get there is with carbon removal. And so I think for us in those conversations, the ability to have the documentation and the data, and then also to explain that we had actually thought about this. There were reasons behind these. We were not looking at carbon removal as a get-out-of-jail-free card, but as an essential part of what we were doing. And then back to that previous comment, too, it was not just about purchasing this. It's about driving a market forward, because if we need carbon removal to actually get to carbon negative and cut our Scope 3 emissions, which are the largest part of our emissions, but still relatively manageable as an IT company, then surely a food, an agri, it's impossible to get there with just reductions alone. So I think in that transition plan, the level of detail and documentation that we had made those conversations much, much easier for us.
Yeah, I mean, the same issue, right, for us about the dreaded offset word, and the spikiest environmental stakeholders that we've got are the green NGOs and the Greenpeace and so on, very worried that the offsetting space is going to become a greenwashing cover for business as usual. And, we share that concern, but at the same time, we're a business with big agricultural supply chains, a lot of tropical forest commodities, and we're very concerned also about the problem of deforestation and how the world can generate finance flows in to protect standing tropical forests. And so we've tried to tread a very careful line, which we take several pages in our CTAP to set out, which is that, like Microsoft, we're looking at, for the netting in our net zero target, we're talking about something down the road that is, permanent removals, that we won't count offsets towards our interim and medium-term greenhouse gas reduction targets, but that we will invest in natural climate solutions. We announced a €1 billion Climate and Nature Fund to allow our brands to take action investing in projects which may generate credits or may not, but the point is that they're doing the right thing in terms of forest protection. And we'll find other ways to commercialize that, not through delivery of a net zero pathway, but through, might be consumer claims around investing in nature. It's a very, very thin line to walk and a tricky one to communicate, but we're sort of comfortable that we've got that broadly right in terms of our approach to that issue.
I'd like to start commenting about your point about deforestation, because deforestation is an important part of our discussion, because we are in Brazil, we are very close to the Amazon region, and our portfolio needs biodiversity to have our business continuity. So in our vision, until 2030, we will need to achieve our net zero goals, but we need to achieve this deforestation target too, because it's no matter about that. For me, there is 3 points. It's important to prioritize in getting our people on board with our net zero journey, talking a lot about this with suppliers, with our clients, with our people inside our company. It's about resilience and consistency. I've talked a lot about that, but I think it's a very important talk that we have to put a word about that. I think the second point for me is about collaboration, because we need to help each other. We need to help to work together with other industries. Why not to work with Unilever to achieve our suppliers, to achieve their targets? Because we need them to achieve our Scope 3. It's a very important discussion about that. So we are in the same team because we are here in the Earth, in the planet. So we need to work together and to have more collaboration between the sectors. We are trying to do this in the Latin American region, but I think we need to do that worldwide. And the last point for me is to set a clear pathway, because we need to work in a short and a mid and a long term to consist our movements and to achieve. We established our vision in 2020, and we are looking through these 31 KPIs, and we are working hard to try to achieve our net zero target because now we are more than a Natura brand because we are now have 4 brands with us, so we have to decarbonize our value chain. But I believe it's possible. It's very important, and to put nature in the equation, because the nature is an important part of our business and our lives, and without nature we can not do, and in the nature we have to consider people too.
I think, so for us, yeah, in some ways the easier bit is actually our Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions, which is how we, for example, for us Scope 3 is about engaging our suppliers and getting them to set net zero targets as sure for the others. But there's this complex part for us because we're a financial sector, but we're not a bank, we're not an asset manager, we're not actually directly financing this stuff, but we are enabling it, we're enabling others in the financial sector through the exchange, through the data and the analytics. So through Refinitiv, we have kind of Icon terminals. We provide a lot of the data analytics that the bankers and the finance sector are consuming. The indexes, which allow pension funds to structure their portfolios and to allocate their assets across different asset classes. So the real question for us, and where we have real impact, is how we build this into these products and services as normal. And so that's the critical thing. Really, how do we enable the financial sector to act? And also, how do we work with our peers to try and drive some of the things we need to see, some of the obstacles? And there is this big obstacle around data. And I've been talking about this. In some ways, I'm bored talking about it. I'm sure everyone's bored of data. But it's, okay. But,
data at Microsoft, bring it on.
Well,
More.
I'll give you some stats. So, if you take the 4,000 largest companies in the world, so that what we call large and mid caps, developed in emerging markets, 42% of those companies don't even provide their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, let alone Scope 3, let alone setting targets. And so so we're all forced to actually kind of have to estimate missing data. So we and our peers have to do that. We produced a report earlier this year called Mind the Gap, bringing clarity to carbon emissions data, which showed all the different ways that you can estimate carbon emissions data. And it showed that for 70% of the estimates, the differences between the different estimate approaches is over 100%. These estimates are just really no good to build these kinds of financial transition around. So what we need to see is much better data from companies to enable all of this to happen. And we also need to work collectively. So there's an announcement actually today. We, together with also all of the other data players, have formed this another beautiful acronym, the Net Zero Public Data Utility. And the idea is freely available climate data. So it's be on a platform. It's got the CEOs of all of the major data players on it. And the idea is that, and it was also coming together with CDP as well, so it's not kind of replicating. But for quantitative data, for carbon emissions and for targets, we're issuing an RFP and the white paper today. Yeah, this will be like free and available data, and hopefully should also mean a consistency between the different providers. But yeah, it requires all of us to work, I guess, collaboratively with peers in the market to help try and overcome some of this.
Well, I want to say I love the idea of a public data utility. I hate the idea of adding NZPDU to the list of climate acronyms and that everyone has to keep track of. We have about 5 minutes left. I'd love to leave that for audience questions. And is that already a hand up? That's all right. It's one. So first over to the back, and then we'll come up to you, sir. So if you could go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. My name is Islam. I'm a nutritionist, and therefore I'm very concerned about biodiversity and the risk that it's facing at the moment globally in Brazil or other places like in Italy, where every meter square is putting something at risk if you don't look after the climate problems. So I was wondering, what would you say we can do under the point of view of health to optimize health and by enforcing the food production chain? Let's say we are actually producing mainly 3 crops: maize, corn, and wheat, and those are having huge a huge impact on the land usage and the biodiversity. Should that be taken into consideration? Because we are made of bacteria. We depend on diversity for our health, for our physical and mental health, our development. So should our health and the health of the planet be included within the transformation plan?
I'm going to turn it over to Fernanda first, and then Thomas if he wants to add.
Okay. In our experience for Natura, we are trying, for example, evolving our supplier for palm tree to an agroforest system, because at that space we will have a lot of, how can I say, a lot of species in the same space, and this kind of interaction would be much better for us. So we are working hard in the same space. We are trying to developing our carbon projects to offset our emissions. So it's a very important project for us because it will help the planet, and the palm trees are a very important part of our supply chain. So I think it will be a case for the world.
Is it working? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we absolutely think that where there are nature-related aspects to the net zero transition, that they should be included within the climate transition plan. But more broadly than in the CTAPs, we're obviously here at COP27, but there's another COP coming up in Montreal, COP15. We're working very actively with groups like Business for Nature on that, who are looking to advocate for, very high ambition, nature-positive goals in the global framework, for a big reform of environmentally harmful subsidies, because a lot of this stuff happens because it's cheaper to do the wrong thing than the right thing. And also, we can see the kind of disclosure that we've seen on climate coming on nature. So we think that mandatory disclosure on nature-related impacts is coming, and then we're supporting the advocacy calls for that.
So what I'm going to do is I'll allow one more question, sir, yours, and then I will end on time, and then I will ask if you wish to speak to the speakers, maybe you can just hold outside there for a few minutes, and that's just to be respectful to the next group that's coming in. Go ahead, sir.
Mustafa Sherbini, I am chief leader of initiative in Egypt and our world in Arab and Africa. This is climate ambassadors. This is pioneer initiative in this area. I need to ask one question, have two parts. The first one about Microsoft and all media, all the same technology, information technology. I need to ask about the carbon footprint for the user of Microsoft. About user, not I'm ask about the Microsoft. I know all the world, the population 7 million. Is there right now? I think 4 million and 7% use internet. The carbon footprint each 1 minute, I think 4 gram carbon produce. What the question? What is the effort and what do Microsoft about the user for the carbon footprint? What is how we can produce this? How can reduce the emission?
Sure. So
second.
Go ahead. Yep. Finish. Yep.
Okay. Second question. Do you think this Paris Agreement, there is no any authority for all the country to reduce the to go to zero emission? How can to go to zero emission and there is no any authority for this authority can make liabilities and they can make law, not only agreement and any country can withdraw after 2 years. How can to go the zero carbon if there is no good law
or good make organization in United Nations like Council, like Security Council, have forced to make to make each country have liabilities for this agreement.
Sure.
Thank you.
Michelle, you on the first?
One might be for me.
And the second one, it's up to if anyone or I'll take it.
Yeah, so at Microsoft, we're looking at the footprint of all of our services, and data centers and cloud solutions are a big piece of that. They're really, I'm going to try to keep it short. We have literally thousands of pages written on this that you can read, but we look at it in three ways. It's really fuel for our data centers, that's electricity. We think about the hardware that goes into our data centers that produce that, so servers, computers, et cetera. And then we think about software, both that we make and manufacture that runs on top of our cloud, and that also makes that cloud more efficient. So when it comes to our sort of fuel source to operate the cloud, and we're a cloud provider, not an internet provider, but from the cloud side, we are intending to be fully on renewable energy by 2025. That's a global representation. Not every data center has a renewable energy source next to it, but we're investing in those to make sure that anytime we bring in a data center, we bring in clean energy to that region that our data center and the local citizens would likely benefit from. The second part of that is hardware. So we don't make and produce the chips or the servers or even the server racks that go into our data centers. That's in our supply chain. That's a big part of the work that we have to bring down our supply chain emissions. So we spend a lot of time working with semiconductor companies like TSMC to reduce the carbon footprint of semiconductors, a lot of time with Intel and some of our other friends making chips. So how do we make the production of those, the operation, and then the end of life recycling of those much better? So we now own and operate 10 different essentially recycling centers for electronics inside our data centers that are now part of the business model. So it's fully circular. And the last part I mentioned is software. It's kind of our bread and butter. So it's both everything from how do we measure the carbon efficiency of software? Do you actually need 10 virtual machines to perform that algorithm, or do you just need one? And then we're using that software actually to use to gain efficiencies back in that operation. So for example, any of you that have devices that have Windows as the operating system, we just launched a carbon-aware Windows system. So just like you get a time of your update, you can now choose it for the most carbon-aware time. So when your grid is most likely to be greenest, there are a bunch of things that we're doing internally that you will never see that make that more efficient. So the dark screen, a number of things, including killing Clippy. That's a joke, sorry. It has no carbon benefits, but it's fun. So it's really, we're looking at holistically what it takes for us to make and produce that, what it takes for you to do that. All of that shows up in our scope 3. It's the biggest category that we have to deal with. So it's really all three of those pieces, software, hardware, and the fuel.
All right. Before we go, does anyone want to make comment on the second question, or do you want to leave that to me?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there are those who say, yes, wouldn't it be great if we had the UN as a global government that could just make rules and then we'd all just do net zero and it would just happen. But that's not the world we live in. And the theory of change, I think, that many of us are working to is, you can get long-term signals from the legitimacy of the international process in the UN. Businesses then have to take that forward. We think businesses have to go first and create political space then for national leaders to then raise the standards in country, because they say, oh look, there are some big businesses in our country doing this, so actually we think everybody can, and we raise this floor. So it's a bit of a dance, a bit of a choreography of the international political action, the business leadership, civil society holding to account, and national government then legislating. It's not one or the other. There are all kinds of utopias we could imagine, but we're stuck in the world that we're in. So.
Better answer than I would have given. So if you could please all give our speakers a round of applause.
Everybody to the Climate Action stage, here for our screening and panel discussion for the We Are Antarctica film. I'm pleased to introduce as a moderator, Anthony Bennett, who is CEO of Reboot the Future. Thank you, Anthony.
Hello there, everyone. I'm super pleased to be here with three of the most very brilliant people that Reboot has worked with in the last year. We're going to show you a short film in a minute, which has been a culmination of a lot of work. Just to explain Reboot the Future, we're a small foundation and we trade on the very simple maxim of treat others and the planet as you would wish to be treated. And really what we're about is saying that the SDGs exist, like the Sustainable Development Goals exist as a technocratic solution to everything that needs to be done, but what we lack is the willingness to move on those SDGs. And that willingness is really a cultural question. Okay, so what we have with us today are three cultural practitioners in very different forms who are all here at COP to have the very best and most effective conversations with you all about how we move this thing forward. I was motivated by a talk I heard a rabbi called Jonathan Sachs give a few years ago, where he came to Egypt and he was looking at the pyramids. Now, the time between us and Cleopatra is shorter than the time between Cleopatra and the building of the Great Pyramids here. And Sachs looked at the pyramids and he thought to himself, he's a rabbi, and he said, well, the people who built these pyramids aren't here anymore, but the people, you know, that we are, the Jewish community. And he said the difference was culture, right? That was what has perpetuated culture and education across the different generations. And I think there's something in there that actually whatever's coming next, and every presentation I get to hear these days tells me that what's coming down the pipe is pretty bad. It's going to be culture and education and shared values that are going to get us through this thing. So with that spirit, we asked Jack Harries, a young filmmaker, to go to the Antarctic, which is a desert, right? Just like Egypt is a desert. And we said, well, the Antarctic has got no expression here at COP. It's a huge, incredibly important, existentially important landmass, but it has no representation here at the Conference of the Parties. So we asked Jack to go to the Antarctic, and with the simple premise of, if the Antarctic could speak, what would she say at COP? And the idea is that he starts the conversation with Danny, and we'll talk about that in a second. And we bring the conversation to here to you guys, and you take the conversations out with you after today. So I'm going to introduce the panel very briefly, then we're going to go into the film, and then we'll have a conversation and take it forward. I have on my left here Sarah Howard, who is an entrepreneur, co-founder of 2020 Studios, a documentary maker who has worked all over the world with all kinds of different civil and social justice issues. I think that's fair to say. We have Danny Kaler, who is an artist, again, entrepreneur, was the accompanist to Jack on the Antarctic trip, and is the first First Nation person to have stepped foot on the Antarctic. And we have Molly Fannin, who's the CEO of the Museum for the UN, who do many marvelous things. They also have a very specific pavilion happening in the Blue Zone, and we're going to talk about that towards the end as well. All three people have been great friends to Reboot. They've never met before, but I've been working with them all independently over the last year. So this is, in a way, this is a kind of hothouse activity for us as well. So Jack couldn't be with us today. Just to let you know, Jack is an explorer, one-time YouTube influencer. He is a very effective communicator about these issues. And we now have a short film from Jack to explain a little bit about why he made the film before we go into the main event. So can you start, please? Cue film, I think is the phrase.
Hi there, my name is Jack Harries. I'm a documentary filmmaker and also one of the co-founders of Earthrise Studio, which is a production company and creative agency dedicated to communicating climate and culture. Earlier this year, I was approached by Reboot the Future with a chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to travel to the continent of Antarctica and make a film. And the brief that was given to me was, how can we give this continent a voice ahead of the crucial COP27 conference in Egypt? Now, this is a challenge that spoke to me personally, as the year before I'd made a series called Seat at the Table, which aimed to give people living on the front lines of climate change all around the world a voice at COP26, a sort of metaphorical seat at the negotiating table. And so the idea of giving a continent a voice, one that is entirely uninhabitable to humans, felt like a really interesting challenge. It also felt personal in the sense that my journey into climate began in 2015 with a trip up to the Arctic, to Greenland, and that trip turned my world upside down. It's what set me on the path that I'm still on today. And so this was an opportunity that I didn't want to miss, and I felt like it was a really interesting challenge. Thinking about how to make the film was really tricky because, of course, this is a place that has never known war. It's uninhabitable to humans. It has no indigenous communities. And so the challenge of trying to give it a voice was difficult. And there are many ways we could have approached it. And in the end, I decided to take a very personal approach, to share my experience of what it was to go to this place and how that ultimately influenced my own understanding of my relationship to nature, my broken relationship to nature. Whilst I was there, I reflected a lot on my country's role of colonialism and extractivism and that abusive relationship that we often hold with these wild places. I was also really influenced by the people that I met on the trip, the other participants on the ship. There were a lot of youth activists, business leaders, expedition leaders, NGOs, and an amazing woman called Danny Keeler, who was the first First Nations woman from Canada to ever visit Antarctica. And it was those conversations that also really influenced my thinking around this film. So I won't say too much more. I'll let you watch the film, and I hope that you enjoy it. But maybe my final message would be it's never been more important to protect the last great wildernesses on Earth. They are crucial for the future of all of our lives on this planet, and Antarctica is probably the last great one that we have. So I invite you, after watching this film, to think carefully about your own relationship to nature and how we can stand up for these last wild places. I hope you enjoyed the film.
Cue a second film, please.
Antarctica. A vast landscape of ice and mountains. White as far as the eye can see. Uninhabitable to humans. Yet impacted by every action we take. Today, the continent stands at a crossroads.
We're talking about changes that are being driven, warming the atmosphere.
Water temperatures are a few degrees above normal. The glacier itself is starting to develop a lot of cracks and fractures.
What if we really stopped to listen? I've often dreamt of Antarctica. They say it's the last great wilderness on Earth. To me, it evokes images of polar explorers, stories of the most intrepid kind. Given the chance to join an expedition myself, I wanted to retrace their footsteps, to look deeper into the history of this elusive continent. To get there, you have to cross one of the most dangerous oceans on Earth, the Drake Passage. Imagine waves of up to 30 feet tall, and nothing but giant petrels and albatross to guide the way. It's strange to think so few humans have ventured to this part of the world. Those who have come are driven by a deep sense of adventure, curiosity, and scientific inquiry.
Why did we explore? Why did we go to the bottom of the world?
This is Antarctica. The history and secrets of Earth are hidden under the ice.
But behind the tales of adventure, buried deep within the ice, lie dark stories of our past. She has watched as we have tried to conquer her, claim her, and colonize her.
Fly again over Little America.
Even tried to control her.
During an era of unlimited power, when science may be able to alter the temperature balance and convert the cold regions to hospitable, productive ones.
Her resources were pillaged,
and wildlife driven to the brink of extinction.
The chase is on. He fires. The whale's pace is slowing. The distance is narrowing. The second harpoon is fired. Brief struggle as the whale fights for his life. In these conditions, whales will be harder to find, even harder to shoot.
Pieces of destruction left in our wake. It's on this icy continent that our relationship to nature is revealed. We are guests on a wild planet. Today, the continent faces a new threat. She is changing, cracking, crying out and breaking into pieces. What was once ice is becoming water. The maps are being redrawn and the geography of our planet is being rewritten.
A warming atmosphere is creating serious problems.
Welcome to the Thwaites Glacier.
Scientists are warning of dramatic changes at one of the biggest glaciers in Antarctica.
It poses an international security threat.
The size of Great Britain.
A dramatic sea level rise.
As human activity warms the planet and as pieces fall away, we must ask, what is our relationship to this magnificent land? She is not a resource to conquer and pillage, but a fundamental part of our very being. Whilst Antarctica may feel far away, we are in a constant dialogue, a symbiosis. Our actions are transforming this delicate ecosystem, and in return, she threatens to transform all of our lives. To protect ourselves, we must protect our source. We must reimagine our relationship to the natural world, to treat her the way we wish to be treated ourselves. We are Antarctica, and she is us.
Thank you. So we started the film with the premise of Antarctica's got no indigenous peoples. How do we give it a voice? So I'm going to turn to Danny, first of all, for various reasons, but not least of which Danny was actually on that Antarctic trip with Jack and can speak with first-hand experience. But Danny, I wanted to start by asking you, tell us a little bit about the community or the context from which you arise and your work arises, and perhaps a little bit how the travel to the Antarctic affected you.
Tante Kapewa Sakni Sigasun Nianahaskaya Tante Kwakatusikochnia. So hello and how are you? My name is Comes Lightning and my English name is Danny Keeler. I'm a Plains Cree woman from Kwakatus First Nations on Treaty 4 territory in the country known as Canada. The place that I'm from is Kwakatus First Nations. It's about an hour north of Regina in Saskatchewan. It's right dead set in the middle of Canada. I grew up urbanized, so I grew up in the city, but my entire family live on Kwakatus First Nations, which is a reservation. And that's where Indigenous people in Canada live, is on reservations. We were displaced and put on these little patches of land when Canada got colonized. So I grew up a very traditional lifestyle. My kukum, which is my grandmother, she was a medicine woman, a knowledge keeper. So she held a lot of traditional ecological knowledge within just everyday life, like from how we cook to how we clean, how we interact with the ecosystem. It's just all connected. And so this is something that's been passed down to me. It's like ancestral knowledge. So like what I always say, like Indigenous people have been A1 since day one. We've always breathed sustainability. It's incorporated within our culture. It's like the essence of who we are. So that is kind of the backstory of where I come from. It's a small community, but very much engaged in hunting, medicine picking, harvesting, and just a very sense of community, because I would be nothing without my community, I always say. So I'm very excited to be here to represent for Kwakatus First Nations. And when I went down to Antarctica, being the first First Nations person, it completely blew my mind. It kind of got me scared in a sense, because I always felt like I was always following people's footsteps, but there was no footsteps to follow. I was the one that's making them. But in doing so, being the first person in Indigenous culture, being an auntie and an uncle is like one of the highest compliments that you can get. So my community dubbed me the auntie of Antarctica. So I hold it, like it's on my social medias and everything, but yeah, I'm that auntie now. And going down to Antarctica completely changed me. I didn't think that it would have such an effect on who I am and how I seen the world, but it did. Just meeting people from different climates, from different regions, and hearing their stories and learning about their land and how climate is affecting them, it just completely blew my mind. And being on that continent that hasn't been colonized, well, they tried, but it's just natural, right? There's just nothing there but the animals, and they weren't even scared of us, which is crazy. Like, we could just go walk by a penguin and they wouldn't even care. Like, they would just be living their penguin lives. And, you know, it was just like completely mind-blowing to me, because where I'm from, like, there's nothing like that. And it just made me really think of how my ancestors used to live before anybody was there, when the land was just pure and pristine and clean. And just being in Antarctica really made me realize like why that isn't so important, why we need to protect it. And it just fueled the fire within my passion. And now I'm just like, we have to save Antarctica, because if Antarctica goes, then we all go. And this is something that the entire world really needs to realize. And we need to start collaborating and making relationships that will withstand that and create sustainable solutions to help preserve it.
Thanks. I heard somebody say this morning that the melting of the Arctic polar ice caps is having a direct consequence on what's happening in the Antarctic as well. So it really is the point that every part of the world, not just those in the southern hemisphere, are going to be impacted by this. Molly, you're somebody who's got a really deep engagement with the cultural field as it appertains to the climate challenge. There's a whole bunch of kind of tech and science people here in this building. Don't we have to get the science right first, and then the culture is an add-on?
I love your questions. I always love to know who I'm talking to. So can you raise your hand if you're not from the cultural sector in this room? That's awesome. So most of the hands went up, right? So most people would look at this group of women, let me acknowledge that, of women and the cultural sector and think, what the hell do they have to do about climate change? And the fact is that if Antarctica goes, we all go, like you just said. The reality is that our actions, the actions that we all take, no matter where we live, I'm from the United States, I live in Denmark now, will have that impact on where Antarctica goes. And so I am now a cultural sector professional, but my background is in the SDGs before they were called the SDGs, and primarily Latin America and Africa. So I've always thought deeply about the issues of climate justice, of human rights, but with an angle towards culture, because the reality is that culture isn't a fluffy thing that comes after. The reality is that culture has always shaped societies. So in the continents where I've worked the most, so in Latin America, for example, when the countries became immediately decolonized and they won their wars with Portugal and with Spain, it was the romance novel industry that helped people imagine what new countries were going to be. It was through romance literature, right? Today, what we have to do is we have to think about how can we use the power that culture has always had to push us where we all need to go. There's a reason that ISIS bombed Palmyra. The way you create societies and you shift mindsets about where you're going to go is you use culture. And if you want to bring a society to its knees, you destroy it. So I run an organization now, the Museum for, not about, the United Nations. That's a super important distinction. And what we're doing is we're saying, no, it can't wait until after the science. The science has been happening for 150 years. We've known about what carbon is doing to our atmosphere, right, and to climate. It hasn't worked just focusing on science. What we need to do is look at the power that culture has to actually get people all the way around the world to understand the science, and not just understand it in their heads, but understand it in their hearts enough to take action. And I would be bold enough to say, actually, especially the people who wouldn't naturally watch a gorgeous film by Jack Harries, whom I love, about Antarctica. Because if we don't get the movable middle, as Christiana Figueres says, we won't win this issue. So my organization is looking at how do you power Bollywood, or how do you power mass popular music on major streaming platforms to actually drive action, because the science and the hard data of economists and behavioral scientists says that actually culture is an unparalleled tool to drive change, and it has been completely untapped because we haven't had a seat at the table. So we're about proving that not only do we need to have a seat at the table, but the table probably needs to have a lot more of us at it.
Thanks. So Sarah, you're a documentary maker, amongst other things, and you, I think, have specialized in a lot of different countries in that kind of untapped middle, I think is the phrase there. What kind of common, of all the diverse communities that you've worked with, what are the common threads that you could see emerging in some of the social justice and culture issues that have come through to you?
Thanks for that question. I think what comes across in lots of different spaces that I've been is how much more similar they are than different. And one of the lenses that I've gotten to spend a lot of time in is coffee. And it's a commodity that touches a lot of people, if not everyone. And it's such an interesting frame to see so many different cultures, because I've spent time in every coffee producing region in the world. And they're so similar. It's amazing that these coffee farmers are doing the same thing in different parts of the world. And they're connected in a way. And so it's this frame of seeing how this globalized world and little teeny remote parts of it are doing very similar things. And it's also for survival, right? They're making a life out of it. So that's one answer to your question. And then I think the other thing I noticed is that they're also all interested in the same things because of that. So climate change is actually one of the issues that started to rise as I was looking at coffee. And that was affecting people in very different parts of the world who are dependent on climate when it comes to their livelihoods and be able to cultivate coffee.
Thanks. So I'm going to look back to one of the things that Danny said, which was about personal cultural practice as an artist and the community from which it's drawn, and then the conversion of that work into political activism. Can you talk to us a little bit about that sort of through line as to how that channels through you into actual real political change? Go like that.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's quite the process, honestly. Is it good? Okay. Yeah, it's quite the process. So I'm an artist. I am a painter, but I do traditional beadwork on top of my paintings. And with the traditional beadwork, I was taught by my elders that every bead that you tack down is a prayer said. And so with the subject matter that I focus on, it started with my culture. So it started with power dancing, it started with indigenous people, it started with like different things like that within my culture of who I am and what the story that I want to share, the beauty and the culture behind, you know, indigenous people. And I wanted to share that with the whole world because like we have such, you know, miscommunication, like just a depiction of us that, like what you said, romanticized, and it's not who we are. So I tried to flip the script and really expose like the true beauty of what we are, and with that it just elevated because then I got into the climate world, and then I'm really passionate, so I tried to connect the dots between how I can make an actual change with my art in this space. And I'm currently working on a traveling art exhibit about my experience in Antarctica. And so with that, like I'm still gonna do the beadwork on top of my paintings, like whether it be the sky or the water systems or the glaciers. But with that, it's gonna tell a story, and I'm gonna get different organizations involved and to donate, or like to be involved with it and donate funds, so then we can create an initiative with that. And so like, you know, it's just like human justice or different kind of initiatives across the world that would contribute to the preservation of Antarctica. So like I'm starting to do different things like this, and it's like really difficult because like I'm just learning. It really hasn't been done before from what I know, but it can be done and it will be done, and like that's what I'm currently doing. And yeah, that's what I do with my art, and I just try to make the world a better place.
Thank you. So yeah, round of applause for that. So Molly, you're working with a lot of different artists from around the world, and I want to ask you just building on what Danny was saying there. So, give us some examples of how different arts practices feed into this kind of grand global vision you've got. But also, I want to kind of just throw in a follow-up, which is it useful to talk about Indigenous artists? Aren't we just all artists? And maybe just expand upon what that means for you. So, I guess my initial question was to ask you about Indigenous artists who'd worked around the world, but whether that's a useful distinction to make.
Oh, am I on? Yeah. I think Danny would kill me if I said, aren't we just all Indigenous artists? No, we're not all just Indigenous artists. She might kill you later for asking the question, but that's fine.
I'm here to prompt comment.
So the kind of art that I'm working on is so my mandate of my organization is to get hundreds of millions, if not billions of people to use their innate agency to take action in the world. And that's a bit of a daunting task, obviously. One organization can't do that alone. And so, as I said before, we're following the science of how to reach that many people and touch that many people. So we're working with artists like screenwriters in Bollywood. So for example, one screenwriter wrote Dangle, which is the #1 grossing film ever in the world. It was downloaded by 400 million households in China alone, to write a new climate thriller in Bollywood. The way we're doing it, though, that's different is we're saying, okay, if culture has this unparalleled potential to drive societies and actually rewire our brains. There are behavioral scientists that we're working with that use functional MRI machines to just show actually the power culture has to rewire our brains, not just as individuals, but then with social norm changing to change the whole way we as communities work together. How do we empower that even more, and how do we move fast, because we don't have a lot of time right now? So we're putting that screenwriter, who's right now in the writer's room, together with scientists, with climate scientists, and together with behavioral scientists. And when he comes out of the writer's room, he says things like, the science is stranger than any fiction I could invent, and he's quite inventive, right? We're working with musicians in Latin America and very soon globally to pull in the sounds of biodiversity, often recorded by indigenous communities in the places around the world where we're working, and mixing it into popular music to get people to understand the link, to first get them to love, and then soon we're unveiling a program to get them to understand the links of those ecosystems to the music they're listening to, and the act of listening to drive conservation finance directly back into that ecosystem, as well as power an amazing, we've got some tech people in the room, an amazing new field of acoustic ecology, which uses AI to listen to ecosystems to understand the health. And I imagine that your grandparents didn't need AI to understand the health or lack thereof of the ecosystems that they worked in. We do today. But what the scientists who have this powerful tool most need are recordings. And the only people willing to do them are pretty nerdy bird watchers all over the world. So how do you use the power of music to get a lot of people to make recordings of the ecosystems to power the kind of conservation we need to have? So it's the pulling together of science, of tech, of, in my field, more popular culture, to drive the large-scale systems change that we need to see, and to create new forms of cultural expression that actually say there is any notion of this divide between art and science is completely false. It's completely false. I've worked with amazing scientists across all sorts of disciplines, and they are artists. They ask questions that don't have answers, and then they go off exploring. That's the scientific process, right? I imagine that's also the artistic process in some ways. I'm not sure if I answered your question at all.
No,
I didn't.
No, there's a whole heap of great stuff in
there.
We've got a finite amount of time, and I'll come back to you on the Indigenous question afterwards, right?
Okay, fine.
One of the things, we talk about cultural expression, right? And reaching out to people and speaking to people and implicitly converting people. And we talk about the audiences for these arts, right? Now, the word audience and the word auditorium, which is who we have and what we have here, means people who can hear. Okay, so auditorium is literally a place where you can hear what's being said. So listening is a big part of this, right? And I wanted to bring, we sent Jack to Antarctica with almost a kind of ancient sort of, inspiration, which is to say, go and listen to Antarctica and see what she says, right? Which is kind of mad, but kind of interesting, right? So listening as a kind of active exercise is part of this. It's listening to people who don't normally get the space in which to do so. So I wanted to just bring in Sarah on this point, because you ran something called the Listening Lab, I think at the Whitney, was that right? Yeah. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that practice and what it means to be an active listener and how you approach that.
That's a tough one. I'll explain a little bit of the project, which I think will give the context. So I was working on a project called Listening Lab, and we took some young people through a process of empathetic listening, and then they developed a project in New York City to go to all 5 boroughs and set up in public space a table and 2 chairs and invite strangers walking by to sit down for a conversation. And it was an opportunity for active listening and exchange. And a big part of the vision was that this was coming out of COVID, and this idea that weak ties make strong communities. So our interactions with strangers are a really important part of strong community, strong culture. And so how do you continue to cultivate those interactions, which are really important when also facing crisis, which I think is a big part of what we're talking about here in climate change, is that those ties that we have to each other are going to be a foundation of how we move forward together in the face of increasing crisis. So that process that we went through of creating these listening stations was a really powerful practice in how do you invite anyone from any place to just sit down and talk to you. And there's so many different aspects to that, but one of them that I think is really interesting is the invitation. And a lot of that is actually body language. It's not what you say. It's how do you invite someone to sit down with you. And so that was one of the really interesting learnings with these young people as they experimented with how do I change this or try this. It was a lot of experimentation for understanding what resonated with people that created an invitation for them to sit down. So that was one of many insights that we had on listening. But I'll add on to that, which was part of this project, but I think just the general insight on listening, I think one of the most important things is that we have to be quiet. And I think that's a really hard thing to do in our world today is to learn how to quiet ourselves, our environment, in order to listen. So that's probably one of the things that I see as often missing. And it is an individual practice. And I think one that's very tied to an artistic practice. There's a lot of listening involved in developing your artistic practice.
I think that's one of the things that, certainly the film, and I think my take on Antarctica as a kind of abstraction is that it's a place of stillness and a place of reflection, and it remains a kind of sacred space that almost I don't want to go to. Like it's more powerful in my kind of memory or in my imagination as a place that I know is untouched and sacrosanct. And I think it's difficult, perhaps, somewhere like COP, which is a Tower of Babel in terms of different competing voices and all kinds of different experiences, all of which are, have got sharp elbows, is to think about how do we create that lacunae for ourselves in that kind of space. So, Danny, I want to circle back to you. And just, Jack says in the film, we are Antarctica and she is us. From the work that you've just spoken of, what does that mean for you?
So, as an Indigenous person, I have always known that we are connected to Mother Earth. There's an interconnected relationship there. Like, we cannot exist as human beings without Mother Earth. Like, we would not have food to eat that is grown in the dirt. We would not have water to drink. We could not survive at all. So everything that we owe is to Mother Earth, and she is a living being. She is a living entity, and the mother for all of us. If she goes, we all go. Same with Antarctica is like an untouched part of her soul. Like, that's how I felt being down there. It was so majestic and spiritual for me. It was just like the most magical thing. So I've always known that there's this interconnected relationship, and everything is interconnected. We are all connected. And one of the things why we are in this crisis right now is because of that disconnect. Because we lost that connection in society and the daily grind of, just trying to get money or get by or just survive. So there's that big disconnect. And what we need to do is shift back into that mindset and reconnect with ourselves. And once we do that and we really know ourselves, then we can connect with other people. And then that's how we reconnect with Mother Earth. Because, it's not Mother Earth that needs saving. She doesn't need us at all. She can take us out with tornadoes or typhoons or, different natural disasters that are actually happening in real time across the world. It's us that need saving. We need to save ourselves. We need to shift that mindset, and we need to change policy and how we work with one another, because it's not about monetary gain. It's about preservation of life in the future generations, especially the next 7 generations. I'm manager of 7 Gen, which is derived, the name is derived from an Indigenous ideology that 7 generations ago, the elders had this prophecy that it's going to be the 7th generation who are going to come and put forth a new action plan that will change the world and help and save the people. And I am part of the 7th generation, and we are mobilizing Indigenous youth across Canada, across Turtle Island, to get into the clean and renewable energy sector and energy itself, so we can actually change the policy and put forth that new action plan for the next 7 generations and beyond. Because we don't think in a time span of 5 to 10 years, we think in the next 500 years and more. And that's how we all need to start thinking, because that's where the change will really start.
Thank you. So we're hearing a lot about communication, relationship building, learning to listen. Molly, I wonder if you had a project here at COP that spoke to those things that you wanted to talk to people about.
Well, first I just want to say, Anthony, I think you have a magic power of helping me meet my new best friends.
Okay.
Sarah, thank you for asking me to remove my lanyards, but actually I'm going to give you the button I have on one of them which says listen. So beyond helping people take action, right? My mission statement is a lot of people need to take action. But that felt really incomplete to me as the head of this organization. And I said, it doesn't matter how much action we take, because what we can be certain of is that the future, whether it's in 10 years or 500, as you said, will likely be more complex than the present day is. And if we don't actually cultivate a radically new sense of who we belong to, like you said, I'm nothing without my community, but who is my community? Is my community my direct 3 daughters? Is my community the country where I currently live, or is it really the whole world and all of the species in it? And so what we've said is we need to actually cultivate a radical new sense of empathy around the world in order not to be a fluffy, cute thing that a museum would do. I just want to be super clear on that, because I don't like being thought as fluffy or cute, right? In order to be able to take the actions that we need to take. You can have all of the tech solutions in the world. You can have all of that, but if people can't look at each other in the eye and imagine themselves in someone else's very different situation, they might not adapt that technology, right? It's going to take people who have never been to Antarctica to save Antarctica. So we need to be able to be empathetic with Antarctica. So I was hired to build a museum for the United Nations, and instead of building originally what the plan was, it was going to be in Copenhagen, which is where I live now, and that just felt off to me. Instead of doing that, what we've done is we've launched it actually here at COP, and we're on our 3rd day of the launch, by putting radically and intentionally unpretentious shipping containers all over the world, including here at the Blue Zone at COP, that all have the exact same setup, and welcoming people into conversation and into deep, close listening where you feel the entire body language of the people, where you make eye contact. So right now, actually, in the Blue Zone, there are people entering a shipping container, and there are people entering shipping containers in India, in Iraq, in Mali, in Ethiopia, in South Africa, in Mexico, in Barbados, in the United States, and in a few more weeks, 25 other locations. And we're inviting people in to facilitated, very natural human conversations, which helps build relationships and even, I would say, friendships, right? I think I made a new friend in Johannesburg yesterday in a conversation that I was in. And we're recording those conversations just like we're using acoustic ecology to listen to landscapes and understand the relative health or not disease of landscapes. That's not the right word. We're working with MIT's Media Lab to actually record every single conversation that's taking place, not just between the other places in COP. Let me be clear. This isn't a fancy show for COP. This is happening between and amongst all of the locations. So it's about this flipping the script about who has power. I loved when you said it that way, and telling a counter narrative about who has power. So you're all welcome to come back with me to the Blue Zone if you want to travel to another place in the world and have a conversation with other people. And I will say that there was a really unique moment in one of these conversations that we had yesterday, where we had some very prominent climate leaders in the container here in the Blue Zone, speaking with quite prominent young climate leaders in Johannesburg. And why am I forgetting his name? Hector in Johannesburg said, I've been focusing so much on climate in my work here in Johannesburg, and I feel so alone sometimes. I feel so alone in the work I'm doing, and it's so nice to meet people like you and the people in the other places around the world that are also focused on this, and to feel not alone in this. And so that's part of what we're trying to do, and then increasingly invite people who aren't spending their days, actually that's the more important part, thinking about how to solve climate, and invite them into all the conversation, because Catherine Hayhoe visited yesterday, And her whole work as a climate scientist is that the most important thing, what you did, Sarah, is the most important thing that we can do for climate change, which is talk about it. And it's the hardest thing to do. And in order to talk, you have to listen, and you have to watch bodies, and you can become friends, and that's what's going to power that. So that's going to be the collection of the Museum for the United Nations, or the conversations that are happening in the world in this most consequential of human time on the planet, and at least up until now, right? I'm very glad to know I'm with a 7th generation person who's going to develop the new actions. It makes me feel much more hopeful, honestly, about the future of my daughters. And you're all invited to come back with me and join if you'd like, but it's just the kickoff of what will be at least 10-year infrastructure for building empathy and hosting conversations and bringing in the unheard voices. And actually the partner that we're executing this with of many is Shared Studios, and they've been planning to, and so now we're going to do it. So I like to say things and manifest them. They've been planning to put a shipping container in Antarctica and just leave the doors open and let the penguins wander in. And then when the scientists come, let them come and join the conversation as well. So maybe let's make that happen too. So yeah, you all have an open, and we have free drinks from 3 to 6 every day in the Blue Zone, alcohol. So if that's not an incentive, I don't know what is. And it's cold most days. So you're welcome to join us, please.
Go, Molly Fannin. Thank you, Molly. So that's a real invitation. So when this session closes, Molly, Pied Piper-like, will escort you back to the cocktails and culture.
We might get lost a few times. I have a very bad sense of direction, but we'll be okay.
So that we've just in the last couple of conversations, we've been talking about ancient wisdoms and high-tech solutions, and the intersection of those two, of kind of the ancient and the modern, or the futurist, that's kind of that's the sweet spot, I think. And as I said earlier, we're here with NEOM in the background and lots of interesting kind of blockchain and NFT type people here. Sarah, I know that in the conversations we've had over the last year, that's a big interest of yours. I want to just talk about speculatively where you think that Web3, for instance, might take us, but also just to get our own plug in for the work that you've been doing for Reboot on our audio journey.
So I want to start first by responding to something that Molly said and explaining a little bit more of the Listening Lab project, because I think it's an example of why culture and why art is really important for moving action forward on climate change. I think because it connects to the emotional level of our being, and that's where like real movement and like action comes from. It can't just be in our head. And I think one of the most powerful things about art is when you touch that emotional side of someone. And we've had so many of those moments in these conversations with strangers. But some of them that really stood out is we ended up having this show with the Whitney, and there were live conversations that happened on stage, and all these young people did these conversations live, and that was definitely a vision of flipping the script on power. It was very important that there was these young people. And 2 of the conversations, the strangers that sat down cried. And it just is incredibly powerful to me that someone would go to that emotional place on stage in front of strangers.
I cried yesterday.
Yeah. And I think that that's, for me, why I spend time in this space, is that when you've had the opportunity to create that kind of experience for someone and to touch them and to see it happen, it's a magic. And it's very addictive. You want to keep doing that work and creating those moments for as many people as you can. And so that's the thing that I'm most interested in terms of the climate challenge, is creating those kinds of moments for people. And it's the cultural space that's going to do that. So I wanted to say that first. Now we can move on to Web3. I don't know if that's where that's going to happen, but possibly. So I think the interesting thing about Web3 when it comes to climate change is that it's actually about values. So I think that a lot of what we're looking at when it comes to the future of the planet is actually realigning our values. And I think what Web3 is about is the same sort of thing. What are our values in our digital spaces? And it's moving on a faster timeline. So I think what we're seeing in the climate space is a reevaluation of how our economic system has driven us to this particular place now that we're in. In the tech space, we've had a much shorter cycle of that same sort of reevaluation. We're at a place of saying, okay, this is where this tech world has brought us in the last 20 years, let's say. And we're moving towards a new system of that. And what are the values we want to take into that new system? And there's some interesting conversations happening in Web3 in terms of what are those values. So I actually think the most exciting part for where climate change and Web3 can intersect is on values alignment and designing around values alignment. Oh, and I didn't say anything about that piece.
Friends at Kite Insights are giving me a little kind of wink here, which is really coy, but nice. I should explain that my counter died here a long time ago, so I've just kind of settled in for the afternoon, right? Well, let's come back to that point. So I think we might open up to questions. No? And no?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? All right. Okay, so I think we go straight into the I will statements then. Yep. So, Ellen, please present yourself to the audience. I'm really sorry, guys, because this is meant to be a conversation and I've lost track of time. That's my bad. But we're going to be here to keep up this conversation going forward. So, Ellen, do you want to just explain a little bit what we're going to ask people to do now?
Hello, everyone. Oh,
close.
I might have given you one of these cards that say take action at the beginning of this session, and if you don't have one, I will give one to you in the second if you raise your hand. Part of the campaign We're Antarctica is we're trying to inspire individual action by reflecting on what you're good at or what you love to do, and what's the one action you feel inspired from the conversation here today to take. They're anonymous, so if you'd just like to write your nationality and age and just one action and leave them just at the front of the stage here when you leave, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much. And thank you guys, you've been fantastic.
Yeah. No, thank you. A big welcome to all our speakers, Molly, Dana, and Sarah. And thank you. We are Reboot the Future, and when they say revolver, we reach for our culture. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Big witch.
Okay, welcome everyone. Thanks for being with us today. My name's Jason Bordoff. On the faculty at Columbia University, I direct the Center on Global Energy Policy and co-direct the Columbia Climate School. We're meeting today at COP27, I think at a time when it's fair to say we are, and for many years, have been failing at dealing with the climate crisis and delivering climate security. Emissions keep going up every year other than a pandemic or a recession. And now we're failing at energy security, too, in many parts of the world. There was an energy crisis we'll talk about in Europe, and it's having ripple effects throughout the world. And obviously, parts of the world in emerging and developing economies are front and center at the COP this year, maybe in ways we haven't seen before. And many of those parts of the world are in the middle of an energy crisis as well. So it's a really important topic to talk about how the two are connected, what this energy crisis means for climate action, how climate will affect energy security and geopolitics, and what those intersections are between security, geopolitics, climate, and the clean energy transition that has to accelerate dramatically to achieve goals like 1.5 degrees Celsius. So that is the topic of our discussion today, and I'm really delighted that my friend from The Economist, Vijay Vataswaran, is able to moderate this conversation. He is the Global Energy and Climate Innovation Editor for The Economist. You don't know necessarily who you're reading in The Economist, but almost certainly if you're reading something really thoughtful and smart on energy and climate, Vijay is the author of it, including a great overview recently of what's happening with clean energy in India. Maybe we can talk about that. But thanks for being with us, Vijay.
Jason, thank you very much. That's an introduction only a mother could love, but I appreciate it, the kind words. It's a tremendous honor to be with you here today and to discuss what I think is really one of the most pressing topics facing the world today, not just the climate world. That is the nexus between geopolitics, energy, and climate as we're here to advance at this COP summit. But I just for a moment wanted to cast our gaze back to a century ago to remind ourselves that geopolitics and energy have been linked in the past. On the eve of the First World War, Winston Churchill, then a very young First Lord of the Admiralty, made a fateful decision. He decided to convert the British naval fleet from burning domestic stores of coal from Wales to a new source of energy, oil, that came at that time from the Persian Gulf, the new fields of the Persian Gulf. This had a powerful impact on the war. It gave British fleets the ability to go further, have faster refueling. It gave a decisive advantage in the naval war with Germany. But it also, of course, had longer-term ripple effects in terms of the geopolitics of the Middle East and of the development of those oil resources and the wars that would be fought indirectly or directly as a result of those kinds of colonial and imperialist approaches. And economic and energy politics became incredibly intertwined. And I mentioned that as backdrop. That's a century ago. Half a century ago, in fact, 2023 will be the 50th anniversary of the energy shock, the first Arab oil embargo, when we saw in a very powerful way how energy and geopolitics were indeed linked. And yet, we went through several decades of, I would argue, complacency, of benign geopolitical headwinds, of perhaps in the golden age of globalization, as it was called, with greater trade, the development of interconnections between markets and supply chains. And these have come very rudely, if not to an end. Certainly they've been jolted in the last couple of years, particularly in Europe, particularly in the heart of Europe, with a war on the old continent, having dramatic implications for the world, reminding everyone that energy is not to be seen through one filter, such as climate. However important it is, we have to think about some of the other pillars as well, such as affordability and economics, and of course, security and geopolitics. With that as the frame, Jason, you give us a sense of how you think geopolitics now, the topic of our conversation right now, has made its arrival as perhaps an unwelcome visitor to the climate conference, to the world of climate ambition, which is what came out of Glasgow. What a difference a year makes. And how do you see this playing out? Could this advance the climate agenda, as is argued, and we'll pick up this argument, or do you worry that there may be some sideways move or delay in the progress on climate ambition?
I think the starting point should be that, of course, climate change itself is going to be a massive source of geopolitical risk with drought and heat waves and water scarcity impacting conflict and migration. So we need to move much more urgently to decarbonize than we are. I think the history of energy geopolitics, as you rightly described, for many decades, if you ask someone, what do you mean by energy geopolitics, they would probably talk about the Arab oil embargo or OPEC or Nord Stream 2 and Europe's dependence on Russia. And to the extent you have an energy transition, which again, oil and gas use are going up every year, not down, but if you were to have that, you would see those risks wane over time. I think that leads people to sometimes think then we'd be living in a copacetic era where energy geopolitical risk would be minimal. And I don't think that's right either. I think the energy transition itself, if we have one at the scale and speed we need, which we must, will be a major source of geopolitical risk and instability because it's going to move forward in fits and starts. It's going to see potentially more volatility rather than less. There's an end state of net zero, and then there's a multi-decade process of getting from here to there. We're already seeing the potential for, the World Energy Outlook that just came out, warned about making sure that we're not retiring assets before clean energy is ready to pick up the slack, the potential for tight markets that actually enhance the geopolitical power of dominant petrostates like Russia or some in the Gulf before they decline. We're seeing the potential for climate action like the United States Inflation Reduction Act, a historic measure, which to get the political support it needed has elements of protectionism in it, that if you want your tax credits, you have to do a lot of that activity in the United States. We're already seeing a backlash from Europe there. We are seeing the way in which at this COP, rising tensions, divergence, not convergence, between developed and developing countries is on full display, right? The World Energy Outlook just found this is the first year that the number of people who can't afford energy access is going up, not down. 75 million more people, wiping out a decade of progress. And then, of course, you have the new forms of clean energy that will be heavily dependent on critical minerals, 90% of those refined and processed today in China. We need to think about how to define energy security for a process of transition and then hopefully for an end state of a clean energy economy. And the risks will be different, and the tools we will need to mitigate them will need to be different than the ones we have today, which are not fit for purpose. The SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, oil stocks, these are not necessarily the tools that were created a half century ago that we need to deal with the risks of a clean energy economy. And I identify those risks not to say we should slow down the transition. On the contrary, we need to accelerate it. But if we don't anticipate what some of the geopolitical pitfalls will be along the way, I worry that that could slow the transition. If we have geopolitical or price volatility along the way, that's not only going to be bad geopolitically and economically and for national security. From Sri Lanka to iconic Yellow Vest protests, I worry it could undermine climate ambition. It could undermine support for the pace of the transition we need.
So there's a lot to unpack there, but you laid out the landscape pretty well. I'm sure, as we discuss it with our panel, we'll get into the different dimensions of the points you made. But it seems to me there is a tension at the heart of the complicated and nuanced picture you lay out. And that is sometimes, attending COP and other climate gatherings, I feel like I'm coming into the land of the believers, right? You have to believe, otherwise you'd never come to these meetings and never hope that there could be any progress. But when I leave, and see, as you point out, I just came here from ADIPEC, which is the world's biggest oil and gas conference in Abu Dhabi. 140,000 people, believe it or not. Makes COP look small. And there, though there was a lot of talk of decarbonizing the existing fossil fuel industry, we had an African minister from Uganda who made a point to say what hypocrites we see in the rich world, particularly Europe, consuming natural gas, LNG supplies, liquefied natural gas, paying over the odds, depriving developing countries of the opportunity to use that natural gas at the moment to solve their own crisis, and using more coal, of course, in Europe at the moment. Meanwhile, lecturing African countries not to develop their own natural gas resources for development, for poverty alleviation, to deal with the issues you talked about, the people that will be set back on energy poverty and energy access. And that is very much a theme at this Africa COP. So I do wonder, is it possible to reconcile these tensions? That very IEA report, you talked about the World Energy Outlook, of course, it's from the International Energy Agency. They released their seminal annual report just a week or two ago, I think at this point, a couple of weeks ago. And while they made the point that we need to have energy, fossil energy for the transition, make sure the lights don't go out, Granny doesn't freeze, They also made the argument that we will peak in fossil fuel consumption for oil, coal, and gas before 2030. First time they've made that prediction based on what they see as current policies. So just a quick comeback on that specific thing, because it seems to me if you're ensuring the next few years is short term, and 2030 is not that far away in energy industry terms. It is an industry that invests trillions, assets live for 30, 40 years. So if they're saying we're going to peak by 2030, how can we also add and invest in more oil and gas to keep the lights on? Is there a bit of magical thinking there?
I think there's a real tension, and it's a tension that emerges from the fact that there is a growing, not shrinking gap between ambition and reality with climate and today's energy system. And elevated ambition, which is what Glasgow was about and the Paris Agreement was about, driven by the science of why, and Catherine could talk about it better than any of us, why we need targets like net zero 2050 and 1.5 degrees Celsius, and those are so important. But we are in a world today where, last year, according to the International Energy Agency, global investment in oil and gas was around where it should be, if we were on track for net zero by 2050. The problem is investment in clean energy would be 4 times higher than it is today if we were on track for those goals. So relative to the current outlook for oil and gas demand, we're underinvesting in oil and gas, but we're dramatically underinvesting in clean energy at the pace that would be needed to change that outlook for oil and gas. And that's what leads to potential tight markets and higher prices and price volatility and market crunches that cause economic and political problems. Look at my own country, in the United States, where President Biden passed a historic measure, the Inflation Reduction Act, by far the largest action on climate in U.S. history, to dramatically accelerate investment in clean energy, including electric vehicles, and slash oil demand. That doesn't happen overnight. It takes time for the vehicle stock to turn over and to people to buy a new car, and hopefully that's an electric car. And at the same time, worried about what was going to happen a few days ago, in part, threatening a windfall profits tax, promising to buy oil for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve if prices fall below a certain level, to incentivize oil producers in the U.S. to produce more oil. Because the reality of today and what it takes to make sure energy is affordable today, there's a disconnect between where we are today and where we need to be in the next, several years to come, 5 years, 10 years, as that transition accelerates. And so what the IEA talked about was how do we think about, what they talked about in the World Energy Outlook was how to make sure that you are not retiring infrastructure. You're maintaining existing assets for some extent and some period in which you need them, but making sure that those can pay for themselves quickly, maybe be short cycle sources of supply, because what we don't want to be doing is making investments today to meet today's energy needs that are inconsistent with where we need to be 10, 20, 30 years from now. And there is a tension there.
That's a good launching off point to turn to Anne. Anne Mettler, you're Vice President for Europe at Breakthrough Energy, which invests in long-term technologies, deep innovations that could have a big impact on the climate future. And you're in the heart of the storm, as it were. You're based in Europe. You deeply feel what's happening there. Can you give us your perspective on this tension we've identified? And in Europe, what I'm reading is very much the lessons from the invasion and how to respond to it is to double down on the energy transition, on clean energy. Can you tell us how that's going to work?
Yes, thank you. Is this loud enough? Okay. So yes, to the extent that I see a silver lining in this war, it is that it is, at least in Europe now, really accelerating the energy transition. I think that is fair to say. And here we already spoke about the IEA and the World Energy Outlook. But I listened when Fatih Birol, the executive director, introduced the report, and he said something that really resonated with me, which is, he said that we are seeing a turning point in the history of energy. So this is something really, really big, and he identified three causes for that, and all of them really resonated in Europe. The first one is energy security is actually now, according to the IEA, the main driver behind the energy transition. Why? Because it's very, very easy, as we learned the hard way, to weaponize oil and gas. It is much more difficult to weaponize wind and solar. And this is what's really dawning on us now, that this is actually gives us more security, and that I think is not just the case in Europe, but throughout the world, right? This is much more difficult to weaponize these clean sources of energy. The second cause for the acceleration is, of course, climate, which we all, feel. We know the incredible summer we had, the heat waves we had in Europe. So I don't even need to focus on this here. But the third one, and really important, he speaks about industrial policy. Speaks about competitiveness. When I started my job in January 2020, we really thought in Europe that we are the leaders on clean energy. And because the US was nowhere to be seen, I mean, it wasn't really in the game, it wasn't really happening. 2 years later, every geography in the world is in this game. Why? Because they realize that abundant and cheap clean energy is now a major attraction for investment. We spoke in the preparation of this panel that now investment is not going to Mexico in some cases because there isn't enough clean energy. We will see in Europe production, especially in heavy industry, in hard-to-abate sectors, we will see that move from Europe to geographies where there's going to be clean and green, cheap, abundant, renewable capacity. So this is a huge opportunity for Northern Africa. The last thing I would say is cost. It is a fact that solar is cheaper. I was yesterday at a dinner where a representative from Saudi Arabia spoke, Saudi Arabia, and said, solar is much cheaper in Saudi Arabia than the fossil fuels. In Saudi Arabia, it's a game changer. So I don't mean to sound naive, but I'm saying there's something really big going on here that we need to wrap our minds around. And please not lose the opportunity that this terrible war would maybe afford to now really make some progress.
Thank you, Anne. I want to push on one of the theses that you're putting on the table. That is in response to this crisis, which is fundamentally in Europe about gas, Russian gas being cut off, in effect, on the eve of winter. No doubt that the screws will be turned further as the weaponization of energy continues. That turning to clean energy, of course, makes sense. The arguments make sense, but these things are not exactly fungible, right? As you rightly point out, hard-to-abate industries, steel, cement, and high-temperature industrial heat. Windmills and Teslas ain't going to get you there. You can't substitute that way. You need maybe ultimately hydrogen, clean hydrogen that can be developed, but it's not at scale. It's in you can buy bucketfuls of green hydrogen right at the moment, and as opposed to millions and millions of tons which are needed. So there's a question of time frame to develop these industries. And secondly, and I spent a bunch of time in Europe writing a special report for us, a Technology Quarterly, that looked at this question. Wind and solar, particularly in Europe, places like Germany where you have Dunkelflaute, long periods of time with neither prolonged wind and sustained sun, you have intermittency problems. And you need to have backup power. You need firm power. And Europe's solution for this, grid-scale batteries are not there yet, though they look promising. I know Breakthrough invests in them, but is to turn to natural gas. And so there are more natural gas plants being commissioned. So the question is this really going to lead to a fossil lock-in? However undesiring Europe is of it, is that the cold-hearted truth that's going to be hard to avoid, or is there a good plan to avoid that?
Well, I'm no longer working in public policy, so I won't comment on the plans. I do recognize there is that danger. I mean, right now, actually, to some extent, Europe is doubling down on fossil energy. We're building LNG terminals, all of that. However, the naivete is gone. And with that, we understand there's going to be 3, 4, 5 genuinely difficult years. Yeah, no one is naive about this. But there's only one way forward, I'm sorry to say. I mean, this is around clean technologies. So yes, there is going to be a strategy most likely at the EU level on long-duration energy storage, because it's of course clear that the ambitious renewable targets need also storage solutions. You may have seen that Germany recently decided to keep its nuclear fleet online, right? So, I mean, there is a lot more. It's sort of a moment right now in Europe where ideology meets reality, and it's not always pretty, but I can assure you that broadly speaking, there is a realization that the only way forward is really to the clean, green technologies for reasons that I just alluded to. Ultimately, they give us more security, they will be cheaper, and it will be a competitive advantage for Europe.
Okay. let's see how that plays out with the rest of our panelists.
I do want to remind you, this is a session about opportunity.
I'm very hopeful about the future. I just don't know whether to be hopeful about natural gas or about wind or energy. I'm very enthusiastic about energy storage, I'll tell you. But, like Godot, I may have to wait for it for a while. Let's turn to Katharine Hayhoe, Chief Scientist at the Nature Conservancy, one of the world's leading environmental organizations. You think a lot about climate impacts, but can you help us make the connection between what you see on the climate impact front and the conversation we're having about the future for energy and geopolitics?
So the single best descriptor that I've heard on climate change comes from the US military. They call climate change a threat multiplier. And that is exactly what it is. Whether we are looking at water shortages, food scarcity, supply chain disruptions, health issues, socioeconomic inequalities, or political instability, all of those are exacerbated by the impacts of a changing climate. And that's why this matters so much, because we can't fix anything else that's wrong with this world if we leave climate change out of the picture. So we know that in a world that grows warmer and warmer, with greater floods and storms, more intense droughts and heat waves, we know that the impetus for conflict will increase. And that many of those states that are already on the edge of their stability could be pushed over by climate change, by that final straw on the camel's back. But on the flip side, we also know that what's causing climate change is a huge source of geopolitical conflict, as you've just discussed. And some of you may have noticed my dress. This is actually a scientific dress because it is showing the warming stripes of global temperature as they have changed over the last 100 years. As I walked into the Blue Zone this morning, I saw a woman wearing a scarf made of the same fabric. I immediately walked over to her and introduced myself, and as she turned around her name tag, I realized I knew her. Her name is Svetlana Kakhovska, and she is a Ukrainian climate scientist who was on a final call for the IPCC report when the bombs started to fall. And what she said has resonated around the world. She said that fossil fuels are at the root of climate change and the root of the war on Ukraine. And that to solve both of them, we have to come together. And she said the way people have come together in Ukraine, setting aside all differences, realizing that they must fight for their better future, is exactly the way the world must come together, putting aside our differences to fight for that better future. So there is both a warning and a hope in that situation that we're all in this together, and we need to fix it.
I'm really glad Carlos is the one going after Katharine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you mentioned Carlos. Carlos, let's turn to you. First of all, let us see your handkerchief. Are you wearing the appropriate colors for this conference?
It's in my heart.
In your heart. There we go. There we go. Pick up on that really powerful observation made by Katharine. How do you see this complicated geopolitical picture affecting the energy picture, in particular in developing countries? I know you're based in Mexico, a place where I used to be bureau chief for The Economist. My heart is still in Mexico, but it's a crucible of some very complicated energy politics at the moment. And maybe broaden that question out to what you see as the challenges, particularly for developing countries.
Vijay, thanks. And just going back to the, excuse me, the point you made, it is phenomenally powerful, and it's phenomenally powerful, emotional, and deeply real. I was the, excuse me, the U.S. ambassador in Ukraine for a number of years, and it's very hard to see places that you've walked across, people who want a peaceful future, having their lives destroyed and their reality turned to rubble. In the developing world, there is another kind of pain. And what's interesting is that many developing countries are saying that, you know, we've been experiencing these problems of energy security for a long time. And we don't have energy security, we don't have energy transition, and we don't have affordability. And it's actually gotten worse, because now there's a commodity shock where the price of fuels is higher, price of food is higher, metals and minerals. There's a pressure that they're facing where not only they are facing difficulties developing their hydrocarbon resources, but companies that previously invested are having difficulty doing that. And the example that you gave in Uganda, I mean, it's quite sharp, where you had the European Parliament condemning the development of the East Africa gas pipeline or oil pipeline, and yet at the same time you've had European heads of states going to Africa seeking to buy more fuel. And you can't buy that fuel unless you invest in it and can produce it over a longer period of time. They're saying that their debt is becoming more complicated because of currency devaluations, and now they have, in local currency terms, less resources to invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. And they're also saying that with rising interest rates, the cost of capital is higher. So what was a cheap renewable energy project in Europe or the United States is simply not competitive and not commercial. And so what they're saying, and here it's put in the context of this conference, we've all heard about it, in the context of loss and damage. And the reality is that it's bigger than that, because we're talking about something which is a fundamental retreatment of their debt, a re-examination of their fiscal potential, the ways in which they can have access to capital, the partnerships that they can obtain in order to be able to bring technology and capability into the developing world and into Africa. And there are lots of examples at this COP of individual pieces that are being worked on. We should talk about methane, for example, if we can, because Egypt has been right in the center of it. But the reality is that these issues have to be addressed, and they're not just geopolitics. The word we're not saying is national politics, right? If you can't create jobs, if people don't have a sense of a better livelihood, then politicians are not going to be in office, and it's going to be difficult to sustain consistency in their policies. And so the point that we're raising here is not to say that it's not important to address climate change. It's that there are political realities behind it, and if we don't address those political realities and the economic realities at the same time, then we're not going to come up with solutions which are going to be viable.
Important topic at this event, and more broadly as such a potent greenhouse gas. I want to come to that in just a little bit, but I want to pick up on your observation about the barriers to investment in, particularly in emerging markets, right? And rightly scolded me for not picking up on the topic of our session, which is opportunity, the final word in our session. I was only waiting to set up the opportunity narrative. Don't worry. I've written about innovation my whole life, and so I'm with you. I believe in a brighter future, but you have to set up the context first. So let me, since you've talked about the challenge, from your perspective, you're both public sector perspective, but also now in the private sector. You have a chance to talk to lots of investors. You understand the barriers to investment in the enormous opportunity in the global south for example, solar. The greatest solar potential is in countries that have the most sun, and yet most of the capital goes to countries that have less sun. Northern Europe, Germany is an example, right, historically. Foreign exchange risk, domestic political, perceptions of domestic political risk. There are numerous reasons why we're not getting the 6x to 10x increase in flows of capital that we need to developing countries to achieve the more ambitious net zero goals, even though a lot of the potential is there. Do you see any pragmatic suggestions coming out of this COP or more generally that could help reduce those barriers so that private capital flows particularly can get to those projects that we need?
Let me give a couple of examples. Yesterday I had a very interesting conversation here with, I'll just say, a renewable energy company. I don't know if they would want their name said. And they're very active in renewable energy development in Africa. What did they tell me? If we want to develop renewable energy power plants in Africa, we have to find large industrial off-takers, for example, oil and gas companies that are going to use it in order to power their fields. And maybe from that, they can power the communities around it, because you know what? They will have, it's an off-taker that will pay me. If I go to a utility in countries X, Y, or Z, I will never get paid because they can't collect. And so unless we have a mechanism that deals with that issue of risk and repayment.
Counterparty risk, as it were.
Counterparty risk that is going to affect the cost of capital. One project may carry an interest rate that might be 3%, and the other one might carry an interest rate of 20%. Same technology,
right,
but fundamentally different issue, right? And I'll just say one thing about Egypt, if I could, on methane,
Of course,
because
yeah.
I think it's really interesting what they're doing. They recognize that on the global methane pledge, that if in fact industry is the principal cause of the production of methane, if you don't involve industry in actually fixing the problem, you aren't going to actually have projects that will address it. And so they're now working on a roadmap that brings together a public-private partnership on bringing industry into the process, using the best technologies that are available from satellites. Satellite companies that are saying, you know, here I am, I'm ready to provide data, creating rapid reaction activities that are based on engagement with local operators, targeting those entities, having quick responses. And you know what a critical factor is? The price of gas is high, and as a result of that, capturing that methane has a commercial value. So not only does it get the methane out of the atmosphere, it addresses additions to the natural gas market that will be compensating the European market for the loss of Russian gas. And those are the kinds of practical commercial activities that may seem small, but can have a big impact.
That's a great point. There are not a lot of real win-wins in the energy world. They're usually trade-offs. But getting that fugitive methane to market and monetizing it at current high prices, boy, that's a big win. And I think the IEA has done some analysis, even before the highest prices we've seen on for natural gas, that some 70% or more of the fugitive methane escaping, for example, from America's Permian Basin, where a lot of oil and gas is produced, will pay for itself, basically, for the costs that are involved, and probably even more these days.
Except that there's no infrastructure to export more natural gas. We're using all of it, so you have to build new infrastructure that takes a 20 or 30-year contract to make it financeable and pay for itself.
It's actually not true. We did a study of this together with the Environmental Defense Fund, and from that, we identified about 45 billion cubic meters worth of existing natural gas export capacity, not in the United States, but in developing countries, that is available now, that if you help capture that methane in developing countries like Egypt and Nigeria, that it will actually be additional gas that's put onto the market.
That's really powerful. A lot of gas is vented, it's flared. The old joke in the oil industry used to be, if you find gas once, you're forgiven. Find it twice, you're fired. Because you need infrastructure to get gas to marketplace. You need pipelines, you need perhaps local power stations, other facilities. And so the industry's developed, but especially in less developed countries, there isn't that infrastructure, and that it's vented or wasted. Yes, Catherine, jump in.
And for those of you not as familiar with methane and CO2, let me just explain why capturing it and burning it is a climate win. It's because methane is much more powerful at trapping heat than CO2, over 30 times more powerful. And natural gas is mostly methane. So if the natural gas is leaking and escaping into the atmosphere, it's many times stronger than if you burn it, because when you burn it, you convert it into CO2. And CO2 is still a heat-trapping gas, but a lot less than you had in the first place.
Thank you. It's less long-lived than CO2, it's fair to say, but if we look at the next 20 years, this is a huge elephant in the room that we did not fully appreciate until most recent years, until some of the satellite data, ground observations, drones, light airplanes that are now, and ground observations that are now making it apparent how much more methane we're leaking than we understood previously. So we do see the global methane pledge. We see oil and gas companies coming together in coalitions to work on this. So there is progress, and it is something where because it's monetizable, we can see the business model reason to do it. You don't have to count on charity or benevolence from the industry to do this. I still want to come back, though, to the question of opportunity. And I want to come to you, Anne, in a moment, but I want to give Jason a moment to talk about one of the ideas that has been put forward by your colleagues at Columbia on reducing the risk to getting private sector capital into emerging markets. Carlos talked a little bit about some of the barriers to getting that flow. Some of your colleagues have talked about a mechanism for dealing with foreign exchange risk, which is one of the factors that's off-putting to investors. Can you tell us a little bit about how that might work, and any other instruments, insurance instruments, or other things that you think are promising?
Yeah, that's a whole separate conversation, and we actually had it here in this little venue 2 days ago, because we announced at Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy a new large philanthropic gift to create what we've termed the Energy Opportunity Lab. We have some folks here, Diana Hernandez and Andrew Kamau, helping us with that, and trying to think about how to address climate, but also the energy needs and how big those are, not just energy access, but energy for real economic growth and prosperity in the emerging and developing economies. Many aspects to it, I won't describe them all here, but one important one is how to identify risk mitigation, how to think about what the barriers are to putting more capital to work for clean energy projects in emerging and developing economies. One of those, there are many, but one of those is currency exchange risk. We're seeing that today with a very strong dollar, for example. And so a few of my colleagues, John Elkind and Leonardo Beltran and Philip Benoit, have worked with the World Bank and the World Economic Forum on a currency exchange rate coverage facility, which would take blended finance in the value of carbon credits, in multilateral development finance from DFIs, and potentially philanthropic capital or sovereign capital, and try to create a mechanism to mitigate that risk and sort of just offload some of that risk to encourage more investment in the developing world. So that's something that's new that we've developed just recently in the last couple of months, and we're having a number of conversations with people to try to see if we can get that implemented.
I think this is an area where we need a lot more innovation, trial by error if necessary, because if we're going to unlock the trillions in capital that are going to be needed, it's not going to come from government pockets only. There's just not enough money nor political will for that. And so we need private, and there's no shortage of private capital in the world, as we all know. We just needed to have the motivation to go to these places to expect a reasonable return if we're going to see those kinds of trillions. I just want to make one point, Carlos. You talked about local counterparty risk in emerging markets. In India, where I've just spent some time writing an article, which Jason mentioned, for The Economist on the clean energy sector, the local utilities, they're so-called DISCOMs, distribution utilities, in many states are bankrupt or very unreliable counterparties that had been a previous barrier to expansion of the sector. It's a state's authority in India that due to their federal structure to run those utilities and support them. But the federal government under Modi has found an innovative solution where the Reserve Bank of India, the federal government, acts as a de facto backstop, allowing them to break through this logjam so that if you're a developer, if you want to get financing, you can have basically the assurance that the federal government stands behind a contract signed by even a relatively rickety local distribution utility. And that's the kind of thinking out of the box that we're going to need in developing countries, as well as some of the developing institutions like the World Bank and others that are perhaps too beholden to their AAA rating and therefore aren't taking enough risks. We saw this argument made by Mia Mottley, Prime Minister, who spoke on opening day. We also see this, of course, from numerous other actors saying we need to have a reform of the way that development banks maybe take more risks. Now, Anne, I promised to come to...
Just to say quickly why that's so important, because you quickly use the word trillion, but it's an important word to remind ourselves about, where you're talking about whether the commitment of 100 billion a year can be met. I mean, these are rounding errors compared to the numbers we need. The Nick Stern Veerasamgwe report released here at COP this week put numbers around that, $1 to $2 trillion a year of investment in clean energy every year for the next 30 years. In emerging and developing economies. Most of that is private, not public. And you need that public capital to then catalyze the private capital that is not there. We had about 150 billion in the emerging markets last year. We need to go to 10 times or more.
Absolutely. That's a really excellent report. I recommend it to those of you who haven't seen it yet. And I wanted to come to you on the theme of opportunity and investment. Europe, through particularly the action of the European Commission, but individual countries as well, like Germany, has doubled down on ambition. Among other things, green hydrogen is seen as an area where Europe can lead. However, is it possible that the United States, with its new legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, really a triple whammy between the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS plus Science Act, and of course this bill, the famous IRA as it's called, is going to put in the biggest investment the U.S. has ever made in this area. But more than that, the level of subsidy and giveaways and support, $3 a kilogram for green hydrogen subsidy is the specific amount of guaranteed subsidy for new projects in the U.S. In the best locations in the U.S., whether in the Southwest with its sun or in Texas where it's windswept, experts are predicting they'll actually have negative cost to make hydrogen in those places. And generally speaking, green hydrogen will become incredibly competitive in the U.S. That's attracting project developers that I've spoken with in India, Europe, and Canada to think about shifting their projects there. What does this do for Europe's ambitions? Is Europe going to up its game? Is it going to cut through the green tape, as I call it, the thicket of regulations and rules and promulgations from Brussels that tie up developers in knots to catch up with the U.S.?
Well, I'm not here to speak officially for Europe, but I will say that there are elements that Europe perceives, I think, perhaps justly as a protectionist. However, what I have been saying to the Europeans is we have wanted the United States in this game for so long. Now that they're finally here, let's embrace it, right? Because what we want at the end of the day is a race to the top. This is a very healthy competition. And I think the real power of the IRA, if I can say so, is not only the amount of money that has been put on the table, because we have that in Europe too. However, it is in many ways the simplicity. What you just mentioned, $3 per kilogram, very easy and very non-discriminatory, right? Any company that fulfills the criteria has access to it, right? Any company. So that means it's actually going to drive a lot of investment into the US. So if I can say that, and I hope not too many European officials are listening, I think it's actually very clever, if I can say that. So, we need to think maybe a little less. I actually like what you say, green tape, taxonomy, and, delegated act on additionality, and all of these things, and really think more, how do we drive investment? How do we de-risk? How do we incentivize? And one thing's for sure, and I can say that from having worked in public policy for more than 20 years now, just setting a target or just having some ambition for the future does not necessarily mean you're going to get there, which we had to learn the hard way. So it's very much about implementation, operationalization, incremental change, incentives, driving demand, de-risking, as I just said. So this, I think, was actually very cleverly done in the IRA, if I can say that, or maybe I can't say it.
Well, it's out there now. I'm going to come to the audience in just a minute for your questions, so please collect your thoughts. Let's make some good questions for our gurus, put them on the hot seat. Let me ask first Carlos for a quick response, and Jason, I know you want to jump in on this too, on hydrogen and maybe relatedly carbon capture. From the perspective of opportunity, how big an opportunity is this? Hydrogen has gone through multiple hype cycles, obviously, since Jules Verne first wrote about hydrogen in The Mysterious Island. Some of you might remember 160 years ago. So how seriously should we take the current investment cycle, and how do you give us a reality check on it?
Well, I think, first of all, you have to think about what the world is trying to solve with this issue, right? And eventually there is a need and desire to transition out of natural gas. In the short term, there's a real issue about whether natural gas is a good thing or not. Now, if I can just deviate for a second on this, I think it's important to recognize that the center of the crisis in Europe today is the lack of access to natural gas. It is fundamental to the human crisis and the energy justice crisis that Europe is going through. And so one of the questions that one has to think about is, what are the short-term impacts if you take away part of your tool chest at a given point in time? And should we be raising a different question of not looking at individual fuels, but asking what is the carbon intensity of an ecosystem? And as a result of that, making choices about that. I think it's an important question to debate. But when we come back to the question of natural gas, if you think about it, it's high temperatures for industry. It's in the power system, both providing and addressing issues of intermittency, but also potential use of as a battery. It's in the residential sector for heating in particular in Europe. And if you ask yourself what can substitute for that, if you're looking for a non-carbon alternative, you're back to either nuclear energy or hydrogen, right? And so there's a huge bet here. And as a result of that, the stakes for industry, the stakes for ordinary consumers are absolutely enormous. And so I think that the drive to continue to try to make hydrogen work is fundamental. On carbon capture, I will just say this. It's been a controversial issue. There are some who have argued that carbon capture is a way to extend the lifeline of the hydrocarbons industry, and it should not be allowed. If we think about it, every single roadmap to net zero is based on everything going right. It has to go right. Think about the IEA and the way they constructed their net zero roadmap. They started at the end point and mathematically worked backwards to get to a solution. What it tells us is, and what this war in Ukraine has done, is it showed us that there can be shocks. This is a geopolitical shock. There will be technology shocks. There will be commercial shocks. There will be supply chain shocks. And we need to figure out what are the plan Bs and the plan Cs that allow building resilience so that whenever there isn't a shock, it doesn't become an issue of deviating from the climate goals. It becomes a question of having the resilience to adapt. And if we don't take carbon capture seriously, we are not going to have a plan B for the necessary use of hydrocarbons, which we're still going to find for a period of time.
Well stated, and the emphasis on resilience, I think, is particularly useful because we are certainly in for a rocky transition. Whatever your ideological faith is or bet on technologies, I think we can all reasonably agree that the next 10 years are going to be a bumpy period for the global economy. There's a question in the front row. Jason, will you hold off on your comment until we come back to the panel? Okay, great. So hold on for a moment. Let's hear briefly from our panelists, because I want to make sure to get a couple of questions from the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, very briefly. We mentioned earlier how it's better to burn natural gas than to let it escape. The same is true for hydrogen. It turns out if you burn hydrogen, you're good. But if you don't burn it and it escapes to the atmosphere through leaks in the system, we still have a problem because it has heat trapping potential.
There's recent peer-reviewed studies on this topic that point this out. It's really important. You're absolutely right. I would make two quick technical observations. Maybe it's the MIT engineer in me. First, hydrogen, for those that don't follow it closely, is not an energy source. You have to make it from something, and so there are ways to make it that are so-called green, meaning from renewable sources. You could make it from nuclear if you want to spend a lot of money. Of course, the alternative that is being promoted by the oil and gas industry, sometimes called blue hydrogen, you make it from, let's say, natural gas. You capture the CO2 emitted through CCS. Those are some rival alternatives in different parts of the world. And we do know how to use hydrogen. The world uses lots of hydrogen in the fertilizer industry and petrochemicals, and it's piped safely, it's managed safely by the chemicals industry and the petrochemicals industry. So, but the question is, if we were to have much wider and dispersed use, would we make sure to have those, the handling of it done properly? And as you rightly say, it would be a terrible thing if we did not do that. So it's a call for vigilance as opposed to a barrier to growth, I would say. Yes,
I just wanted to make a quick comment on this, on when Europe realized its dependence on gas. It was a real reality check, because for all of us, you know, we're so good and we're climate friendly and we're this and that, we didn't realize how much of the energy mix was actually dependent on gas and how devastating it would be. It was sort of a moment where ideology meets reality, and it was really painful. So one of the things, in addition to resilience, is we need to have our eyes wide open and have realism and pragmatism. There are going to be shocks. It's not going to be a linear process. And we need more people who have really, frankly, the guts to say that and to realize it. And we just really had a wake-up call about this in Europe.
Should I go to the front row, Jason? Okay, great. Sir, thank you for your patience, sir. Just identify yourself and your affiliation, and make it a good question rather than a long-winded speech.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tumal Orto. I'm from Kenya. I'm not from the energy industry. I'm a livestock keeper, so it's opposite. Here, we are talking of turning global energy. Here, there's an opportunity. So, being from energy industry or being an expert in Africa or in Kenya or the village where I come from, there is wind power, Turkana wind power stations, a very big one, a project which is has taken off. Also in my village, there's also Bubisa wind energy. People are talking about it. It is there. Some activities has taken off. So in general, and also the village I come from is also in the heart of the desert where there's a lot of sun. So my point is, what at the backyard of your mind, what are you thinking about energy opportunity in Africa?
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, sir. That's a powerful question. I want to ask my panelists, not only is it the Africa COP, it's also one of the things that's sitting in comfortable Western capitals is forgotten sometimes. What about his village? What about his country, Africa, developing countries more generally? Are the systems that we're talking about suited to purpose? Or should we really be thinking about doubling down or tripling down on investments in decentralized microgrids, home-based and village-based solutions, micropayments to enable those? Where's the emphasis on that, and what is the potential of that to play a side-by-side role with any kind of investment in grid-connected, big infrastructure and energy? Jason, do you want to lead us off? I'm
going to volunteer others, actually, and by way of doing that, just note that Carlos, in addition to ambassador to Ukraine, when President Obama's administration created, for the first time ever, an energy bureau inside the U.S. Department of State to do energy diplomacy, he created that bureau, and I know has thought a lot about that question. And then we also have Andrew Kamau here, who helps to lead the Kenyan Energy Ministry and maybe wants to take the microphone for a moment. I could share my thoughts, but I think we have people better placed, actually.
Sure. Can we have Andrew come up? Or just have a microphone to him, please? Thank you, sir, for your thoughts.
I think Carlos alluded to this when he said that you have a problem with utilities and the credit risk of utilities. But you also have now a lot of smaller companies who have come and have started their own microgrids. And they've been very successful in the way they've been doing it. But the other thing that we were also thinking about with Jason some time back is the fact that people can't afford the electricity, but they have a right to it. Is it a social good? And how do you fund that social good? And these are the things that we are thinking about.
Carlos, a follow-up?
I think one of the challenges is that there isn't one solution. There are many things that have to be brought together. The point of raising microgrids, I think, is really important because having to, it's kind of like, these things, right? I mean, at one point we assumed that the world would only have telephony if there were certain infrastructure requirements, and this taught us that it could be different. Energy's a bit different, but it is possible to have expansion of access to energy through microgrids. But then we get into financing problems and scale. Because it might be one thing to do it on a small scale basis, but how do you really expand that? India's done that more than anybody, and in part the kind of finance assurance scheme that you talked about is key. Being able to bring financing to the development of grid scale, larger scale infrastructure for solar and wind is a big deal. So one of the things I was talking about with one company here in a country that has a sovereign wealth fund is, look, I mean, you have the capacity to put some of this capital at risk. So why don't you work with a group like Jason's at Columbia, taking the currency risk suggestions that are put in place, look at the kind of guarantees that can be placed in other aspects. How do you translate the concept of political risk insurance to other mechanisms and use these to be able to reduce the risk and bring down the cost of capital so that you're not paying 20%, but maybe if you're paying 5%, you can start to make that competitive. The other thing I'm going to say, and this is probably controversial, is that if there is the development of oil and gas, African countries are going to be better off to be able to have partnerships from international companies that can bring the technology that they've developed for digitalization and other forms of capturing emissions that will allow them to produce those hydrocarbons in a way that's cleaner. Because in the end, if those hydrocarbons are going to be used and if there is going to be demand for them in global markets, one of the things that you want to see with them is that their emissions content, their carbon content is going down as well. And that's the point that needs to be debated because a lot of people don't agree with that point.
We have a quick question from the floor. We're almost out of time, so let's have one last question. Oh, you found someone here? I'm sorry, I didn't see. Oh, welcome, please. Let's have a quick lightning round. Let's 2 questions, and my panel will respond quickly given the time that we have. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Ia, and I'm with Nuclear for Climate. And so I guess you can guess the content of my question by that. But essentially, when we talk about the energy crisis, we're talking such large scales of electricity production. Like only in Europe, we're estimating 4,000 terawatt hours to cover just the fossil-based electricity and heating in Europe right now. How are we going to manage that with purely renewable sources when we've already nearly built the full extent of hydropower we can in Europe?
Thank you. Great question. And just a quick question from you, sir. Please identify yourself.
Christian Lelong from Kairos. We're a satellite analytics company. The question is about coal. It doesn't get talked about a lot in the context of the crisis and opportunity, but 1/3 of methane emissions from the fossil fuel industry come from coal. And removing methane from coal mines is actually pretty straightforward. And coal mining companies are now quite profitable. And so they know and they can how to reduce methane emissions from mining, which amount to about the carbon footprint of Japan. So the question is, how can we make sure that this doesn't get forgotten as we focus on methane from oil and gas?
Thank you. I'm going to go in turn down here. I'll turn to Carlos since you kicked us off on methane. Maybe you could address this question as well as any final comment you want to make. We'll make it a bit of a lightning round since we're running out of time.
I think on methane, one of the things we recognize, Catherine said it very well, you have to get rid of it. And so on the issue of coal, one of the a basic reality is when does coal get outside of the competitive mix as a fuel? That's an issue that has different calculations in different parts of the world. But I think that the basic point that we're going to see on methane is that if you can capture it, in order to be able to capture it, you have to create the incentive to be able to do something with it and get commercial value of it. And so I think that that's one of the critical things that we're going to have to think about going forward. What are the creative mechanisms to create a commercial value out of capturing methane with all of the constraints that you mentioned as well and the importance of doing it quickly?
Actually, why don't we go to Catherine, since you are also an expert in this area. A follow-up on methane, then we want to get a couple of answers on the important question from the lady. Yeah.
So this is a very good example of an important point. How many years do you think it's been since scientists discovered that methane was leaking out of coal mines, causing the Earth to warm? 170. An Irish scientist named John Tyndall in the 1850s was the first person to identify this. And so this makes a really important point. We honestly don't need more science to act. And I'm a scientist. There's always more things to discover. We can put much more precise numbers on how much worse climate change is making a drought, a heat wave, a hurricane, and all the economic damages associated with it. But in order to act, we do not have to wait for more science. And that's why this panel is so important. We just need to do what's necessary as soon as possible. And for that, we need economics, we need technology, we need policy, and we need the connections at the local scale because each solution looks different. There's no silver bullet for everyone, but there is a lot of silver buckshot.
And turning to you, well put, beautifully put. On Europe, renewables scaling, what do you say?
Well, I want to go back sort of to the beginning of the session, which is about crisis and opportunity. And if we go back to the last energy crisis, we gave birth essentially to the wind and solar industry, what is today known. It took 4 decades to stand it up. We don't have that. So my concluding thought is we need to use this crisis to really think about what are the new technologies that we want to get underway. Because I said up front in the preparation, I want to speak about hope. Imagine how much less hope we would have today if we didn't have wind, solar, or batteries. And imagine how much more hope we would have for the future if we had green hydrogen, if we had sustainable fuels, if we had storage capabilities, if we had carbon capture. So we need to get serious about this because you can't live in a world where we all think we're on a highway to hell. we still need to believe the future is better than the past, because otherwise, this is going to be a very dangerous and serious future that we are looking forward to. We can't have that. We need to have some hope, and these technologies can give us hope. Thank you.
Great. Jason, can you address her question, please, and then maybe give us some concluding thoughts?
Sure. And I'll maybe come to it just by agreeing with Catherine that we have known for a long time we need to act and know how do we do it quickly and how do we implement. And the Inflation Reduction Act is a good example of that, this historic investment of $400 billion. You started by saying the World Energy Outlook projects for the first time ever in its outlook a peak in fossil fuel use, not a big decline, but at least a peak. And they assume things like the implementation of that bill, that we can put that money to work and double in their estimate by 2030 the amount of renewable capacity and increase transmission accordingly. To get to net zero, you're talking about tripling transmission in the U.S. It took 140 years to build the grid we have now. We have to do it again in 14, and then again 14 after that. You're at the Nature Conservancy. I'm proud to be a trustee in the Nature Conservancy in New York. We spend a lot of time advancing climate action, but thinking about other impacts. If you're going to build an offshore wind farm, it's going to impact fisheries maybe, or you'll have a cable coming on shore through a wetland. And it is hard to permit and build these projects, and it's going to be difficult and challenging, and that's why we are going to need all tools in the toolkit, including, I think, nuclear power. I think what Bill Gates is doing at Breakthrough to help advance nuclear energy, I'm excited by the improvements in technology, broad recognition that it does need to be part of the toolkit for net zero, and there's also a national security argument now to the topic of our panel. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, half the world's nuclear plants were being built by Russia. I think that is a concern from a national security standpoint, and we need to diversify that a bit more. So I would just conclude by saying, I do believe that while there may be bumps in the road and some more coal and diesel here and there just because we have lost Russian gas, in the long term, we will look back and we will kick ourselves if we look back and we think we missed an opportunity, as Anne said, to recognize that many of the things that give you more energy security also move you in a lower carbon direction. That's not just Europe and Russia. That we just had this big spat between the United States and Saudi Arabia over OPEC. Because of the shale revolution on a net basis, the U.S. doesn't import any oil on a net basis anymore at all. And yet what happens halfway around the world in Vienna or where the oil supply still matters, the thing that makes you more secure is to use less oil and gas and coal in the first place and then be less exposed to geopolitical risk. And obviously that's what we need to do to accelerate the clean energy transition.
Great. Jason, you summed it up beautifully. And the note that you struck at the end, I think reminds me of Churchill's words. I'll invoke him again in closing as I did in opening. He argued that energy security comes from variety and variety alone, by which he meant, of course, energy security arises from diversity. Diversity of geographical supplies, but also, I would argue in this day and age, of sources of energy, which gets to the question that was raised from the floor, and that connects to the opportunity, which is the theme of our panel today. I hope you'll agree that our speakers have given us an awful lot to think about. They've provoked us, maybe angered us, but I also feel they have enlightened us. So please give them a nice round of applause to thank them for their insights and their time. You will find this session up on the website of the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy. We hope you enjoy the rest of your COP. Thank you.
AQI levels are more than 300 regularly. And the Delhi government very recently declared an emergency and shut down many schools and outdoor activities because of the air pollution. And they were fearful of children's health and safety. Today, I would like to discuss the importance of hyperlocal CO2 and other emissions data in large cities. I have been a climate researcher at AMBI, a climate intelligence company based in India. And I'm incredibly grateful to Mr. Akshay Joshi, CEO of AMBI, and his incredible team for allowing me to collaborate with them. On November 15th, just 5 days from today, planet Earth will cross an extremely important milestone. For the very first time, we will have 8 billion people living on planet Earth, and over 4 billion people living in large cities. Urban populations contribute disproportionately to carbon emissions, thanks to industrial production, public and private transportation, unbridled construction, and subpar waste management systems. Cities account for 70% of global emissions, and reducing emissions in cities is absolutely vital if we would like to reach net zero by 2050. Therefore, cities must be a critical focus for carbon emissions data collection, which can inform climate policies that target these emissions. I have a question for everyone in the audience. Which city do you think has the highest CO2 emission levels in the entire world? Do I have any guesses in the audience? Beijing, okay. Did you have one? No? Anybody? Houston. No. The answer is Seoul, the capital of South Korea. Some other cities with high CO2 emissions include Guangzhou in China, New York City, Los Angeles, Hong Kong, and Shanghai. In fact, the top 50 cities in the world account for 25% of global emissions. If we really want to reduce this percentage, we must target the largest cities in the world. Collectives such as the Carbon Neutral City Alliance are already working towards reducing emissions in large cities by 80% to 100% by 2050 or sooner. There is a lot more we must do. A very important building block to reducing CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions in large cities is obtaining granular level data. Currently, there is no publicly available, easily accessible hyperlocal emissions data on CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions anywhere in the world. There is only macro-level data and site-specific data, such as that from refineries, cement plants, and coal plants. AMBI is a climate and environmental intelligence company that seeks to democratize access to environmental data for the entire world. This kind of data and information being open access is a positive step to more climate-conscious behavior and more climate-conscious policy changes. AMBI collects data through on-ground sensors, PCB monitors, and satellite data, and employs technological advancements in domains such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. These data points are then actioned towards the generation of hyperlocal and spatiotemporal data. In addition to CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions, such as NO2 and O3, AMBI's technology also collects data on pollen, severe weather, and active forest fires. Now, I would like to speak about Mumbai. Mumbai is the economic capital of India with a population of over 21 million people. It is the first city in the world to have hyperlocal data on CO2 emissions, PM2.5 levels, O3 emissions, O2 emissions, and more, using AMBI's technology. AMBI's APIs can give businesses and governmental bodies access to real-time hyperlocal data for greenhouse gas emissions in their immediate vicinity, which can then be used to develop climate-related policies, make environmental decisions, and drive civilian engagement. AMBI installed 65 sensors in Mumbai. As you can see, the locations are on the map over here. And data from these sensors, combined with satellite data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, determine real-time hyperlocal emissions in each area of the city. And the results of this were incredibly interesting. The first significant conclusion drawn from this data is that Colaba, an area in the southernmost tip of Mumbai, right here, had the highest CO2 emission levels in the entire city during the month of September. In fact, CO2 emission levels weren't only high in Colaba, but they were high in the entire city of Mumbai. The average outdoor normal emissions levels are between 300 to 420 parts per million, But across Mumbai, they were between 410 and 1,400 parts per million. Another powerful conclusion drawn by this analysis is that high CO2 concentration levels also exist in areas that don't have very many cars. Mumbai is a low car density area compared to Delhi and Bangalore, where most people rely on public transportation. Despite this, we see the early morning hotspots between 7 and 8 a.m., which show the existence of very hyper-localized industrial activities, such as baking factories that emit CO2 into our atmosphere. This illustrates that vehicles affect a city's CO2 emissions far less than other factors, such as industrial activity or construction. It is important to note that Mumbai is building a massive new trans-harbor bridge and several new refineries. The collection of hyperlocal data allows us to draw nuanced conclusions, such as the ones that I've just mentioned. It is also more effective to pinpoint particular contributors rather than draw general conclusions based on past research and macro-level data. Now, let me take you to Delhi, the city that I live in. Priya lives in a neighborhood called Kalkaji. She loves to run and exercise outdoors. But she doesn't know when to exercise or when the best time is to exercise because PM 2.5 levels are extremely high in New Delhi and in other cities in India. Most of you probably exercise outdoors in the early mornings or the early evenings or late evenings. However, if you live in Kalkaji, for example, the best time to exercise outdoors is actually between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. This pinpoints the other strengths of hyperlocal data collection, which is open access to temporally specific data that can inform people's behaviors in a way that minimizes their exposure to pollutants that are detrimental to their health. In countries like India, particulate matter is parallel to greenhouse gas emissions and has a catastrophic impact on our lives. It affects me personally because half the children that live in my country grow up with underdeveloped lungs. And this is what motivates me to work with AMBI. Now, AMBI CO2 sensors are live in Bangalore and in Mumbai, and we have just started to roll them out across New Delhi. And we've even signed up 5 more cities. And very soon, we will have detailed CO2 emissions in 8 large cities, And our vision for the future involves bringing AMBI's technologies to more than 42 cities across the globe over the next 2 years. And our goal is to wire up the top 50 cities in the world for free. And so we would love to hear from you. Thank you, everyone, for attending my talk and giving me the opportunity to share about what AMBI is doing currently in India. And I look forward to meeting those of you that are interested in what we're doing and interested in what the sensors may look like in the future. Thank you. I am open to, I think I have some time left. I'm open to a few questions. Yep.
Thank you, Maya. Very impressive.
Thank you.
So where are these sensors placed? And what's the plan for Delhi? And can Amman, Jordan be on your list?
Of course.
Yes?
Yes, that would be, that's one of the cities, yeah, definitely. Every city in the world needs sensors like AMBI sensors. Basically, in Delhi, right now, we have around 5 to 6 sensors, but we're planning on installing close to 100 by the end of this year. And to install them, we actually had to collaborate with Domino's. And we set up locations, there are around 100 locations in Delhi, I would say. And so we chose each location, and we've been installing sensors on the sides of every restaurant. So yeah. Yes, Jane.
And how would people get to know the data? Like you were saying about running at 10 o'clock in the morning is the best time. How does that work?
Yes, so currently AMBI's data is proprietary. They're selling it to other companies. However, what we'd like to do in the future, in the very near future, is develop some sort of platform or database where the citizens of India and the citizens of other countries where we install these sensors can view the data and understand it and visualize it. Actually, just recently I'd been working on a project where we developed a program where not only can you visualize the data, but you can also interact with it. So that's coming in the near future.
Could there also be potential for partnerships with, like the Apple Watch and all of those apps that track your health? And, could you collaborate to say, oh, now is the time to run or something like that?
That would be amazing. Yeah, I think that people don't tend to know much about CO2 emissions, especially, and the data that we have is very general. India, for example, has very few sensors, and they're spread out, across the city. However, AMBI sensors are very hyperlocal, so having some way to inform people, either through the Apple Watch or through the Health app, I think that would be incredible. Yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, this is wonderful. So really excited. Maybe I missed the beginning, but what does the sensor look like? Is the magic of AMBI in the software? Is it in just making it small, or just doing something that other people just haven't done and focused on the hyperlocal?
Yeah, so the sensors are the size of a shoebox, actually. They're color neutral, so no one really notices them. And they run on a GSM chip, and they have a motherboard, and then they have slots for the different sensors. So whether you want to measure CO2 emissions, if you want to measure ozone emissions, if you want to measure pollen, you install those sensors there, and everything is sort of in the programming, and so, yeah.
Are you just getting Domino's pizza emissions, though, in terms of a bias because of where it's located?
No, in Mumbai, they're actually located, in Mumbai, they're not located on Domino's restaurants, and neither are they in Bangalore, but in Delhi, that's what we're doing, because the Domino's restaurants in India, or in Delhi especially, are evenly spread out across the city. We also have sensors in neighborhoods. So for example, the neighborhood that I live in, we have one in Shantiniketan. And so the sensors, what they do is they measure data that's sort of near the main road, and it varies. So yeah.
Hi. You said these sensors measure the data and provide it for the companies, what they are using for, to know how to reduce the carbon emission, or what is the mission, or what is the goal from sharing these data with different companies?
Yes, the goal of sharing this data is to inform people on the more hyperlocal levels of CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions in our atmosphere. I think that knowing specifically what emissions there exist, especially in very small locations, is extremely important. And for companies, to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, they need to know what exactly their contribution is, not at a general scale, but at a very specific scale, because that's how it's actionable data. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much. That was very, very inspirational and brilliant talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is an exciting panel. As you can see, we have a lot of people here, so we're going to dive right in. This is an event hosted by the Climate Resolute Coalition, and we're going to look at the co-benefits of climate and gender in both directions, and we'll end with a call to action and a gift for all of you. So before we get to the gift, I'm going to start over here with Leslie, and I could ask each of you to introduce yourselves one by one. Please, Leslie.
Thanks, Mill. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leslie Johnston. I'm the Chief Executive of Laudes Foundation based in Switzerland.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vupech Pilim-Lapesi. I'm the CEO and founder of an organic farm that produces strawberries in Zambia, and we are based in Lusaka, Zambia.
Good day, everyone. It's nice to see you all. I'm Mike Okorafor, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for McCormick and Company. And I'm sure you know, we're the king of spices.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sashi Jayatilaka. I'm the Senior Climate Finance Advisor at USAID.
Andy Farrow. I lead Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at Mars. That is Mars, the company, and not the planet. Mars is the world's largest pet food company, confectionery company, and veterinary services company.
Thank you, Andy, for that clarification, because with the amount of
noise... It's always good to be clear.
Yeah, it's very good. Some of you may feel we're a little bit in outer space. We're in a built environment, and we've got lots of noise in the background, but we'll do our very best. So I'm going to dive right in, and I'm going to ask you, Bupe, if you could begin. I know that you are an entrepreneur in Zambia, and I know that you've been very successful. I know that you've had access to finance. I also know that you might want more finance. So if you could just speak to us briefly about the work that you're doing and the gender lens that you've applied. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mel. As I mentioned, we are an organic farm that produces strawberries in Zambia, in Lusaka province in particular. That's where we've started from. So basically what we went into is production of a healthy food product so that we are able to produce byproducts from strawberries that are healthy and in a healthy way to the environment and also to the human race. So what we've done is we've noticed in the past years climate change has really impacted our business in a very negative way. And what we've decided to do as a business for the past 10 years or so is to go into old practices that our parents and our forefathers used to use. They never used a lot of synthetic chemicals or fertilizers or stimulants to make the plant produce more or grow more. So they use typical methods, the natural way of compost, manure, and you decompose that and feed it to the soil. So that's what we've gone into, and we noticed that after we started that practice, that farming practice, we noticed that our production actually improved, our quality of product improved, and the way the consumers received that was totally overwhelming. And we're at a point now where we want to scale up and add to our value chain. We want to add to our product range. And we've started with a jam production, a pure strawberry jam production, and we've also gone into hydrating the fruit for processes of different dairy products, byproducts that use strawberries as raw material. So about 4 years ago, we went into now thinking, how do we make other women join us? How do we make other farmers join us? And I particularly took attention to women because I feel like we are the minority in our region. I'll speak about our region because I have seen this firsthand on the ground. We are the minority. In Africa, in Zambia in particular, for a woman like me sitting here and talking about agriculture is somehow a taboo. But things are changing, cultures are changing, things are innovating, and now we've just seen this zeal in women taking up big businesses in agribusiness. So we decided to say, why not, engage them and try and train them into this practice that is healthy for the environment, healthy for the human consumption. So what we did is we went into training of these women, where we trained them how to heal the soil. So I've tagged my campaign towards healing the soil as a soil healing regeneration process, where we're able to go back to the land and heal it, because it's been depleted of so much minerals, resources that are natural to help the plant grow. So we've gone back now to heal the land. We start from the ground about 60 centimeters deep coming up. And we've trained more than 1,000 women at present, and we have a network of about 125, to be exact, women who are doing different agriculture businesses, where they're able to grow different crops and produce massive quality products using the practice that we're using. So we're really here at COP to actually add our voice and actually invite partners on board to help us amplify this message that the soil needs to be healed. The soil needs to be regenerated for us to produce something that is healthy for me, for you, and for the environment. So we're at a point where we want to amplify this message. We're able to go out there. As I mentioned, we are only currently operating in Lusaka province, and we have a total of 10 provinces in Zambia. And our age now is to go to all those provinces and hopefully end up in other countries as well. So we are here to add that voice and also soak in as much information as possible to help us innovate and stay relevant in the business.
Great.
Thank you.
I have so many questions for you, but I'll circle back to you in a minute about the finance piece, and that's something we're going to touch on with all of you. But Michael, I'm going to turn to you now. I know McCormick, as you say, the king of spices. If you visit Baltimore, you will smell their company before you find their company. That dominates the entire Inner Harbor in Baltimore. Could you say, I know you're working directly with your producers on climate smart agriculture and things like that. So could you just paint a picture for us about the work that you're doing with your suppliers, please? And in how many countries? Because I know it's quite a few. Thanks.
Thank you. Mel, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Mel, this is really a good question. First of all, thanks for that kind introduction. But to put it in perspective, McCormick sources from over 85 different countries, different spices and herbs. For instance, most of our vanilla comes from Madagascar. Most of our black pepper comes from Vietnam. All of our oregano comes from Turkey. All of our red pepper comes from India. Our ginger comes mostly from Nigeria and a few other countries. What do you think these countries have in common? They are all in the global south, okay? And if you want to talk about climate change, they're feeling the brunt of it. And you know what is interesting? They didn't cause it. If you look at the global side, they didn't contribute to that. We did over here in the Western world. So here's what we're doing at McCormick that is very important. We enshrined it into our business strategy because we believed that the era of CSR is over. You have to embed it in your business if you're going to do it day in, day out, and that's what we've done. And there's one simple principle in our purpose-led performance, which is that we have to deliver top-tier financial performance while doing the right thing for our people, our communities, and the planet we all share. But more importantly is to build an enduring supply chain. Let me tell you what we're doing in the communities. It's communities where we live, communities where we work, but most importantly, communities where we source. Like in Madagascar, just like Bupe has said. You got to make sure that those communities are healthy. Otherwise, you won't have an enduring supply chain. And if you don't have an enduring supply chain, we won't have all these good spices and herbs that we sell, and there'll be no business. But we're trying to future-proof that. How are we doing that? One of the things we've done is we've created what we called McCormick Women Empowerment Framework, okay? And we didn't do that because we're experts in women. No, we hired CARE International. If you know anything about women, gender empowerment, you got to talk to CARE. And so we hired CARE. They went into those communities in Vietnam, Madagascar, in India, Indonesia, Turkey, and really understood why women are being held back. Bupe is correct. Just for transparency, I grew up in one of those communities, an eastern part of Nigeria. My mom was a subsistence farmer. And I was sharing earlier, I wouldn't be here today without that woman, because my father died when I was 4 years old. I was the youngest of 4 children. And even at this stage, I can tell you that I'm still the least successful amongst my siblings, raised by a single woman. Okay? She refused to remarry, and Bupe will tell you it's customary when you're young and your husband dies, because the men usually are older than their wives. And when they die, they remarry. My mom refused to remarry. And that she sent me to an all-boys Catholic boarding secondary school. And that changed the trajectory of my own life. And that is where I'm here today. So when I talk about what we're doing at McCormick, there is a simple thing Africans know. And that is, if you empower a woman, you empower a community. We used to call it village. I'm using community so you guys can relate to it. You empower a community and you advance a nation. So here's what we've done at McCormick. We realized that in most of our farms, where we don't own those, these are individual mom and pop, like they own that, they produce it. And so we realized that most of the farms were owned by men, like me. Most of the workers were women. And so we said, that's unfair. So that's the work that CARE did for us, revealed some of the issues. And one of them was finance for them to start. So we partnered with IFC, which most of you know is part of the World Bank. And we created a village savings and loan for a place like Madagascar and Vietnam. In the case of Madagascar, we gave the women, took the loan to start their own business. Vanilla is like gold, you remember that? And so we, McCormick, paid the interest up front. And the women took the loan, and some men took as well. But they started their business, and when they sold the crop, they paid back the loan without the interest. And that changed their business. And today, those communities, I went down there before the COVID incident. I went down there, they were thriving. They were so happy they gave me a wrapper. Most Africans will understand what I'm talking about. And they were so happy about that. Now, why am I telling you this? Because if you look at these women now, they can afford to send their kids to school, like my mom did. They can afford to follow what I call sustainable farming practices. We have what we call McCormick Grown for Good. So it's about doing the right things on the farm, building community resilience, having women work and own their own, and then ethical supply chain. So in those communities, you don't have child labor because the kids are going to school because the parents can afford to pay for them to go to school. There is no free education in most of those farming communities. If you can't afford to pay, your kids don't go to school. Okay? So that is what is happening. But here's the thing. These women are practicing sustainable practices that we're talking about, regenerative practices. Let me give you an example. In Madagascar, most of you, even people in McCormick, most of you won't realize that vanilla is an orchid. What is the biggest thing that an orchid needs? Shade, thank you. And a host plant. They don't crawl on the ground, they host plant. And that's where the thing grows and the bean comes. What is the biggest carbon sink in the world today, natural? Trees. It's very simple. So you have a situation where the thing needs a cover, and then it's soaking in carbon dioxide. It's a carbon sink, and then it's growing healthy. Guess what? Higher yield, better consistent quality, and this is what these women are doing and preserving the thing. We're also planting trees around that and encouraging biodiversity. I said that if you want to really talk about climate action, you got to make sure you engage these women that are doing the work so they can do it right and preserve the planet. And I think, Bupe, you highlighted that. So thank you.
Yes, I did. Yeah, thank you, Michael. Well, this is the perfect time to interject. We're going to go from this on-the-ground perspective and broaden it out. And Andy, I'm going to turn to you in a minute. But the real thing that this panel is so important is because this is the second time that the Climate Resolute Coalition has come together to do such a discussion, because if you think about everything that's happening in the green zone, the blue zone, and even right in this building, everyone's going to be very focused on decarbonizing, and they may be very focused on technology. When you know that the research says that applying a gender lens is one of the top solutions to climate change, you look at the way all of these events are constructed, you won't hear it. You will not hear that gender equity is among the top solutions to climate change. So the work that we're doing in the coalition, and Mars was one of our first 3 members, and we thank you for that, is to really put that spotlight on that intersectional thinking, why it matters, and making sure that everyone understands that if you focus on decarbonizing, without also then thinking about all the ways we as countries are recarbonizing, you're not going to win. I think of it as a bucket. You've got a bucket that you're trying to empty, But at the same time, because of rampant population growth and other things, poor agricultural practices, women's disempowerment, all of that is a way of recarbonizing. So if you don't do the two at the same time, you're not going to win the fight. So with that, Andy, I'm going to turn to you. I know Mars is doing a lot of work on livelihoods, climate change, and women's empowerment, and you've done them over the years in bits and pieces, but now I see a lot of leadership on integrating them. Could you say a bit more about what you're up to these days? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, people know us best for our brands, you know, M&M's, you know, Snickers, you know, Pedigree, we're organic. But in reality, we're an agricultural company. And so we are taking, for most of our business, we are taking agricultural products, which we get from around 100 countries. The land area the size of Belgium is producing crops for our business, and we turn them into consumer goods. We are very dependent on smallholder agriculture for a lot of them, and if you look at the future of farming, it is increasingly female. And so if you want, from a pure narrow business point of view, if you want security of supply, you need to look after farmers. You need to make it attractive to farm for the long term. Otherwise, you're not going to have the core raw materials you need for their products. And then if you then take that to the next level, we have shareholder objectives, rather like Michael does, around climate, around getting down to net zero, but also improving the lives of a million people within our value chain. And increasingly, as we looked at it, I think there is a real danger, and the real danger is that when people very much focus on targets, it becomes very segmented. And it's all about this target or that target. And the reality is that lots of them, particularly in agriculture, go together. You can't just think about water. You need to also think about climate. You need to think about gender. And we have certainly seen that, and our assessment is that for climate mitigation resilience to work, you need to empower women. And where we have done projects, whether it be in East Africa, in Nairobi, within a sort of a more of a route to market chain, or whether it be in West Africa, also with CARE, where you have 50,000 women involved in savings and loans programs, or it's some of the work we're doing with USAID in Indonesia on agroforestry. It has a multiplier effect. It makes things far more powerful. It broadens the impact, because we're not just interested in solving a climate problem or a water problem or a poverty problem or a gender empowerment problem. They need to be solved together for us. And so that's very much why and I think on those things, it's one nobody has all the answers to. We certainly don't have all the answers to. But it needs to be looked at in a completely new light in the way, and it's one of the reasons in our sourcing program, and the biggest difference we can probably make is in terms of how we source raw materials. And so when we look at the programs for sourcing, we're not just looking at quality and cost and carbon, we're looking also at gender and how that factors into all of the programs, and so that our aim is to buy things in a completely different way. And if you look at part of the problem is that most companies procure commodities, and that is suggesting that everything is equal. A strawberry is a strawberry is a strawberry, regardless of how it's grown, regardless of where it comes from, regardless of what the externalities of it are. And that's how business has operated for hundreds of years. And so it needs a fundamental rethink in how we buy. And it's not easy because there are very, very long supply chains. We don't own farms. You're having to do it through many different layers. And so it's about really aligning incentives across the whole of that to really deliver impact.
Thank you. I wanted to make that point. Actually, there was a research, somebody did the research to show that gender cross-cuts as many as 11 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it pops up in all of them, hence why we're here. And Sashi, I'm going to turn to you in a second. I know just last week that you announced a major new partnership at USAID with Amazon, the Climate Gender Equity Fund, or I may be misgetting that, so I'll let you take it from here and describe that and tell us more, please.
Sure. And
Before I get to the positive side, I do want to be honest that the reason that we're all here, and it's so exciting to have so many companies that are being forward-leaning and an example of an entrepreneur doing this. But frankly, before we came together with this partnership, we did research for the last year. And we talked to many donors, we talked to companies, we talked to finance firms. And sadly, when it comes to climate finance, very few people are actually looking at how that finance trickles down to in terms of a gender responsive way. Gender lens investing has now been around shortly for like 3-4 years. It isn't that long. So, you know, we're trying to push companies to look at not just how to be investing in women-led businesses, but now we're looking at the climate nexus. And frankly, nobody wants to do that because it doesn't equal profit. So the fact that climate change can have such a negative impact, it exacerbates all the social and economic inequalities of the world now. And women and gender are at the heart of who takes the brunt of that, whether it's conflict, a drought. You know, if you imagine in your head, you see the news, what's happening, guess who's taking care of the families when a flood happens? You know, like a third of Pakistan is underwater. It's the moms taking care of them. And then they also have to provide. So, but in terms of how we respond, it's very complicated. Like you mentioned, we don't have systems funding. We have siloed funding. We have our agriculture funding, we have our climate change funding, and then we have our, you know, economic growth funding over here, or gender responsive funding. And so after we did this research, we thought we need to do something that's building the nexus across the board. Unfortunately, we had Amazon approach us with the same idea. So it's very good timing, fortuitous. Maybe you all had something to do with getting this momentum out there, because we were surprised that we thought we were alone in seeing this nexus, and now clearly there's a few others that think this. I don't think this is normal, so I just want to say that's not normal to have this many companies talking about having supply chain climate risk and the effect of gender on that. So we came together and we thought through how can we broaden this and make this something that might be a partnership that takes one example and can actually help you scale with other partners. And so we decided, okay, we should just essentially start a fund this year that would be focused on investing in gender responsive activities in terms of climate. So that, what does that mean? It could be everything from a business like Bupes, but also it could be women's organizations in these countries that are trying to access funding from the GCF. So we're starting with $6 million, $3 million from Amazon, $3 million from USAID, but then the nice part is that Amazon has an investment fund that they're adding $50 million into for climate technology companies that are women-led. And the goal is in 5 years to get to $60 million with partners like those of us here. So hopefully next year we might all be on the same stage talking about something we're doing together. So.
Well, let's hope. And I should also point out that Amazon joined the Climate Resolute Coalition in June, and we were very happy to have them, and we're happy to hear you today talking, because you're right, you do feel alone. There are many people in the audience that I recognize that I know are working on their piece of this particular story, and we are seeing an increase in momentum. So with that, Leslie, I'm going to turn to you, and I know that the Loudest Foundation, and I'm so happy that we have a diversity of views here. We have companies, we have thankfully, we have a philanthropist, we have the government agencies. Say more about, I know you've done work on climate, I know you've done work on gender, I know you've increasingly done now more intersectional work, and could you say not only more about what you're doing specifically, but why this matters, this intersectionality? Thanks.
Sure, thank you, Mil. And yeah, I think I'm representing philanthropy, which is the result of the success of business, because I think some of that does go into fueling more philanthropic ventures. And for us, I mean, we're only 3 years old, and when we launched in early 2020, it was very much driven on the belief that business and industry can be a force for good in terms of how we tackle what we call both the climate and inequality crisis, this dual crisis, and philanthropy can be a catalyst. But if we're going to do that, especially looking at the deeply rooted social inequities in our world, we need to have a gender intersectional lens in everything we do. Now, that's easier to do when you work in, say, the fashion industry. That's one of our industry verticals we work in. Of course, most of the workers in fashion in the garment factories are women. You know, the work that we do to make sure that, you know, at a minimum does no harm, but at a maximum can empower and really help these women be agents of change. I'd say that's relatively easier to do because it's visible and it's something we have a lot of programming around. What's harder is to think about how do you bring an intersectional lens to an industry like the built environment? We're working in buildings. Buildings are kind of complicated. You know, you build it, it's there for 60 years, it's a very fragmented industry, it's a very financialized industry, and where does gender come into that? And there are supply chains in buildings. Think of, there's a lot of issues around forced and bonded labor, but when you're looking at the building itself, no one thinks about when you decarbonize a building, which needs to happen because it's 40% of emissions, what happens to the people who live in those buildings? You know, what if someone is a single mother struggling to pay the rent, maybe just lost her job, and suddenly the building's retrofitted and the rent shoots up by 50%? You know, so there's issues of social equity that actually disproportionately hit women, and more than women. I think the intersectional lens comment you made before is really important. We're not just talking about gender, we're talking about sexuality, disability, race, etc. This is a bigger thing. And that for us was really important to bring that into everything that we do. And it wasn't easy, and I think, I mean, it's great to hear how companies are doing this. I mean, this is hard stuff. And I think what we've done as a foundation is we've actually invested a lot in our own capability to learn about this. We've had learning partnerships with, say, our finance and capital markets team to say, hey, how do we incorporate a gender lens in work that's trying to transform capital markets? Where do you start? You know, so I think we've spent a lot of time helping ourselves understand that so that we could then help industries move the needle a bit more.
Yeah. Thanks, Leslie. And one of the objectives of the Climate Resolute Coalition is, in fact, to bring in that learning, that sense of learning, community of practice, sharing what's working and what isn't working, but also to really begin piloting ideas such that we can market test a few things and then turn them over to the donors and the financiers and the so on. So speaking of finance, Bhupe, I wanted to ask you, what was that journey for you to get the financing that you got originally that really, I think, had a catalytic effect on your work? And also, I believe that you are one of the early pioneers that's the member of a wider network. And if you could say more about that institution, I'll let you be the one to announce it since it's your baby. I don't want to do anything, so
Yeah.
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Ma. In partnering with an organization like the Rallying Cry,
that's the one,
RTC for short, you know, it's very difficult to get any kind of capital injection into a business without collateral, without any backup from big firms and all sorts of organizations. And then you get to be in touch with an organization like the Rallying Cry, whereby they're able to look at your business and see the value in your business. And then they're able to see your journey and see where it's going to go next. So the simple thing they asked me is like, what do you want to do next? What do you want to do? What is your dream? Where do you want to see your company go? Where do you want to see your business go? And of course, every business person has goals. They have a lined up 5-year plan and all sorts of things. And in my business, I just had these stages and phases of my business that I would want to do to innovate so that I'd stay relevant in the business. I also stay in business and expand on my product range. So one of them was the dehydration. We needed a dehydration machine to make sure that, first of all, we had a lot of wastage of our fresh fruit because not everybody is consuming the strawberries fresh. Some of them would want them dehydrated for processing, and others would want them in powder, and they would want a shake, or so. There's a wide range of a product range. So we had to categorize and say, what do we start with first? So we first started with the jam production, which we're still scaling up at present. And then the next stage, because of the huge market space and market share and opportunities that came along. You know, I was making the RTC team laugh. I was like, I signed an agreement to sell dehydrated fruit without actually having a dehydration machine. And you know, it was so funny. And then come this partnership with the RTC, and they come on board and said, okay, where do we move you next? You know? And I'm like, dehydration machine, now, you know? And they were able to come through for us, and we're glad to say we reported back to our potential client and said, we're able to give you 40 tons of dehydrated fruit because we have this going. So really, it's my story that is a story of every woman-led business in the agribusiness in Africa, in southern region, in Zambia, whereby we are very good producers, very, very good, excellent organic producers. But we need to scale up to go to the next stage. How does my jam come to you in the US? How do you access my Farm 23 Strawberry Zambia product in the US? So that I'm able to have opportunities of a wider market space. So if finances can be channeled towards that, and you put your faith in a woman-led business, he explained it so well. If you empower me as a woman, you empower the whole village. That's a saying in Africa, and it's something that we live by every day, you know. And I was just sharing with the panel before we sat here. I was saying, look, 80% of my staff are women. And you can only imagine what that pay they get in a month is able to do for their families in a small way, but it's making a difference. So what if I'm able to expand and employ more women? So when you're talking about impact, of how do we impact the environment, it's firstly by empowering a business like myself into empowering 80% of the women who are also able to empower their families, and their families empower them. Here's a good example. He went from a formal producer, woman, to what he is now, leading a very big corporation and doing amazing things. So all that is through a woman being empowered. So I feel like we have a lot of potential in Africa where we need capital injection that is able to boost us up. So we're at that stage where we're ready. We're ready for investment. We're ready to go in. We're ready to expand. And we want to see ourselves out there. You know, I think it's time for the women.
Amen.
I heard an amen. Okay, wonderful. Well, not to step on the heels of an amen, but I am. So I'm going to open it up just a little bit and ask sort of, this could be for Andy and Michael, but if you look at this stage, you see this like a I've used this analogy too many times, but there's like a multi-layer cake. In America, I even found a photograph of a 6-layer cake, and I wanted it to be a rainbow to show each of the layers of what women's empowerment does, innovation and team performance and negotiation. And I thought, could there be a cake with 6 different colors? Well, in America, yes, there is. There's a blue layer and a red layer and so on. So when you think of all the layers of how this intersects, so I know, Andy, you and Michael are already partnering, and USAID, you're partnering with Amazon. I know Amazon is also beginning to partner more with some of its suppliers, like the Marses and the Mondeleses of the world. But because we're fortunate to have an SME here from Zambia, how do people like you find people like Bupe? And vice versa, Bupe, how do you find people like them? In other words, let's be very mechanical when we say we need more partners. Can any of you address what it takes to find them? Let's be practical about it. Thanks.
And you want me to go? All right. So first of all, before I address that, I think we also need to be transparent in what is happening here. Andy works for Mars. I work for McCormick. You know, if you look at it, it's not easy to get big companies, CPGs, to be partners. But I'm pleased to tell you, when it comes to climate, Mars and McCormick and PepsiCo started what we call SLOT, which stands for Supplier Leadership on Climate Transition. And why did we do that? Because we had the same problems. Today, that Supplier Leadership on Climate Transition has more than 20 CPGs as members now. Big companies like Coke, like Nestle, okay? And this is what is more interesting. Over 500 suppliers have been trained because of climate. And the reason we did that was because we realized that in case of McCormick, 95% of our carbon footprint is in the scope 3. Do you know what that means? That's things we can't control. Okay? And Andy's firm, Mars, the same thing. PepsiCo, the same thing. Coca-Cola, the same thing. So when you talk about that, we've created this, and we actually invested money upfront. The three companies were the convening companies, McCormick, Mars, and PepsiCo. We invested money to train our suppliers. You know what is interesting? Some of the suppliers were supplying to all three of us, and even all 20 of us now. So that money was a catalyst. We've trained them. We've gone through the 4th season now. Over 500 suppliers now have a plan to decarbonize. Some of them had no strategies. Andy will tell you when we started this, you tell them scope 3, what is that? Is that how I cook my food? No, they don't get it. You know, but we hired Guidehouse, a consulting company, to train them on how to set their own their decarbonization strategies and how to get their scope 1, 2, and 3 and all those things. I say that because you asked a very interesting question. So obviously, we're not a charity, okay? We're a business. So if you go to a remote place like Madagascar or Vietnam or India, we're looking for people that will make the crops that we sell. In our own case, it's herbs and spices. We're the king of flavor everywhere. And so what we do is we go to those villages, because I'll give you one example. Cinnamon. Most people don't know that cinnamon is the bark of a tree. I don't know what they think it is. You know where it grows? In the Amazon-type jungles. And historically, that's where you have a good example of slash and burn. They cut the trees, they burn them, other kind of thing, and they grow again. And you're damaging the environment. But with the kind of thing we're doing, we're teaching those farmers something that is allowing them to do useful things. For instance, you know, if you let the cinnamon tree mature, which takes about 15 years, 13 to 15 years, you can now scrape the bark and it will regenerate. If you harvest it prematurely, it will die. This is simple science. But those people who weren't practicing it, we taught them that. So guess what? These farmers are now helping us, you know, to create even bigger carbon sink, like the Amazon type of thing, which is where the cinnamon tree. I use that as an example to say, when you identify such a community, you know what is interesting? Their ancestors used to do what we're trying to do with regenerative agriculture. Rupe just said it. It's going back to the land. And what is happening is, by doing it, they're getting more yield, and they're making more money. And guess what? People, the young children now want to go back and run their family businesses in the village, because these are family members, their parents are driving their own cars and feeding them and paying the tuition. That, to me, is how you identify and help it. And maybe I'll pass it to Andy, because cocoa is a good example, too.
Thank you, Michael. I mean, we are getting closer and closer to the farm. You know, we didn't grow up with that was not the route, and so we're essentially trying to either partner with people in that supply chain or ourselves get closer and closer to it. We're quite focused on it. We're looking at sort of 8 key raw materials, and we have, you know, key countries, key programs, and through the next generation sourcing that I talked of earlier is you're looking at sourcing where you're sourcing not just for cost and quality. You're looking for sourcing at a whole range of things, and we know we need to do it because it's the only way that you get resilience there. And so it really is about partnering. And sometimes with some suppliers, it's going to mean in the end, you have to say, you know what? You're not moving in the way that we need you to move. We want to help you. Want to help you get to the right place. And we know when we look at the sort of the products, the things that we're buying, it's rare that you just have one issue. It's rare that it's just an environmental issue, or it's just a human rights issue, or it's just a poverty issue. It's normally all of those combined. And so we are working through that lens. We started something called the Farmer Income Lab a few years ago, and the depressing thought on that, I think they looked through 100 different interventions that companies had done and found that only 3 of them had actually worked. Just we're at the infancy on this. We've had double entry bookkeeping brought to us by the Benedictine monks in the 13th century. And so finance is really quite well practiced now. We're at the start of doing stuff around sustainability and really at the very start of connecting it all together. But the problem is we can't wait 500 years to do it, and we've got to move much more quickly on it.
So Mills, before you go,
yeah.
I want to amplify one point that Andy started to make. And that is, it's very simple. If you want to end child labor in farming communities, you have to empower the women to run their farms and make enough money. I gave a talk at the ILO conference in Durban earlier this year, and everybody was talking about child labor. You go and inspect the factory so that if you make sure there's no child in there. Who is that dumb to have a child working on the factory when you're coming for an inspection? Exactly. You are doing the wrong thing. If you want to get rid of, end child labor, there's something women have in common. All of them. And I apologize to all of you women here. You know what they have in common? They want their children to be successful. I don't care whether you are a CEO woman, you are a peasant woman, they all want their children to be successful. I just gave an example of my mom, wasn't educated, but look at what she produced in 4 children. So the point I'm making, you want to talk about child labor, all these things we're talking about, empower a woman. That's how you empower a village. That's how you advance a nation. And I think that's where Andy was going. I just want to make sure I emphasize that.
If I may, I was going to
Yeah, I was going to turn to you anyway, so that works out. And then after that, everyone hold. We're going to take 1 or 2 questions, and we're going to end with a call to action. And we're going to do all of that in 15 minutes. So please.
I think it's important to highlight, though, it's not common that companies have this way of approaching their employees in the countries that we work in. Traditionally, to have this kind of change, to empower the women, it means the men who are in the in-between of your company and the employees who run those middle-income those middle businesses, they have to be willing to empower the women or make it gender responsive. In other words, friendly to mothers who might have children. And I will be honest, that is highly uncommon in all of the supply chains, right? So while Mars and McCormick might have a corporate policy, getting it to the stage where they then reach women like Bupe is not easy and is not as simple as, so it's a good question. I think it's not one that we've solved. That is one of the things we want to learn more about, is how we can ensure that behavior change happens throughout a supply chain and how we can hold companies accountable. So it's important that you do this, because then you're sending a signal to your supply chain of what's important. But just like you said, when you have someone come in to inspect child labor, even if you say you have a certain standard, when you go to visit your companies, they may not. So we also do have to work with NGOs that are looking at the role of women and having women empowered in those NGOs and civil society. And they can also help us keep businesses in the countries we work in accountable.
Yeah. Fantastic point. Leslie, please. And then I'm going to turn it over to the group.
I actually feel a little, you hear me? I feel a little uncomfortable with the language here, because I think the talk of empowering women kind of is not the point. The point is to create the conditions so women can empower themselves. And that actually starts with men. And so a lot of work that we're doing is to create allies out of men. People sort of think we focus on the women, but we need to focus on everyone. Everyone has a role to play. And I know you're doing that, but I think it's important that we're clear with language on what we mean there.
That's an excellent point. I really appreciate that. And the other thing is, I do a lot of work in some very remote communities, some of them very religious and so on. And what I found is that when we put this in the frame of, say, a women's rights agenda, and we don't keep it as an everyone agenda, it doesn't go quite as far. But when you get it to the point of this is our all hands on deck moment, especially when you see that some say we have 5 years to get this right on climate, and then you see UN Women and others saying that gender equity or gender equality is 300. Thank you for the Benedictine monk example, because at this rate, it's going to be the Benedictines who bring us gender equality. But seriously, if you think about the disconnect between that timeline, which could be hundreds of years off, and the climate urgency, which is now, keeping it in that planetary human focus, I found the audiences to be more receptive. So with that, the audience topic, We have time for one, maybe two questions. We have a runner. Jeanette, I'll take a question from you first and see if we can get another. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Very encouraging to hear all of what you're saying. I run an organization called Women Organizing for Change in Agriculture and Natural Resource Management. My question to all of you, and particularly here at the COP with the focus on climate, there's a lot of distrust of companies. There's a lot of claims of greenwashing. I'll say there may be claims of pinkwashing. How are you measuring your impact? How do we really know that you're doing something that enables women's empowerment?
Let me just say this. You know, numbers don't lie. And if you can't track, you can't measure, you can't do anything, right? So one of the things we committed, remember I talked about our strategy called Purpose-Led Performance? We source from over 85 different countries, individual farmers. These are not corporations. And so we said by 2025, we set this strategy in 2017. And we said by 2025, we will build resilience and impact 35,000 farmers. Okay, that's a commitment. There is no greenwashing there. That's a commitment. You can look it up from 2017. As I speak today, we've reached and impacted and improved the livelihood of 23,000 farmers on our journey to 35,000 by 2025. That's how you do it. You put a number, you commit to it, and you want people to measure it. That's one. The second point is we didn't do this because we're experts on how to do it. We've partnered with CARE International, with WWF, with NCBA CLUSA. In the case of women, it was CARE International and NCBA CLUSA. And why was that? Because we believe this. These NGOs are the moral compass of this journey we call sustainability. If you're going to do a sustainable living without them, good luck. And so they are the moral compass. They keep us honest. And I can tell you we've learned a lot of things from them.
I mean, I would, on the greenwash, I mean, the interesting thing, the people who get asked the greenwashing question are always actually the people who are doing things. Which is, I think, is always slightly ironic. I mean, how are we doing it? Well, first of all, it's a shareholder objective. It's integrated into our financial planning system, so our business units have to tell us exactly where they are going to get to on the several key metrics and the shareholder objectives on a 3-year cycle, and then we remunerate our top 300 leaders against it. So it is an absolute core of doing business. What I would say is the work on social metrics is really poor. The work that can give you a true aggregate social metric in the same way that you can on climate or on water, you know, it's not there. If it has, please give it to us. And we have targets on improving the lives of 1 million people in our supply chain by 2030. We're at about 450,000. I think, if I'm honest, I think it compares apples and pears. It's good. It's counting things. It's demonstrating progress, and then all the programs we run, we set targets for them. We set targets within our sourcing thing. So I think we are taking it seriously. I actually think you need more business involvement because this needs to move to. I think if we leave COP to the governments, I think we'll make as much progress in the next 10 years as we made in the last 10.
It's a very powerful way. Now, wow, this is exciting. We have no time and lots of questions. So Bupe, hold on 1 second. I'm going to take your question, please. And then we're going to go back to you. And for anyone who doesn't get their questions answered, I know a few of us can stay later and we will get to you all. So please.
Yeah, so my name is Surina Nirula. I've worked for 30 years, beginning with street children, with women, women empowerment. I was on the board of Plan International. I've worked with CARE. I've worked with a number of organizations, and now I'm working with Television for Environment, and we make films on the environment. So my question is, I have seen a lot of work with women, tried to make a difference, done a lot of advocacy, and actually nothing works. When you go down at that level, men are still ruling. You know, there's nothing happening. Now I think that to move forward, man is a selfish animal. We need to do something to entice them to make a difference to women. Have you all thought of digital currency so that it's all goes down and it's very transparent? Has anybody thought about paying them in digital currency?
Using financial technology?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that is kind of the intention of how we want to use the work with Amazon's Climate Pledge Fund, is looking at technology that might not just fin technology, not just digital currency, but I do think when there's income coming in, and if the income, sometimes, sadly, the income comes in through the woman, but it's controlled by the man. Sometimes it's the other way around. But sometimes that helps change dynamics in households. We have also seen it affect households negatively, so I'm not going to say income makes a positive impact, but we are hopeful that at the bottom of all of this, that we're helping livelihoods, and digital currency is one way. FinTech is now thriving throughout the world, but again, how you use that to then transfer into household impact, going to your point on social measurement, it's still not a problem we've solved.
Okay. So before the questions, Bupe, you had something you wanted to add, and then I'm going to take one more question, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was listening very carefully, especially to Michael and Andy, when they were talking about these initiatives that they've initiated where they're able to reach out to farmers and all. For me, I think basically organizations like yourselves, you need to come to the ground. You need to listen to the producer, because for you to stay in business, you need that producer. So if you listen to the challenge of the producer and what they need on the ground, and the quality of what you need from them will come out. So if you go to the ground and speak to this woman who's producing your cinnamon, your vanilla, and ask them, what is your challenge? How can I get the best from you? I think that's the approach that I would love to see from corporations like yourselves, the approach where you're able to go to the ground. I've heard so many figures and so much money being put on the table in initiatives that are going to help produce good product for you to stay in business. I've heard so much throughout the COP. And what I'm yet to hear deep is, how do you come to me in Lusaka, in Makeni, at my farm, and come and tell me, I need you to produce this so that I'm able to stay in business. So for me, the impact is you getting to the ground.
Let me just address that, because it's what is
1
this
minute.
Is, this
I'm
is
gonna cut
less than 1 minute.
Good.
You know, this is right. If you can't talk to the people that are doing the work, you don't have a plan.
Yeah.
And what we've done is not just us going to the farm, but CARE that understands women issues going with us. That's how we created the McCormick Women Empowerment Framework. Very well said.
Okay, thank you. I saw, there's so many. Please, with the green lanyard, if you could go. Yeah, thanks. And then we're going to wrap up. Yep.
I'm hoping this is both a comment and a question, but we'll see how it comes out. I keep reading the title over and over, and I'm trying to process. I'm a female in the C-suite in a startup, and I'm the only one, as you can imagine. I think it's rare to see this many females on a panel. I'm sure it was intentionally really a focus, but as you mentioned, looking at COP, is that what you're normally seeing? And so I guess my question to you is, how can we attack this in the supply chain when we really need to attack this in leadership? Because in some ways, if your leadership understands this, then it is easier to bake it into your business decisions and bake it into the business strategy. And so I guess the question is, do you all feel that it's a top-down challenge as much as it is a bottom-up challenge in getting leadership to have the diversity that you're expecting in the supply chain?
Based on what I heard you saying, Andy, about how this is baked into your metrics and performance evaluations and everything, I mean, I don't know if you have an answer to that, but
I mean, I would
please.
say you've got to do both. So we've got strong targets around gender balance and diversity, equity, inclusion within the business, and we're probably about halfway there on gender. We're not the full way there on gender. I don't think you can wait till you've got where you need to be from a leadership point of view and say, okay, when we've done that, will you do that? And I also, controversially, don't believe that would actually solve the problem, because you actually need to make it a business metric in terms of how you do business. You need to integrate it into how you operate. And I don't think that makes much difference, the balance of the leadership team. Maybe if it's more gender balanced, you'll get there quickly enough. I've not seen any data that says that you increase female leadership, and that solves all the problem in a giant scope 3 extended supply chain. I'm not sure that, so I think they're both good things. They're both important to do, but you can't say we do one and then they do the other.
Yeah, I would only agree with that. And I'm just going to we're going to do a rapid fire call to action. And by rapid, I mean in under a minute. So Leslie, if I could ask you to begin, and then when we finish the call to action, we're going to discuss these.
Okay,
Go.
Thank you. So who here is from business? Okay, good. So this is a call for you all. So based on our work as Loudis, I think there's 4 things that we think are really important for business to do, and it's great to hear that these things are happening. The first one is indeed understanding the issues. I think, Andy, you had said get closer to the topic. That's really critical. It's really important also to understand that representation does not equal empowerment. So we have partners, for example, that create stewards of the soil, of the water, of women in the villages, and there's different models out there to really create true stewardship and empowerment. So that's number 1. I'd say number 2, and what Michael was saying, is work with other organizations who know what they're doing. Because most companies don't have those local connections. You need to work with the local grassroots organizations. They have the context. We do a lot of work with organizations in India where they actually create women leaders from the local communities that are bringing fellow women along, and that is very powerful. I think number 3, walk the talk. So the question there was about women in leadership. You have no credibility as a business if you're trying to work on your supply chain and then you look at your board and it's all, old white guys. Sorry, you really need to look at your governance, your leadership, and your commitment to gender equity and inclusion internally. And I think finally, use your market power as companies to push for making what is voluntary mandatory. I think, as you said, this is amazing to be with these companies who have done so much, but there are a lot of companies that are laggards. So we need legislation, and we need these emerging standards under mandatory human rights due diligence to incorporate gender dynamics as well.
Got it. Thank you. Bupe, please. A minute or less.
Okay, thank you. I feel we need more investment in the women innovation. We need to understand what the women producer needs. We need to get to the point of their need, those that they're able to produce to what these big corporations need. So mine is basically skill development. We need skill development, we need a lot of training, we need a lot of innovative technology on how we do our business, especially in the agribusiness. How do we innovate? How do we stay relevant? I think some of those are the most important things I would want. So investment should be channeled towards the right cause.
Got it. Thank you. Michael.
I'm going to keep it simple because these people are more eloquent than I am. It's very simple. If you want to have an enduring business, think of this. It's about doing well by doing good, period.
Thank you.
I would just want to plus up everything Leslie said. I think you can't underscore the complicated needs of governance, both at the international policy level, at the state level, and then at the corporate level, all the way to the entrepreneur level. So governance is often seen as not sexy, but is actually critical for long-term change. But then to Bupe's point, I do think we need more investment, and I do think we need more than just companies making commitments, and I'm not pointing at those here, but looking deeper and making a commitment that puts their money where their comments are. And so I would say building out our partnership that we've started with Amazon would be my call to action on the Climate Gender Equity Fund. And so welcome to start here on this stage, but also hopefully we can have Bupe and have your wishes of next year having at least grown by 1 or 2 provinces. But there's so many more women like you in Africa, in Asia. I know this is you're not an anomaly, but getting to finding you is hard. And I actually think we do need grants. So to your point on skills, we don't get there without the grants.
I would 3 things. I think for the companies out there, you need to know. You need to know and understand your supply chain, and if you don't know, it means you don't care. I think for everyone, companies, governments, we need to join up, and we need to join up how we look at issues and how we resolve problems. And I think the final thing, I think in much of the world, COVID and the response to COVID showed us what was possible when there was a true sense of emergency behind it. And we need a bit more COVID-like emergency to the topics we're discussing today.
Yeah. Very well said. So my call to action is that first you all wear these, and you're going to get them in just a minute. These, my panelists, these are the intersectional thinking tool that you have climate and gender. Let's see, I hope we're getting a photo of this. We have climate and gender together at all times, and when this session is over, we have a pair for all of you. And basically come join us at the Climate Resolute Coalition and learn more. Thank you all so much. All right.